Impact of Anthropogenic Activities and Climate Change is the opening seminar of the series. In nature, it's not the uniformity, but diversity is nature's way. Biodiversity starts in the distant past and it points towards the future. We should preserve every scrap of biodiversity as priceless while we learn to use it and come to understand what it means to humanity. Anthropocene and climate change are the primary drivers of biodiversity loss. Before we begin, I invite Pallavi and Nidhi to render a prayer. I request everyone to be seated for the prayer. Thank you, Pallavi and team, for emphasizing the importance of forest with a nature song. Now I request our principal, Professor Lakshmi Narayan Karan sir, Dr. Manita TK and Mrs. Shruti Naik, HODs of Zoology and Botany Department, to escort the dignitaries onto the dais. Today we have with us C. Shri B.P. Varadarayapai, Secretary, Academy of General Education, Manipal; Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran, Keynote Speaker; Dr. Devidas S. Naik, Principal, MGM Evening College; Mrs. Shailaja H., HOD of Physics and IQAC Coordinator; and Mrs. Praveena Kumari M.K., Faculty of Computer Science and Seminar Coordinator. We are thrilled to witness such enthusiastic participants and a highly learned audience gathered to deepen their understanding of this significant topic. This seminar aims to bring light various aspects associated with this topic, thereby sparking thoughtful discussions and stimulating new ideas. We are fortunate to have with us today the distinguished speakers who are noted figures in ecology and conservation. Each one of them brings invaluable expertise and insights that will indeed make our exploration of the seminar topic a fruitful and enriching experience. As we set out on this intellectual journey, we hope that the seminar will offer all the attendees a plethora of insights, enable fruitful interactions and inspire fresh perspective about the topic. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Manita TK, HOD of Zoology, to welcome the gathering.
Education is the movement from darkness to light. Good morning, one and all present here. I'm Dr. Manita TK, HOD of Zoology, here to present the introductory remark and welcome speech. Good education is foundation for better future. Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, an illustrious institution of higher education, got established in the year 1949 by an eminent philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee, late Dr. T.M.A. Pai, with a vision to impart value-based higher education to deprived youth of rural areas and to shape their destiny. This year, our college is celebrating Amrita Mahotsava to commemorate 75 years of its glorious existence. It's not just a celebration of institute, but embracing a legacy of academic excellence and a commitment to fostering holistic learning initiated by Dr. Tonse Madhavanatha Pai. This milestone event, Amrita Mahotsava, started with grand inauguration followed by various cultural, sports and outreach activities. It's my pleasure to inform you that this seminar, organized by Departments of Zoology and Botany, marks the inauguration of Amrita Mahotsava seminar series, the first of its kind dedicated to addressing the critical issues of biodiversity conservation, the impact of anthropogenic activities and climate change. Departments of Zoology and Botany are the prominent departments of MGM College, headed by stalwarts Professor K.K. Ishwaran in Botany and Professor Madhav Rao in Zoology during its establishment. Since then, many eminent persons headed the departments. As we convene for this national seminar, it's worth acknowledging the collaborative efforts and synergies between these two departments, which have been instrumental in organizing this event. We have selected biodiversity conservation as the topic for the national seminar due to its paramount importance in today's world. Biodiversity is essential for the functioning of ecosystems, but on the other hand, it is under threat due to human activities and climate change. The main objective of this seminar is to raise awareness among students and public, to facilitate knowledge exchange and collaboration among experts, researchers, policymakers and stakeholders to develop effective conservation strategies, to generate actionable policy recommendations to address the root causes of biodiversity loss and promote sustainable development practice. The challenges posed by anthropogenic activities and climate change to biodiversity are immense, and the need for collaborative efforts and informed discussions are crucial. Today's seminar serves as a platform for us to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and foster a deeper understanding of the pressing issues at hand. As we embark on this inaugural journey together, let us lay the foundation for collaboration and action towards a more sustainable future. In this regard, I will take my privilege to welcome President of today's program, Professor Lakshmi Narayana, Principal MGM College, whose leadership and guidance have been instrumental in shaping the vision of this seminar. His constant support and encouragement is the strength of this seminar. Thank you, sir, and I welcome you to this program. I request Professor Arun Kumar B, HOD of Chemistry, to formally welcome our principal. With us our esteemed chief guest, CABP Varadrai Pai, Secretary Academy of General Education Manipal, who has graciously accepted to inaugurate this session. His visionary leadership lights the path towards excellence. Welcome you, sir. I request our principal, Professor Lakshmi Narayana, to formally welcome Varadrai sir. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran, keynote speaker of today's program. Dr. Subhash Chandran's distinguished career as a consulting scientist at Indian Institute of Science is a testament to his exceptional expertise and dedication to advancing scientific knowledge. We are truly privileged to have him with us today to share his insights and expertise. Welcome you, sir. I request Evening College Principal Dr. Devdas Naik to formally welcome Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran. Guest of honor of today's program, Dr. Devdas Naik, Principal MGM Evening College. Your support and engagement for all the programs are deeply appreciated. Thank you, sir, and welcome to this program. I request Puti Vasanth Kumar sir, HOD of Kannada Department, to florally welcome Devdas sir. Coordinator, Shailaja ma'am, the driving force behind ensuring quality in education and fostering a holistic learning environment. Your presence adds immense value to our program today. Welcome you, ma'am. I request Mrs. Veera Aidopindo, Faculty of Chemistry Department, to florally welcome our IPSC Coordinator. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Mrs. Praveena Kumari, Coordinator of Amrita Mahotsava Seminar Series, for her unwavering commitment and leadership in making this seminar a resounding success. Welcome you, ma'am. I request Ms. Shruti Naik, HOD of Botany, to florally welcome Praveena. With immense pleasure, I extend a warm welcome to HOD of Botany to this seminar. Working shoulder to shoulder with you has been a great privilege and an enriching experience. Welcome you, ma'am. I request Mrs. SSTP, Faculty of Zoology Department, to florally welcome Shruti ma'am. The pillars of our department and MGM College for their moral support. Welcome you all. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the delegates for gracing this occasion with your presence. May your time here at MGM College has marked by intellectual growth and personal development. Welcome you all to this program. It's my immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all the faculties of MGM College. Without their support, the seminar is incomplete. Welcome you all. I express my gratitude to all media representatives for their time. Welcome you all. Last but not least, I would like to welcome my colleagues, students and alumni who have worked tirelessly and poured their passion and energy for making this program a reality. Welcome you all. I'll take this opportunity to thank MGM College Trust for funding the seminar. Without their support, this seminar won't be possible. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to each one of you for your presence here today. Let us make this opportunity to contribute towards a sustainable and biodiversity future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome. I wish you a welcome to this program, and I request Mrs. Ramya K, Faculty of Botany, to florally welcome Mrs. Dr. Manita TK. May I request Shri B.P. Varadaraya Pai sir and all the dignitaries on the stage to light the lamp. I request all the dignitaries to pay a homage to the portrait of Dr. T.M.A. Pai. May I also request all the dignitaries to water the plant sapling. As a mark of remembrance of this seminar, this sapling will be planted and conserved in the campus. We have one. Thank you all for performing this ceremony and for inaugurating this seminar. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Shri B.P. Varadarai Pai sir, who is our support system and the promoter of all our endeavor. I invite Shri B.P. Varadarai Pai sir to speak a few words on this occasion.
Good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and respected teachers and non-teaching staff members of all the 3 colleges and delegates of this conference and my dear students. First of all, I would like to express my happiness to take part in this 2-day seminar on botany as well as zoology. And this is one of the series of seminars that are being conducted on the occasion of Platinum Jubilee celebration of MGM College. And I hope this type of seminar should be replicated every academic year so that each one of the department will gain a lot of attraction, and the current generation or current students, those who are pursuing higher education in the field of science will be definitely attracted towards this. And that's the reason I'm telling you and conducting seminars, and it will encourage students to take up research work in the science and take their life a better dimension. And at the same time, I would like to tell you that the MGM College is being supported by Manipal Academy of Higher Education, which is a deemed university and institute of eminence. And this MAHE is offering more than 3,000 courses or programs in the various fields. And you have got a lot of opportunities there in almost all sciences. That means health sciences, basic sciences, genetics, stem cell research, and biotherapeutics, and so on. Even photosynthesis and all, so on. A lot of opportunities are there, a lot of facilities are there. And the younger generation should take advantage of this, and more and more number of people should enroll themselves for higher education, not only for MSc and BSc, MSc, and they also need to pursue their PhD programs in such universities. Earlier we used to go for Bangalore and all Indian Institute of Science and such a prestigious institutions. Now these institutions are at your doorsteps, and this is an opportunity for you to pursue your higher studies and gain a lot of research knowledge, and you can make your life better. So with this type of seminar will definitely encourage almost all, not only faculty members, but also students who pursue their higher education and research studies in these various programs. And with this, and a series of seminars coming in the coming weeks, and I wish organizers for giving me an opportunity and at the same time conducting this seminar, and I thank them, and I wish all the best to this seminar, two-day seminar, and I wish all the delegates a happy stay here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are very honored and delighted to have our first speaker with us today. I request Dr. Subhash Chandran sir to share his view about the program.
The president of today's program, Professor Lakshminarayan Karand, Sri Varadaraj Pai, Secretary of H. Manipal, Lakshminarayan, Devidas Naik, from Kumta. He was in my college when I was teaching, and used to have good amount of interaction. He was in English faculty. I am very delighted to see him here. And so then Sudhi Naik, then Ishwar Naik, who has been taking keen interest in this program. We have with us other distinguished dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, and I am very glad this great institution is celebrating the Platinum Jubilee. This is a real temple of knowledge, and I prostrate before the memory of the great founder, Sri T.M.A. Pai, who was a pioneer one of the pioneers in building Manipal and Udupi educational sectors. And so with these words and welcoming all the faculties of the different institutions here, all the dear students and other guests, it is what I deserve, more than what I deserve, to be on this stage to give this brief talk. I have a longer presentation later, and in fact, this is a very important occasion for the Platinum Jubilee to be celebrated with a burning topic, and that is the biodiversity conservation, and especially in the light of the anthropogenic activities which is creating a big problem in the planet, the climate change. So it is high time that we think of this topic in detail, the flame of knowledge that you carry from this conference, especially the youngsters. This you should carry for your lifetime, and it becomes your major mission to see that the planet is made more livable and using the sustainable use philosophy. There is nothing lesser than that can cure the ailments of the earth. And earth is ailing, earth is having high fever means we all perish or live very low quality life. It's already deeply felt in big cities. Bangalore, for example, a time may shortly come because of non-sustainable development. The people will have to run away like refugees. This situation should not have arisen. It is a thoughtless development, killing hundreds of water bodies, the sacred forests associated with them, the traditional people who made those big carries, big lakes, and lived there in sustainable equilibrium. Today, that is all forgotten, and they are becoming centers of filth dumping and construction. Mania is going on, almost incurable. So this is a question that needs to be taken up by particularly the youngsters. The development slogan is more with the elders. Develop and perish. In a short time, you can have either sustainable development or non-sustainable development. Sustainable development brings long-lasting results and with little impact on the ecosystem. Non-sustainable development is a boom in the economy and then crash. So we have the option, and the choice is to be accepted by the students. They have to work more like activists with these words. And I am so happy and proud to see Dr. Rajagopal here. He made it a point to be here, a pioneer in the study of pteridophytes, pteridophyte taxonomist of very distinguished taxonomists of pteridophytes from Karnataka state. So it's a pleasure. But I just missed your name. Anyway, I take this opportunity to thank all of you for giving me this chance to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon our guest of honor, Dr. Devidas S. Naik, Principal in MGM Evening College, to share his thoughts with us.
Respected dignitaries on the days, dignitaries in the audience, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, I am rather very happy to associate myself to participate in this national level seminar on biodiversity conservation. Perhaps this is the first seminar organized in our college in the name of Amrita Mahotsav, Platinum Jubilee year. Hearty congratulations to both the departments of Botany and Zoology for having organized this seminar in a befitting and beautiful manner. Today, I am very happy for two reasons. One reason is that I am happy to see Professor M.D. Subhash Chandran on this occasion. He's just like my teacher. When I was the student of Dr. E. Baliga College, He was in the Department of Zoology, if I am correct, Botany, and he was in charge of the ad fund books. Am I right, sir? Ad fund books. Student welfare officer. And once in a year, we used to go to his chamber to submit our application to get the books. Yes? Yes. That's one reason. The other reason, he is just like my elder brother, because his sister, she was my classmate, Shobana. She was my classmate for 5 years, from first year PUC to till the end of my degree. Other reason is that the word biodiversity conservation is a catchy one for me, because my little way also associated in the biodiversity conservation when I was working at Karkala Shri Bonendra College. I had an occasion to participate in the field work conducted in the name of biodiversity under the Indian Institute of Science, guided by Dr. Shailaja, if I remember the name correctly, from Bangalore. Of course, I was given the training for 3 days at Roshi Nilaya on biodiversity conservation. And we had to conduct months together field work of a Mala village, a beautiful village in Karkala, and under the leadership of Dr. K.P. Achar, Prabhakar Achar. And of course, Achar is a gigantic personality, is a big man. And under his able leadership, we were able to prepare a biodiversity register of Mala village. That's a beautiful register, I can say that. So, no more to say about this concept of the seminar, because I am not an expert to tell about this concept of the seminar. Anyway, I am very, very happy to participate in seminar, and I wish the seminar a great success, and hearty congratulations once again to both the departments for having organized the seminar on the theme biodiversity conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon our beloved principal to present the presidential remark.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, invitees, my dear students. This is the first seminar in connection with the Amrita Mahotsav program that we are going to celebrate in the coming September and October of this year. Today's topic is biodiversity conservation. Of course, this is not related to only botany and zoology department. Even our economics and other students also study this. So we have the concept like ecological balance. So ecology or environment consists of man, animal and plant life. There should be harmonious relationship between these three. If there is any kind of rift or imbalance between these three, there will be ecological imbalance. We call pollution or other kind of degradation. See, for example, Indian economy is a tropical country. Minimum at least of 33% of the area should be under the forest. But now, because of deforestation, industrialization, transportation and other, hardly we are having 11 to 12% of the forest. Look at what happened now. Uneven distribution of the rainfall, delay in the rainfall and others. See, water shortage has become very serious now. From the last week onwards, Bangalore people say, don't come to Bangalore. Shortage of the water. See, in the near future, if there is the war, it is to the water only. See, here we must bear these things. The thing is that we are destructing the nature or biodiversity in a different manner. So that this seminar mainly focuses on the concept called biodiversity and its impact on the anthropogenic activities, human activities and the climate change. So man with this greed or his unlimited wants or demand, he is doing or destructing the environment in one or another way. Maybe in the form of the deforestation or say unplanned agricultural activities.
So this definitely degrades our biodiversity. So it's our responsibility to find a harmonious coexistence between human activities and preservation of the biodiversity. So here we all of must have the alarming view of climatic change. See, this kind of the discussion for the first time started in the year July 12, 1992 in the Rio de Janeiro conference of the Brussels, right? So for the first time world has planned or discussed about this problem. So here we must be serious about this. Otherwise, in the near future, our coming generation have to face a lot of problem. So lastly, what I have to say that, see, all our activities definitely increase GDP of our country. You read in the newspaper that we are now in the 6th position in the GDP at the national level. But at present, need of the hour is that we need a green GDP. So green GDP means our development activities, how it sustains our nature. We need fresh water, fresh air, and other things. Here, if you preserve this, definitely Indian economy in the near future will be a sustainable economy in the world. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. MGM College and the departments are standing on the foundation of ethics, principles, and dedication that laid by the prominent personalities, our former staffs. They accepted our invitation with poise and graced this occasion with their presence. It's the time to thank them for their precious contribution to this college. I request our principal, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan sir, to offer the flower as a token of love and appreciation. I request all the former staffs present here to come up on the stage. Dr. P.K. Rajgopal sir, retired professor of botany. Welcome you, sir. Dr. Arvind Hebbar sir, retired professor of botany. Mrs. Vinodini ma'am, faculty of zoology, former faculty of zoology. Vital Das Bhatt sir, Department of Zoology. Sorry, sir. Gratitude is the closest thing to beauty manifested in an emotion. Now, I call upon Mrs. Shruti Naik, HOD of Botany, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. I, on behalf of organizing committee, convey a deep regards and hearty thanks to our honorable chief guest, Sri B.P. Varadrayapai, Secretary AGE Manipal, for your valuable presence. Thank you, sir. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran, Consulting Scientist, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, for his upcoming illuminating keynote address. Your presence have greatly enriched our event, and we are grateful for your presence. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Mr. H.S. Ballal, President of AG Manipal and Co-Chancellor of MAHE, and Mr. Satish Upai, President of MGM College, Udupi, in their absence. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished personalities whose leadership and guidance continue to inspire us in our academic activities. We extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed principal, Professor Lakshminarayana Karanth, for his unwavering dedication and leadership. Under his guidance, our institution has flourished and providing us with a nurturing environment for growth and learning. Thank you, sir, for your great support in various stages. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Devidas Nayak, Principal, MGM Union College. Thank you for your gracious presence. I thank IQAC Coordinator, Mrs. Shailaja, Head of Physics Department. Thank you, ma'am. A heartfelt thanks to Mrs. Pravina Kumari, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, for coordinating the whole program. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Manitha TK, Head of Zoology Department, for organizing and for her constant support and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you, ma'am, for all the things. I would like to thank all the delegates, participants who have blessed with us their presence. We are very much thankful to our all current and formal faculties and non-teaching staff who are always stand by us and motivate us. Thank you all. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the representatives of the media who have joined us today to cover this significant event, and we truly appreciate your time and effort ensuring that our message reaches a wider range. Thank you. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the students of our college for their enthusiastic participation and unwavering support. Your dedication and commitment have truly made this event a success. Thank you, one and all. We are very much thankful to Academy of General Education for sponsoring the 2-day national seminar. It would have been impossible to organize it without your support. Thank you for the Academy of General Education. If the time is money, then today you have given your millions of time. Thanks to all for your valuable time. Have a wonderful staying. Enjoy the conference and campus life of MGM. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Shruti ma'am. Now it's time to wind up this formal program. I thank all the delegates for your participation. The keynote address will begin soon as we make up our stage.
seminar on biodiversity conservation conducted by Department of Botany and Zoology, MGM College, Udupi. I'm profoundly delighted to introduce Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran, Consulting Scientist, IISc Bangalore, who has warmly accepted our invitation to join us today as the keynote addresser for this program. Before we delve into today's session, let us take a moment to acknowledge the achievements of Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran. Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran is an accomplished individual in the field of ecological sciences whose work has spanned decades advocating for the protection of our planet's precious ecosystems and the diverse era of life they support. A native of Palakkad, Kerala, Dr. Subhash completed his BSc in Botany from Government Victoria College, Palakkad. He then pursued MSc in Botany from Maharaja's College, Ernakulam. He earned his PhD in Forest Ecology of Western Ghats from Karnataka University. Dr. Subhash taught botany in Dr. Baliga College of Arts and Science, Kumta, Karnataka University. He is a visiting scientist at Center for Ecological Sciences, IISc, and currently works at IISc Field Station, Kumta, as a consulting scientist. For 5 years, he worked as a member of Council of Editors of Resonance, Indian Academy of Sciences. From 2003 to 2006, he worked as consultant for an Environment and Policy Research Institute of Government of Karnataka. He has 35 years of research experience in fields like ecology, coastal ecology, and botany. Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran is a recipient of German Academic Exchange Scholarship for visitorship to Forestry Institute, Freiburg. He worked as a member in the Karnataka High Court Committee on CRZ violations and also worked as coordinator for National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan preparation for Uttara Kannada District from 2000 to 2002. He worked as consultant for preparation of DPR for World Bank-aided coastal ecological projects of Karnataka 2020. Dr. Subhash has arranged about 80 training programs for village communities, government officers, and NGOs on biodiversity awareness, Biodiversity Act 2002. He has participated in environmental impact assessment studies for Konkan Railway, Project Seabird Naval Base, Sharavati Valley Hydel Project, Hubli-Ankola Railway Project, etc. He was a member of Karnataka State Biodiversity Board for 2 terms. Presently, he is a member of Karnataka Coastal Zone Management Authority. He is also the coordinator for preparation of People's Biodiversity Register for 9 taluks of Uttara Kannada and for the district PBR. He has presented research papers at Australian National University, Freiburg Forestry Institute, Germany, American Society for Environmental History, University of Victoria, Canada, University of British Columbia, Canada, and twice at UNESCO, Paris. His research areas are forest ecology of Western Ghats, ecological history of sacred groves, coastal ecology, estuarine fishes and mangroves, myristica swamps, landslides in Western Ghats, ecological carrying capacity studies for Uttara Kannada, soil carbon estimate in estuarine areas, etc. He has around 340 research papers and reports. He has also worked with many eminent personalities such as Padma Bhushan Professor Madhav Gadgil, ecologist, late Professor Donald J. Hughes, University of Denver, author Environmental History of the World on Sacred Groves and Related Cultures. He is presently working with Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, scientist at IISc. Dr. Subhash Chandran is a recipient of several awards like Best at Collegiate Level Karnataka State in 2003, Karnataka Rajyotsava Award for Environment and Agriculture in 2013, and World Environment Award Government of Karnataka in 2023. Throughout his illustrious career, he has demonstrated unwavering commitment in order to address the pressing challenges facing our environment. We are honored to have you here, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran, who will enlighten us on the strangled and stressed ecosystems, local efforts for reviving the earth. Over to you, sir.
Thanks for the long introduction, and good morning to everybody. The topic that I prepared for this seminar is in tune with the theme, that is world-based, village-based, then it grows into a mammoth kind of thinking and solution for the healing for the whole planet, and there will be better future for all of us. So therefore, now you see the global temperature is shooting up, and many times disproportionately, though it is 1 degree something average, but there are places showing 8 to 10 degrees and thousands of the world like that. So, and even you have seen that in the Australian forest, millions of animals perish, which is something irreparable, and it is the sin of the humans that this planet is burning. It's a sin. And therefore, whatever sacred place we go and seek atonement, ask for pardon, we will never be pardoned as a human race. So individually, try to get the pardon individually. I am also part of all this sin, like that. So, but try to be as conscious to come out of it. Just next one, please. Yeah. See, we are progressing, but see the footprints of progress. What is that? Rich in carbon. The more we progress, greater is the carbon accumulation, carbon dioxide, along with other greenhouse gases, which is drastically changing our climate. So, and moreover, destructive utilization of our natural resources. For example, huge sharks are caught mercilessly, the fins are cut live and used for, dried and used for soup. And the animal living, unable to swim, goes to the depth of the ocean dying, like that. So this is unparalleled cruelty that humans are doing, and it is very deeply paining to watch such things, and then how habitats are polluted very, very badly. And in India particularly, you see we are unable to give them fodder. Coastal areas, because coastal area is not a grassy area, but we have cows. So we have no pastures, but banks give loan for purchasing cattle, milk cattle. But the fodder has to come from upguards, like that. It is not working out. Economics fails there. So many cows are left out, especially in Uttara Kannada district. You find professing these things, still the carbon content of the air is going up. And whereas the ocean, what happens? Ocean absorbs, they are allowed. If they are simple thing, even primary school students can go in the rainy season, plant them wherever there is a sand heap, plant it. And those plants creeping on the sand, big contracts for spending millions or billions of rupees on protecting seashore. And it is very bad on shore ecology. On shore has lot of organisms. Many birds come and get a livelihood on the shore, like that. Next, please. So, yes, extreme wildfires I already spoke about. All these are areas prone to get and suffering wildfires year after year. So it gives the impression the planet is burning. Next. So, but what is the management solution? So one is, I told you that global problem, local remedy. So just look into not only world history, our own history. Our community history is such that we had strong traditions of nature conservation, strong traditions, and that too village community based solutions for conservation. Utilization is on one side, conservation is on the other side. See, everything we cannot conserve, people have to survive. So, protect some area and then utilize some other area, and then there will be sustainable utilization. All essential resources you get from protected areas, cultivated areas, including water, like that. So, next. And water knows no religion. In all religions, water is sacred. Water should not be sacred only in prayers. Water should be sacred in nature. You have to worship water, whichever be the religion one belongs to. The water should be sacred and source of water should be sacred. That is very, very critical. So what you call, what was in the olden days, the Tirtha Yatra. Tirtha Yatra is journey to the watershed. So in those days there were no artificial buildings and temples or other churches and mosques and all. People were going to the watershed, the source of water, and then worship. The whole water body is worshipped. The river is worshipped. The ponds are worshipped. Streams and springs, wherever they are, they were worshipped one time, world over. Understand? So, but they are not coming on their own. There is a protective shield for them in nature. Either they are the mountain full of ice like Kailas, from where many important rivers originate and feed India, Tibet, China, all those. No? So many rivers, the lifelines of this subcontinental areas beyond. Even in ancient Egypt, there was a crocodile god, Egyptian civilization, called Sobek. And crocodile god, when pharaohs are coronated, then crocodile god's blessing is required. Crocodile god of Nile river, personification of Nile as a crocodile god. When history was not written, that time also the water body worship was there. Water was having deities, and you also read in Mahabharata about the Yaksha story. Then the Kauravas, Pandavas and all wanted to enter a lake and take bath and swim and all that. The Yaksha comes, isn't it? And tell, don't enter that lake, it is pure thing. Don't do that. But they don't care. And all of them almost swoon or like that. And then Yudhishthira answers the questions of the Yaksha with respectfully. And then therefore they are all revived. So every water body was conserved by a water spirit. Understand? So here also, Uttara Kannada, they say there is a Chaudi in the well water. That is a Devi. Understand? So many of the local mother goddesses are associated with water bodies. Understand? So we should conserve not only the water body in a circumscribed area, but beyond that, a landscape which is contributing to that water body. Now, which has to be proved scientifically. Next. Yeah. So, this is also the United Nations decade for repairing the ecosystems, 2000 21 to 2030. But already 4 years are getting passed, and I don't see any sign of repairing ecosystems. But they are getting, their integrities are getting worse. So, yeah, next. Now, I was talking about the early communities, how they were living as children of forest, like that. Now see, for example, in the Western Ghats, so many tribes, Gaulis, Anbars, Irulas, Malekudiyas, then Soligas, Kodagu and all, no, Malekudiyas, all these, they were living as children of forest. Were they preserving all forest? No. They were cutting forest, burning forest. But they had their own territories. Each settlement, they will have certain area for burning and cultivating. And certain areas were left as primeval forest, not just 1 acre or half acre, but maybe 100 acres, 1,000 acres, like that, where live their gods, the forest gods. So, the pictures of that Kandara, you have seen the film, that's a conflict between the stock of this kind and with the modern people who are destroyers of these things. So, there is some theme there, a dense forest, and then the people who want to get to that land and then use the resources, land mafias. Next. So, these hunting-gathering tribes had traditions of conservation. See, every settlement, the British came, colonial, they became the masters of the Western Ghats, especially North Canada. But Dakshina Kannada was in Madras Presidency. Some system difference was there. Some privileges were given to the local people in the sacred groves and all that. So the Buddha is not a fearful thing. Early people to come and get possessed, but these people are afraid that if this is not done annually, there will be curse of the Buddhas. Understand? So every year one ritual is conducted, and the Buddha's territory is shrinking. Understand? From vast primeval forest, it is coming to small areas where there may be a well or a small water body. But when you go to the mountains, Western Ghats, they become the state forest. So where are those sacred forests of the pre-colonial and early colonial times? They merged with other forests, secondary forests. They lost their identity. But still, the tribal people living in the forest, they are the early settlers. They have their sacred places. Area. In between, there is a grassland. So, this is a landscape. Probably these grasslands, they were not genuine grasslands. They were made by shifting cultivators, cutting, burning, and cultivating, and then abandoned, which became fit for not only cattle grazing. Where is the grass otherwise for the villagers in the hill areas? This kind of area has to be protected as grassland. And where is the grazing area for wild animals of the forest? The boar or the deers or the other antelopes, all those, they have to also graze here. So, but there was a scheme in the forest department, grassy blank afforestation. Why this wasteland in the forest planted with acacia? In Kodagu it was done, in the such thing. Many places it was done. It was a very disastrous mistake for wildlife. So once wildlife not having grass to eat, fodder to eat, then they come into the villages. So today you see the conflict between human and wildlife. Elephant attack, for example, panther attack They are not getting prey in the forest. If you have healthy grassland, there will be a lot of prey for the wild animals. This thing, like a tiger and panther and such. So, Kalmaki reservoir. So, this is all the catchment from where water flows into the reservoir. If catchment is having healthy vegetation, the reservoir will have good water because heavy rains will be captured and soil will absorb and streams flow perennial. This part all has become Saravati Wildlife Sanctuary. So that is no more humans are allowed to cut or utilize the land for other purposes. So now what we did, when our team studied the vegetation all around, then one engineer with us, namely, is world. So you find these streams have endemic fishes more. Where the catchment is good, forest is good, then the streams have rare fishes more. Understand? So these catchments, high evergreen. But you look at these, how many species are endemic? Only 2 species are endemic here in these streams. And see the evergreen percentage, low evergreen forest, 0% run science. Understand? Usually fish is studied as fish in the stream water. No link is given to the, not only that, found in the western streams, 2 endangered fishes. Schistura nagodiensis, from Nagodi stream, first discovered in the world, Nagodi stream. Schistura of Saravati, Schistura nagodiensis, endangered species. Okay. Then Schistura saravatiensis, this one, first discovered from Saravati river. Now Puntius secondary forest. So you find evergreen and other things in a mosaic. In between all are villages, waterways, streams, all that. But in the heart of almost every village, there is some green forest. Now this is called Hale Sorab Khan. Like that, each of this green patch has a name called Khan. In 1868, the first Inspector General of Forest, Brandis, personally studied the Khan forests of Sorab. There were more than 100 Khans. Almost every big human settlement village had a Khan forest. And then there were other Kadu, which are ordinary forest, where you get Mati, Tari, Nandi, all such leaf shedding trees. But in the Khans, we found very gigantic trees, all evergreen, and there were lot of pepper climbers, wild pepper climbers, and then the surrounding villages, they used to have areas like this. No, some families are divided. They know from where to collect pepper. The villagers used to share that pepper. And if you see the Khans, these were part of nature gods. Mother goddess, father god. Every forest will have. Sometimes there will be tiger god called Hulidevaru, like that. So each village there may be different name. Only one father god and one mother god, goddess, like that. No. So, and this is a enlargement. So today these Khans are perishing because we have different faith. Our faith is also evolving. We don't want to worship gods in the wilderness, because why gods should be there in sunlight and heavy rains? Give them protection, like that. So the protection becomes bigger and bigger, and the forest is swallowed by mafia, timber mafia. And then you find ginger cultivation, encroachment, cotton cultivation, maize cultivation, all these. Next one, please. So, but when we studied those can forests, which were sacred groves, see, we found some species. See this one. This is a kind of ippe mara, Maduka, Dacia early name, Maduka bodiloni. This is, see, Maduka bodiloni was found in Travancore, south of Kerala, some 600 kilometers south, 500 to 600 kilometers south, by Bodilon in 1800s, British forester. Then later when Gamble wrote the flora, he quoted Bodilon. He could not see this tree. So felt it was extinct, but it was rediscovered in Kerala. But when we found in North Canara, hundreds of kilometers north of Travancore, we find Maduka bodiloni. And in my house compound, I have grown one, and it is almost across the height of my building. But I will leave it there. Whatever happens to my house doesn't matter. I want an endangered tree to be in my compound, though we don't get any fruit out of it. So it is Maduka bodiloni. See, these are fruits. And this is a patch of Dipterocarpus. Dipterocarpus indicus. It is these Dipterocarps are more in the equatorial forest, Asian equatorial forest, Southeast Asian, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei. You find forests of Dipterocarps. There are 400-500 species in that family. But we have few species in Western Ghats. We are not in the equator, but still in the Western Ghats we have those equatorial trees. They are found in the primary forests of Western Ghats. Understand? So the primary forests had the rainforests. They were rainforests. But today there remains, we have to look for where are the can forests, where are the gods found in the forest. Then we may find Dipterocarpus also, endangered tree. The IUCN says endangered species. Next one, please. Yeah. Now, this is a can forest in Sagar Taluk of Shimoga, where we entered. We were amazed to see, very lofty trees, evergreen, and all around desiccated land, grass and scrub. But one patch is evergreen. There is a small temple there, a shrine here. But early gods are all under the tree only. Later they made a shed also and promoted one of the deities and put in that. But the Adidevaru is here in a forest. But if you see, here is that forest patch. These are all secondary forests. This is that primary forest. These are all endemic and endangered species. And then there is a water body also associated. Next. These are all found in the remains of those old cans, especially in the Tirthalli. You find old cans today, most of it is under coffee plantation, but here and there you find some lofty trees like Dipterocarpus indicus, endangered, Calophyllum tomentosum, very beautiful towering tree in the Western Ghats. It's a sight to see such a tree. And it's a hardwood also. Next. Now, one more thing, we found another species called Syzygium travanguricum. This was also reported from Kerala, South Kerala, Travancore area, critically endangered, because after first discovery, then it was not found. Later it was found where even in Kasaragod and Calicut, close to Mangalore also, this Syzygium travanguricum was found, but in the sacred forest. Understand? And we found in Tirthalli Taluk, in Uttara Kannada district, where only in the sacred forest. So what does it show? It shows that this tree has continuous distribution along the water bodies, along the streams from here. And we went to Goa in April, May, and we found more number of Syzygium travanguricum in the Goa sacred groves, huge ones. So, showing that this is a tribute to the early people of the Western Ghats, early settlers. They cut forests, they cultivated, they lived as part of forest, but they protected forests also. Forests were protected, there was no forest department, but people protected forests, and wildlife was very rich. You know, when British came in the 1860s, in Uttara Kannada, every year they used to shoot 10-15 tigers and kill. Today, tiger is a premium life. To preserve one tiger to protect, we spend crores of rupees. The whole Karnataka does not have so many tigers that were killed once in Uttara Kannada district. Understand? As a nuisance, as a trophy, hunter's trophy, so that they can display the head on the wall and all that, or the clothes for fancy, like that. So, now where Syzygium travanguricum is there is water, perennial water. In summer also there is water. Next one, please. Now, we studied one forest, Dipterocarpus forest. See, this forest is mighty, all Dipterocarpus. It is called a can forest. It is called Karikan forest in Honnavar Taluk, Uttara Kannada. See, so we found this full of Dipterocarps, very large, 30, 40, 45 meters height, evergreen. But there is a temple also, deity, the Karikan Amma, the mother of the dark forest, is in this temple. But forest is not cut. Understand? This forest is an ideal example of pre-colonial conservation, and I have a paper with the late Dr. Donald Hughes, and that a journal printed this photo on the cover of that this thing from a journal from Cambridge. So later Donald Hughes and myself worked on few of the sacred groves, and we have also joined publication on sacred groves of the Mediterranean countries and Western Ghats, a comparison like that. Now what we did, our study didn't stop with the Dipterocarpus. How much it helps in watershed conservation. So we made a study. Next one. Yeah. See, we took two on the, this one is, yeah, that Karikanaman forest on the hilltop. That one is another forest in the same range called Sambegadde forest. Karikanaman forest, Sambegadde forest. But this is not a sacred forest. That's an ordinary forest, where secondary forest. This is a sacred forest. Okay, and this is the Sambegadde drainage, waterways. They dry up in the summer. This is the Karigan watershed, drainage basin. And here in Sambegadde, we took all these red marks are wells in the village down. So every month water level was measured. How many feet below water is there? In the village without sacred grove, and down in Bangaramaki village with sacred grove. So 10-12 wells were selected, monthly water monitoring, depth, at what depth water is seen. Next. So we found in the non-sacred grove village, the wells in summer deeper, watershed is at a deeper level, and see, this is Sacred Grove village, even in April, May, the water is within few feet. And here, water is at a deeper level. Soil moisture was studied. In the Karikan village area, the moisture is higher compared to the other one. Next. So, even in the month of May, the Bangarmaki village below Karikan forest, Karikan Amman forest, this is the water bodies in their agricultural farms, and 99% of the cultivation is tota, garden cultivation. The farmers make several times more money than in the Karikan village, where half-starving people struggle for water. Same rainfall, same range of hills, but the land use, how it is telling upon the economy and welfare of the people. So this is to be thought of while doing forest management, or if you want to repair the land, then we have to gradually, through ecological succession, we have to get back the lost woods. Next one, please. Yeah, see, this is the horticultural land, which farmers here, rainy season, paddy, most of the cultivation, rainy season, paddy, and that with this kind of rains, they lost, uncertain. Next. See, if good forest means that good porous soil full of roots, holes, water holding capacity is high, this absorbs water like a sponge, and then so streams flow perennially. Usually in sacred groves and all that, no, you see Subramania temple, behind is Kumaradhara river. You just see the behind the temple, there is a grove. You can take photograph of the temple, you find a rich grove. But we, the civilized people, don't go to that grove and see where Kumaradhara river is flowing. We go to the temple, pray the God. The God has come from the mountain behind and installed in the temple. The Malakudiyas worship in the grove. It is their traditional deity. Adi Devaru is there. Next. So, yeah. Next. Now, sacred groves shelter more threatened species. These all green are sacred grove samples. Sacred grove, non-sacred grove. Sacred grove, non-sacred grove. Pairs of forests were studied. So you find sacred groves have more, endemic and threatened species, critically endangered. They are found more in the greens than in the whites. This comparative study shows the value of those sacred groves. I call it sacred groves, our team calls sacred grove, but for government it is just a forest. Next. Yeah. So, people are to be partners in biodiversity management. Leaving people, there cannot be biodiversity management. Next. Now, for example, if you take the Indian cattle, we have so many breeds of cattle, like Dugdi, Ongo, Red Sindhi, like that. No, there are so many breeds of cattle in India. Whereas in the America, Canada, Western countries, or the other Australia, you find only very few breeds, and they are all hybrid breeds. Huge ones yield factory like milk and more slaughtered for meat. Next. See what happened some years back, continuously mad cow disease came. So that's called bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Millions of cows started dying in US and Canada, and not only that, there are rare cases of people getting that disease, and those people also die like that. So the beef market in Europe, people refuse to purchase that in Australia and all that. No, because not in Australia, in Brazil also, which is a production center. So now those people started looking at Indian breeds. They were ready to pay crores of rupees for one bull for crossbreeding. Crores of rupees, because the Indian breeds are resistant to this mad cow disease, which killed millions of cattle in Europe and US. Next. So, say Gir, Kangaraj, Pongol, these have good resistance, and these breeds are much in demand in the Western countries and South American areas where cattle farms are there. They are ready to pay crores of rupees, but now the Biodiversity Act comes in the way. We cannot indiscriminately sell the gene bank from this country. A price has to be fixed. Each cow is fixed crores of rupees today. But we are losing that wealth. So our cattle are dying due to drought, lack of water. Next. Now, we did a lot of studies in Aganashni River. Where is it? In Aganashni estuary is in Kumta. And this year, this World Wetland Day, Aganashni estuary got international status as Ramsar site. When I look at these rivers, Sida Nadi or the Kundapur rivers and all, they are equally good, but very little studies. Very little ecological studies. So what happens? We studied the mangroves, we mapped the mangroves, where mangroves are there, where potential areas are there. We studied the clams, bivalves, we studied the fish. Our team, not myself, we only just coordinate and talk like that. But our team studies. Whenever an expert comes, like a student, inquisitive student comes to our group, that we are interested in doing a PhD or something like that. They register in their university, but they want a work area. So we give some topic and high tide comes, fresh water comes from one side and they mingle. So it's a very dynamic system. Salinity also keeps on varying. In that, towards the river mouth, we have high salinity fish. Then middle and like that. No, there are gradations like that. So this paper is also, you can see in the current science, fish in relation to the salinity gradients. We found nearly 75 species of fish in that. Next one. So 76 plus. 14 species are high salinity. 76 plus species totally. 14 are high salinity and marine and high salinity. 25 species are marine and estuarine. They are also equally happy in estuary like that. So this all dynamic system like that, and so it has. See, one thing is to be noted: the estuaries are the nurseries for marine fish, for a number of marine fish, and most of the prawns which are sold in hundreds of crore rupees from our coast. The big prawn lay eggs in the ocean, but the juveniles in millions or billions come into the estuary as a feeding ground. They become big. When they are big, they go to the ocean. So the estuaries are supporting part of the life cycle of the marine fish. So this is one of the criteria for evaluating Ramsar site. Is it supporting any life cycle stages? Yes, because we got studies. Because of so many studies, Aganashni got Ramsar Site Award, whereas the sister river Sharavati is in deep trouble because it's already, with less studies, it is given to a port. The fishermen objected. They went on strike. They were beaten by police. They were put behind bars. So I tell Sharavati in jail and Aganashni gone international. So, because same fate, if you don't see our rivers in Udupi or Dakshina Kannada district as assets, scientifically study them, evaluate them, we are going to lose them. They will be lost to port. All the river mouths are being earmarked for building ports. Because scientists, if we, or the students, if we are mum about it, we are going to lose them. And that will affect adversely marine fishery also. Next one. Yeah. Bivalves were studied, 8 species. Edible bivalves were there in the Aganashni estuary. It was yielding 2008. A clam specialist came in our team. We were, that Aganashni estuary was producing 18,000 tons of clam, bivalves. And today, not today, till 2 years ago, Kundapur was sending bivalves to Kumta. One shell costing 2 rupees. Cheaper means 1 rupee 50 paisa. Whereas 18,000 tons, and it was yielded in Aganashni, it was flowing to Goa, truckloads, to be a prime dish in the star hotels at exaggerated prices. Understand, as a delicacy. And here it used to be a poor man's food, but exploited with non-sustainably and lost. But today it is recovering and it is picking up with the Ramsar site. Definitely it has more future. And the other day we conducted a program in the school and fishermen's children were there. We took them to the estuary and they said they were looking at a bivalve collection. I asked some little girls, do you also collect these shellfish? Yes, when we are free we collect. This is a non-specialized fishery. You want food, just to go with a small bucket, enter into the mud flat. Pick up 1 bucket full. She said, how much you collect 1 bucket full? How much you get? This shop, 200 rupees for 1 bucket. So her spare time, on allotted, she gets 200 rupees self and support her studentship also. Elders, she said, elder women get 2 buckets, 3 buckets in the allotted. So it is family nutritional security. And secondly, it is it can be sold for a good price. Next. Yeah. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Next. Is the ecosystem restoration decade. Next. Yeah. So these principles I have already spoke. When a forest increases, more evergreen forest, you find more endemics also among the trees. Next. Yeah. But when there is fire in the forest, the endemic species crash. Understand? Where there is no fire, you get more endemic species. These are fire tolerant trees. With the crocodile bark, the mati tree, terminaria. Yes. Yeah. See, we also studied swan forest. It's called Kakalakan forest. Yeah. These all full of dipterocarps and endemic trees. Veristica, wild nutmegs. Wild nutmegs you get in South America, Brazilian Amazon forest, then some Congo forest, then we get in Western Ghat, then we get in Papua New Guinea, Australia, close to islands. But how there is such a isolated distribution separated by vast oceans? Because this is a very ancient family, nutmeg family, Jaikai family. Our Jaikai comes from New Guinea, and we are raising it. So, this, when before Gondwana land split and became pieces of the earth, Jaikai family came on the earth, and so each piece carried ancestors of our nutmeg family. And so we have got in the Western Ghat. Most of them are critically endangered, and they grow with the dipterocarps and all. Next. Yeah. So, yeah. And here, a swamp forest, when frog expert, 35 species of frogs were listed. From just 2 square kilometer area, 35 species of frogs. And bulk of them are endangered. There are critically endangered, vulnerable, endangered, data deficient, all in such a small area. You know the area of Maharashtra, a few kilometer area. The water bodies and swamps alone have 25 species of amphibians. Just imagine the richness. So such areas we are losing. This is the last slide. So this is showing. See. Total, if you evaluate how much carbon there in the biomass, 50% of biomass, we find it is less, up to 60, 70%, 80%, something. Yeah. But when you go to high level of evergreen, you see the carbon content is high, like in the biomass. So, to have more carbon sequestration, we need more biomass, more evergreen forests. So, and also more endemics also we get. More endemics also you find. So, conservation value of trees also increase when a forest is more evergreen. Understand? So, multiple purpose. So, when you look at the sacred groves which are getting lost, we are very sorry that we are losing the carbon sequestration power of the forest. We are contributing to climate change by blindly tackling with our forests. So, yes. Next. So much of good time. Maybe I can short it beyond the time limits given also. Anyway, it was a pleasure to be present and sharing this. It is all studied by several. I am only a presenter. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a very important question. So, you see, forest fire is there where the forest is more division, right? So, if the climate favors, if the rainfall is good enough, start with the evergreens plant in between. So, there are two types of evergreens. One, taller evergreen. Suppose Harebana. You know Harebana, Saptapatini, Alstonia scolaris. That's a more taller evergreen. Such species you plant. There are some trees which come in the open, but evergreen. So they will not be harmed much by small fires. So wherever there is a fireproof area, raise evergreen. And so gradually, when the forest gets shaded, introduce more shade-loving species. So what is destroyed through hundreds of years has to be created at least through dozens of years. That much dedication we should have. But a planned forest, which we have given certain suggestions to our forest department, what to be planted in which stage of evergreen forest. We cannot plant a dipterocarpus from 100% evergreen in a 10% evergreen forest. That will desiccate and die. The heat it will die. So which are tolerant species? That if there is a program like that, we can definitely help in giving the list of species what is suitable for planting in different kinds of forest or arid areas. It is a good question.
Related to green walls, can we say the mangroves has a green wall to protect our coast against natural hazards? So because of sea erosion, sea level will increase. So does it affect mangroves?
Mangroves.
Mangroves. Can we say that has green walls?
No, mangroves are not on the seashore. Mangroves are estuarine. So, estuarine area, you see the mangroves full of entanglement of roots. So, they trap the sediments coming from the land. They trap the sediment coming by the waves, by the high tide. And then they build up the land. And then they advance. So they give more security to the land from mangroves. But if you are talking about green walls on the seashore, there is a gradation. You have the creepers, herbs and all, which are found characteristically in the sea beach. First to raise them, where that's beyond the high tide. If you plant it within the high tide, then they will perish. But beyond the high tide, plant and protect it, or area protect, so that people do not tamper with it, walk. That's a human pressure. And then just coming to that, raise pandanus. You know, pandanus again has three roots. It's not a mangrove, but dense growth of pandanus definitely can advance the seashore. It can stop the attack from the sea naturally. So, and pandanus calophyllum in the background of pandanus, there is calophyllum trees, what you call manema, sundarma. It's also economically important. The sea gives oil. It is possible. It's a low cost compared to the millions of rupees spent on putting stones and destroying. Why not spend a small amount and give employment to the people? And the pandanus leaves is a raw material for fiber, for making mats, fancy articles, can give this thing, employment. And also pandanus itself shelters many coastal animals. Understand? So it increases biodiversity all over biodiversity. The flowers are sold in the market. KK flowers.
Good morning, sir. So my question is on the subject of oceans itself. It's on how can we preserve corals and can we regrow corals in any way?
It is the World Bank 2 years back had one project proposal for restoration of corals. It is not at all easy. But thank you for all good questions and all everything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This session has not only enriched our understanding, but has also inspired us to strive for excellence in our endeavors. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our esteemed keynote addresser for his insightful presentation and thought-provoking contribution. We are truly grateful for your valuable insights. It is my pleasure to extend a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker for his invaluable contribution. In recognition of his dedication and expertise, we have prepared a special memento to express our gratitude. I request Professor Arun Kumar B, HOD of Chemistry, to present the memento of gratitude to Dr. Subhash. Thank you, sir. As we draw near to the end of this enlightening session, I would like to take a moment to thank the audience for your presence and unwavering dedication. We're truly grateful for having you here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all to proceed for a tea break, which is arranged in the corridor. So we'll begin the next session by 12. So I request you to please go to the corridor for tea break. Thank you.
Prasanna Diety Lobo, and I am extremely honored to be the master of ceremony of this momentous session. I wholeheartedly welcome you all to the National Seminar BIOSEM 2024. Your presence adds immense value to our session. Throughout the session, we have the privilege of hearing from one of the brightest minds in our. My pleasure to introduce our chief guest, speaker of the day, Dr. Sanil Kumar, a beacon of academic excellence, a diligent visionary scholar, an eminent speaker whose insightful and perceptive work exemplifies a dedication to knowledge and discovery. Dr. M.G. Sanil Kumar epitomizes the spirit of a relentless pursuit of knowledge and scholarly achievement. With a distinguished academic record and an unwavering commitment of research, he stands as a testament to transformative power of education. Dr. Sanil has completed his post-graduation from botany from the Mahatma Gandhi University in Kerala in the year 2000. He has over 16 years of research experience in various aspects of marine and freshwater flora. He defended his PhD in the year 2009 on the topic microalgae in southwest coast of India. From the Department of Marine Biology, Microbiology and Biochemistry, from the Faculty of Marine Biosciences at Cochin University of Science and Technology. Such a brilliant and visionary resourceful candidate Dr. Sanil is. Dr. Sanil brings wealth and knowledge and insights to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a huge round of applause as we welcome Dr. Sanil Kumar to the stage. I request Ishwar Bhatt sir, Professor of Zoology Department, to florally welcome our speaker, Dr. Sanil Kumar. Thank you, sir. Moving towards Dr. Sanil Kumar's professional and teaching involvements, he has over 11 years of teaching experience in the post-graduation level in Research Department of Botany at SNM College, Malyankara, and 5 years of PG research training experience during his research period in Department of Marine Biology at the Cochin University. Dr. Sanil Kumar has also worked as an assistant professor under research guide at Mahatma Gandhi University, educating many students under his guidance. He was the principal investigator at the major research project at KSC-TSC that was on investigations of algal blooms in central Kerala from the year 2016 to 2019. He is also the chairperson of UG Board of Studies in Botany in Mahatma Gandhi University, and also he has served as the member of PG Board of Studies in Botany at Mahatma Gandhi University from the year 2016 to 2019. Presently, he is working as the head at DST FIST Research Department of Botany at SM College, Malyankara, Ernakulam. Diving into his research career, his area of interest lies in phycology and aquatic botany. He has 16 years of research experience in brackish and marine microalgae and blooms, and also in the topic aquatic and wetland microphytes. And presently, he has 4 full-time research scholars pursuing PhD under him. His expertise lies in various ecological sampling methods used in aquatic ecosystem, also in analytical instruments. He has participated into an open sea research expedition on board with FORV Sagar Sampada under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, along the west coast of India. He has served as a research assistant in the Board of Ecological Sciences, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and analyzed the riparian vegetation of Sharavati River Basin in Shimoga district of Karnataka during 2001 to 2002. He has attended more than 8 international training programs and seminars, one of which was where he participated and presented a paper in Partnership Development Workshop on industrial utilization of indigenous rapid growing algae under the UK India Educational and Research Initiative held at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam in January 2022. He has also participated and presented papers in 23 national seminars across India, one of which was the paper presented and entitled the topic Impact of Flood on Microalgae Along the Lower Reaches of Periyar and Chalakudi Rivers at the 31st Kerala Science Congress meet held at Fatima Mata College, Kollam in 2019. He has also participated in various seminars as a resource person. He has achieved the life membership of some associations, namely the Marine Biological Association of India, Society of Marine Biologists, and the Indian Science Congress. Dr. Sanil has around 52 publications in the national and international arena. His famous articles include Algae, the world's most important plants, and the International Years of Plant Health. For his exceptional work in the field of marine botany, he has been awarded a certain times. He has been the recipient of Young Scientist Award at the 3rd Kerala Environment Congress 2007 for the best paper presentation held at Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, India. Yes. Now it's time to hear from Dr. Sanil Kumar himself. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Okay. Clear. So very good morning, respected dignitaries, delegates, and my dear friends. Very happy to be here because associating with giants like Subhash Chandran sir, Basarajappa sir, Rajagopal sir, then Arvind sir, and many of the veterans are sitting in front of me. And of course, my beloved in the sense, friend, philosopher, guide, whatever you can say, Ishra Bhatt sir and Yogesh sir. So thank you for inviting here. And let me present before you about the functions and values of wetlands, a special reference to microalgae and macrophytes. So I have divided my presentation into 4 segments. The first segment include a brief significance or introductory part of wetlands. The second one is a case study we have undertaken regarding microalgae. The third one, another case study on macrophytes. And if time permits, I will go through a glimpses of what has happened in the flood during 2018. So I have given 1 hour 50 minutes. I will take 1 hour only. So let me start. Next one, please. So this is a photograph in front of my courtyard. So I am living on the fringes of a wetland. Okay, so wetland, just you recollect wetland as the land which is wet, simply like that, or the soil which is saturated with water, it may be a wetland. Any aquatic system except open sea is a wetland, like that. But in Ramsar, Ramsar is a city in Iran, where in 1971 a conference, an international conference was held. The theme of that conference was aquatic birds, or waterfalls. So very veteran scientists from all over the world participated there in February 2nd February 1971. So they made a deliberation that if the waterfalls are to be protected, their habitat are to be protected first. So the habitat of waterfall is nothing but the wetlands or aquatic system. So then that treaty came into force in 1975, and in 1971 this treaty has begun. So they describe or they define wetland as areas of marsh, and all these terms are just like Western terms. Anyway, marshy land. Whether it is natural or artificial, static or flowing water like lentic or lotic ecosystem. The important thing, all water systems, fresh, brackish, including sea, that is the important thing, in which the low tide does not exceed 6 meters. During the low tide, the sea will go inside, and at that point, 6 meter depth is a very high, very depth of water. So entire continental shelf region or entire Neotic system or coastal ecosystem will be covering in wetlands. Next one, please. So what is the important, or what are the importance? Yesterday, in the past, in the ancient time, it has influenced the development of human civilization. So when you analyze the civilization, just like Mesopotamia, Meso means in between, Potamo means river, in between 2 rivers, that is Euphrates and Tigris. So that was the first civilization. And in India, that is Ganges Valley civilization. So all these civilizations has formed on the banks of rivers, so influenced the development of human societies then. They have produced and preserved many of the fossil fuels that we are using today. So actually in the Paleozoic or the ancient past, the land or the earth is just like as a marshy land. So all the animals or plants, whatever, are lived in the past, are buried under these marshy soils and put it there, and we are using the fossil fuels, or we are using the crude oil because of the virtue of that fossilized plants. So these are submerged in wetlands in the past, and at present provide staple food, that is fish and rice, for more than half of the human civilization. Next one, please. So the functions of wetland, see, we can call it as biological supermarkets. Why it is so? See, this is one among the Earth's most productive ecosystem. Apart from, as Subhash sir said, the tropical evergreen ecosystem, this comes next. Most productive ecosystem. It has rich biodiversity, extensive food web. So many food web we can see in this aquatic system, and most important or more important, about 20% of non-life is inhabiting in wetlands. So these are few factors why we call wetlands as biological supermarkets. Then the next thing is we can also call it as kidneys of landscape. Kidneys, you know, the filtering organ of our human body. So what they are doing, wetlands are doing, see, they recharge groundwater, then they control flood. See, wetland act as a bowl, just like this, as a bowl or a cup like that. If the torrential rain happens, the entire water is being stored in that cup or bowl, and the excess water or the overflow water is spread into the land area. So what happened nowadays, because as Subhash sir pointed out, all the urban wetlands are reclaimed in the so-called development. So the city of Chennai, once known as the city of urban lakes, and the source Hyderabad, even as 1 or 2 hours of raining, the entire city will be flooded. So why it is so? Because the bowl activity or the wetlands are vanished. So it controls flood. Then of course they supply water and maintain water quality. Next one, please. Then there are 5 types of wetlands. First one is estuary. Estuary, you know, where the river and sea meets. Then marine, entire coastal area comes under marine. Then river and river systems. Then pole-strain and locust-strain. This is some of the last one is still water ecosystem. These are the 5 major types of wetlands. Next one, please. So some examples of these type of wetlands. This is a salt marsh coming under the estuarine part. Next one, please. This is riparian vegetation or riverside vegetation. Actually, this photograph is taken from your part only, from the banks of Sharavati River. It's a tributary of Sharavati River when I walked here with way back in 2002. So you can see this is a transitional zone between land and water. The vegetation itself is a good spawning ground for several types of fishes and fauna. This next one, please. This is a coal land. Coal land is it's a peculiar type of wetland in Kerala, especially in the central part of Kerala. Here, the 6th month, the entire 6 month is been inundated with rainwater. So a lot of alluvium has been collected from as the land recharge from the forest. It has been collected there and settled there. And the next 6 months after receding water, a crop has been, a paddy cultivation has been going on here. So this is a part of Vembanad coal, Ramsar site. Next one, please. This is another one, a swamp. Swamp, it is a submerged, it's a small forest with water. Next one, please. This is marsh. Grasses are predominant here. Next one, please. This is bog. It is a highly acidic one, seen in temperate countries. Next one, please. Then about Ramsar, it's an international treaty. It's a signed treaty. We can say it's one and only global environmental treaty that deals with a particular environment or particular ecosystem, that is wetland. So here, adopted in Iran CT 71 and came in force in 1975. India also, there are 172 nations signed in this treaty. India also signed in 1982. Then the Prime Minister of India was Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Then Here the headquarters is Gland, Switzerland. February 2nd, as I said earlier, the first conference was held in 2nd February 71. The India signed in 82. Next one, please. So Ramsar sites is nothing but internationally acclaimed or wetlands with the international importance. So declaration of a wetland as a Ramsar site is not an easy task. There are several criteria has to be met or how to be met. Then only the Ramsar Convention will declare a wetland as an international wetlands or wetlands of international importance or a Ramsar sites. Luckily, you have, Karnataka people last February, 3 more wetlands are claimed as Ramsar sites. Before that, one in 2002, that is Bithar like that. Next one, please. So this is a statistic sum. See, 172 countries. Then we have altogether around the world 2,513 wetlands spreading over a million hectares of 257. India, we have now 80 such wetlands. The largest is Sundarban, and the second largest is from our state, that is Vembanad Call. We have only 3, that is declared way back in 2002. Then number of wetlands in Karnataka, it is 4. In Rangadapattu, it is declared in 2022, if I am correct. Then Magadi Kere, I am correct, if I am correct, Kere. Yeah. Then Anga Samudra bird conservation, and Aganashri, the person is sitting in front of me. So these 4 wetlands are Ramsar site wetlands in Karnataka. Next one, please. Then the world's first wetland, such wetland is Coburg Peninsula in Australia, that is 74. And largest are Rio Negro in Brazil, then Giritamba in Congo, and Cunard Gulf in Canada. The countries with most such type of wetlands, with UK 175, and a small country in the tip of America, US, that is Mexico, with 142 such wetland systems. Next one, please. So this is the photograph of Giritamba. It's a tributary of river Amazon. Next one, please. This is Giritamba. You can see this is the sustainable way of living. A typical example. See, the huts are made in poles, just in poles. Next one, please. This is a heaven of waterfalls, Cunard Gulf. These 3 are the largest wetlands in the world. Next one, please. So my first part is over. The second part is dealing with microphytes or algae. See, algae, or simply we can say phytoplankton like that. It's a lowest group of plants with chlorophyll. Botany students may be knowing that. It has a wide range of size, less than 2 micron to more than 70 meter. Just like seaweeds are coming under algae. The very minuscule phytoplankton species also coming under algae. So these are some of the photographs which I have taken from my own students' PhD thesis. See, these are some of the algae, just to show you, that's all. Next one, please. So I am going to deal with this phenomena, only this phenomena. So you can see the color of seawater. It is green. Normally, the seawater is not at all green. Next one, please. Just click. Just click. You can see the color of water. Next one, please. Again, another photograph. Please. So this is the actual color of sea at that time. Next one, please. So here, algal bloom, shore invertebrate mortality, another factor. Then toxicity to human. See, some of the blooms, there are 4 major types, I will come into that. Some of the blooms are toxic in nature. And frankly speaking, around 300 people die annually by the consumption of contaminated shellfishes and finfishes affected by algal blooms all over the world. Luckily, not in India. The Florida coast is the most effective coast. So this is algal bloom. Next one, please. So these are different photographs provided by NOAA, that is National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, US. See, harmful algae, say algal blooms, I will show you. See, involving multiple species, different classes of algae in wide range of habitats like lakes to oceans. Wherever water, there is a chance of algal bloom. Temple ponds in the summer season will be turned into dark green in color. It is simply algal bloom. Next one. This is an open ocean bloom. So you can see the color. Next one. Some more photographs. Next one, please. So the color, intensity, endurance, and impact, depending upon the nature of bloom species, which type of species bloom there, then the intensity cell in how much the cells they are producing there or reproducing there, then the agent state of sea. Agent state of sea, it is not agent state of sea or whatever, what aquatic system, it is nothing but the surrounding environmental characteristics, or each and every species has its own specific requirements. So if that particular species meet that particular requirements, definitely it will bloom. That is the science. Next one, please. This is a symbol. This is swimming in the bloom. It is a photograph from Japan. Published. I mean, it is there in Hindu Daily. Next one, please. So here, 4 types of blooms are there. The first one is the species which cause mere discoloration, water discoloration alone. Actually, this is a feast. This is a feast to marine organisms. You have heard about the word mud bank. Mud bank. In Malayalam it is chagara. I don't know in Kannada what it is, but it is a good catch of fish like that, mud bank. Mud bank is nothing but when a beneficial bloom happens, algal bloom happens, so there may be millions of cells. It's a feast to marine organism. It's a feast to zooplankton. So to eat this phytoplankton or this bloom, enormous number of zooplankton will come over there, and to eat this zooplankton, small fishes will come there. To eat this small fish, big fishes come there. So this type of activity is going on there. So what will the end result is? The fishermen will get a good catch because the water will be in a shallow lakes. The seawater will be just like a shallow lake, and so many fishes will be there. It is primarily produced by a bloom. That is a freshwater. I mean, this what you call as a beneficial bloom. And the second type is which is non-toxic to human but harmful to filter feeding organisms. Three ways it is possible, because as I said, enormous number of millions of number of cells are reproducing there or dividing there. So there is a turbid nature in the aquatic system. So it will often choke the gills of fishes. So suffocation will be happen and it may die off. Then the other second thing is during daytime, the photosynthesis is definitely taking place, and also the respiration. So hypothetically we can say 10 oxygen is been produced as per photosynthesis. Out of 10, 6 is been used for their own respiration, and rest is 4. So during the night time there is no photosynthesis, but again this 6 is needed for their own respiration. So there is a deficit of 2. So again the suffocation taking place, then fishes will die. Then the third and most important thing is during the crash of bloom or the end of bloom, the decomposition, oxygenic decomposition requires enormous amount of oxygen. That also depletes the oxygen level of aquatic system. That also harm to fishes and other marine fauna. So this is the second one. And the third one is the species which produce toxin causing illness to human through aerosols. Suppose, or we can imagine a toxic bloom. See, toxic bloom is very rare. The toxin is a secondary metabolite, you know. And if it happens, just you imagine, it is in the open sea, or it is in the open sea, and the toxin is carried through the winds from the sea to the coast. And that will, the aerosols, you know, the air packets, it will also collect the toxin substances and hit on the coastal side. We will also get affected just like diarrhea, dizziness, or like that. And the fourth one, that is some species which produce toxin, and human also affect through seafoods. So this is happening not in India. This is happening, as I said, nearly 300 people die annually by consuming the contaminated shellfishes and finfishes. Next one, please. So these are some of the case studies we have undertaken. I just go through the slides. See, this is a beneficial bloom way back in 2006. just see the species name is Cosinodus because you just neglect the name of species, you can see. And this is very important. This is the physicochemical variables during that time of bloom. We can call it as a fingerprint. It is nothing but, see, if these type of physicochemical variables will be there, and if this present, when this is the aquatic system or the character is there in an aquatic system, and if this species will be there, there is a chance of blooming, or vice versa. If you find this particular species wherever, and you can say, this physical chemical variables come together or come there, this species will bloom like that. It is just vice versa. Next one, please. So the first one was a beneficial bloom. See, this is a multiple bloom, around 5 species together. It was in the coast of Udupi. Next one, please. Again, this is a freshwater bloom in Chalakudi River, freshwater bloom. Next one. This is an open sea bloom on board FORV Sagar Sambada. This is from Mangalore coast. Next one, please. Again, from northern part, Kasaragod. This is not beneficial, not harmful, but you can see the species here. Next one. This is the SEM image, ESEM image of Rhizosolia species, 2014. Next one, please. So you can see some red colors. You can see this is the map of India. See, this red color indicates the hike of chlorophyll A. So the red color, if there is red color in satellite imagery, you can say that is the chlorophyll A amount will be greater than 10 micrograms per liter. 10 micrograms per liter. That means if an accumulation of chlorophyll A will be there, definitely there is a chance of bloom because chlorophyll A only increases when this algae will be there. I mean, high amount of algae will be there. Next one, please. This is another one from Kodungaluri, our own area. Next one. You can see entire peninsular India has been ready at that time. Next one. Another important thing, this is, you can see just horn-like things. This will happen to be the second type of bloom. It will, if it was worst, no, it was not very prolonged for 5 days. Also from Mangalore coast. Next one. And this is from Malabar coast. See, this is the normal color of seawater. You can see a coffee brown color, not coffee brown, but a light brown color. This is the species behind it. You can see this is mullet, very edible, very tasty edible fish, I should say. See, you can see clay-like cells are there, chopped the gills, and the fishes were, so many fish gills were there because only due to the choking of gills, due to suffocation they died. Next one. So in that case it was only few fishes were died, but see the same species in Australia, cage fisheries were affected, millions of tons of cage fisheries affected, and a very huge loss was there in 2016 or like that. Next one, please. So that means why I am saying so is not all blooms in all geographical area will not produce toxins or will not produce any harmful effects. It is depending upon the state of that particular water. This is another beneficial bloom, Fragile. See, this is an indication of sardine fishes. Sardine. If this particular species bloom there, definitely there will be a good catch of or a good shoal of sardine. This was happened in 2013. Next one, off Kannur, again Malabar coast. This is from Kollam and the southern part of Kerala. You can see the species. Another one which has happened in central part of Kerala. This is a reservoir. You can see the color of reservoir water, bluish green. Next one, please. Here is the species. This is Microcystis aeruginosa species. This is a potent toxin producing. If you in some temple ponds, this also happened. And if you lot of itching will be there. That is due to the presence of microcystin, a toxin inside this particular species. Next one, please. So these are the monitoring tools. There are conventional methods. Conventional method for algal blooms, just like you make a rapport with local peoples, local residents along the coastal area. That is the first thing. So because these fishermen are going to sea for their daily livelihood, so that they know what is the state of sea there. And there are so many advanced features, remote sensing. See, many of our ocean satellites, the NASA also operating so many satellites, like MODIS Akka, MODIS Terra, all are watching this Earth's surface, especially the ocean surfaces. And if they find anything, they will report. INCOIS, that is International Center for Ocean Information Services, NRS, National Remote Sensing Agency, they are all giving the data regarding algal blooms day by day. Then of course, liquid chromatography, so and so, very things. See, the last one is very important. CRISPR-Cas, that is the gene editing tool, is also been employed for the identification of harmful algal species nowadays from 2 to 3 years. So algae are simply, see, food for freshwater and marine fauna, food for human being. Many of algae in Goa, you can see some sort of salads are making from algae, fodder for poultry and cattle, source of medicines, vitamins, agar, iodine, then as fertilizer, then manufacture of paper. See, nitrogen fixation, it is very important. See, in the entire North Atlantic Ocean, the half of that nitrogen requirement in the entire North Atlantic Ocean is being given by the periodical bloom of trichodesmium, that is a blue-green algal bloom. So every year this bloom happens, and every year this much of nitrogen is being stored there in the North Atlantic alone. And of course, from our point of view, single cell protein, because single cell protein, you know, 1 day's diet, 1 capsule or 1 tablet is enough for our 1 day's diet. There is no dosha for our breakfast, there is no meals for our lunch. In the future, it may not happen, but the alternate food is just a capsule. Just a capsule is enough for our 1 day's diet. So single cell protein is predominantly making from algae, just like spirulina, chloral, like that. You know, astronauts are taking this capsule for their living in the space. So these are the important. So that's why the algae are called as world's most important plants. All the plants are important, but algae is termed as the world's most important plants. Next one. So half an hour remaining, isn't sir? Anyway, this is the third part, coal lands of Kerala. See, coal lands, this is a saucer-shaped land, about 0.5 to 1 meter below the mean sea level. This is from the central part, and the important thing is, or the significant thing is, a bumper yield under favorable condition or total loss in the case of breaching. So for agriculture, for the purpose of agriculture, what they are making is some earthen or mud, bunds are made up of mud. It will be there to protect water. So as I said, lot of alluvium has been collected, and so natural or manures are there. So there is no need of chemical fertilizers for paddy cultivation in this particular area. So, but the thing is, if the bund is broken, in some cases breaches, the entire loss of the paddy. And it is not broken, it will give a bumper crop. So in Malayalam, Koladikia means it's just like a lottery or a bumper. So in here, the thing, you know, see, 4 to 5 tons rice per hectare it is giving as part of when compared to the normal paddy fields. So this is very fertile area in our central part of Kerala. Next one, please. So this is a part of Ramsar site, that is Vembanal Coal Ramsar sites. It's a seasonal floodplain wetland. That means 6 months it is inundated with rainwater, and another 6 months for paddy cultivation. Next one, please. Then wetland associated plants. There are so many importance. See, I'm not going through this. Next one, please. See, we can just divide, simply divide macrophytes or aquatic macrophytes into 2 categories. The first one as weeds, weed plants. The second one as beneficial as medicinal plants. Next one. So this is the world's worst weed, Salvinia. This is the first wave of bird infestation in India. Next one. And together with a cypress, a reed plant, Cypress cephalotus, you can see this is a reed plant, Cyperaceae family. So this plant is growing in attaching or as a parasite on this, not a parasite, is attached with this particular Salvinia and forming a sud. Sud is nothing but a thick mat of aquatic floating, a thick mat of that is on the surface of an aquatic system. Even we can stand upon that, it will not float, it will not sink. So that type of matters they are be making. So when the water recedes during the time of cultivation, this entire thing will settle down. So enormous amount of labor will be there to remove this thing from the paddy field. Next one. This is a very beautiful plant, but it's exotic. Second wave of weed infestation, Eichhornia crassipus. Next one. And this is the third wave that is Ipome, morning bush glory. This is a weed plant, definitely this is a weed plant, but another aspect is, this is Channa Marulis. I don't know what is Channa Marulis. In Malayalam, I don't know. Anyway, it's a good edible fish. So this area is been created for, using this particular fish as their spawning ground, breeding and spawning ground. Next one. And this is the fourth wave of weed infestation. Again, a good looking plant, but it's a menace. See, you can see the flower, a good limnocaris. Next one. See, the invasion is very fast. Within 2-3 months, the entire area will be invaded by this particular weed plant. And this is often resistant to so many chemical weedicides also. Resistant to weedicides also. You can see the root system very, very wide. The diameter is very, very wide, and we cannot pluck it back because only these fishes will breed inside some caves, caves like see some holes. They will. It's a catfish, so it will make some holes into the roots of the stilt roots of this pandanus plant, and if we can pluck it. Like warmly, see, transmitted through mouth. There is no written records are there. So we have to keep it there as a record. So what we have to do is you just write down and do some scientific analysis and send them to them. So IPR also there. Some IPR number will also give by CSIR authorities preventing. See, you heard about our Cucuma longa. It has gone for a while. Then we have taken back due to the records we had in our ancient books. So this sort of activities to be carried out, to know the local knowledges, to know the vernacular knowledges and keep it as a record. So next one. Again, the other part is with this plant. You can see slightly the water is coming up. Next one. Not to see the house, you can see the height, 3 meter height from the road itself. You can see this is the height, and from the road to the wetland again 3 meter. So 6 meter height is there from the wetland to that particular courtyard. Next one. You can see now this road is it was there in 18. So slowly this water is coming into the road. So during my school times, it was very happy time because if monsoon happened, the roads will be filled with water. There is no school at all. We can go for fishing and everything. See, that's a good period, good old memories. Actually, this was also up to this level. Every year there is a flooding here up to this level. No harm at all. Next one, please. See, again this comes here. Next one. Up to here, the very next day up to here. But the foolish fellow, that house owner believed or thought that it will not affect him because all the bad things will affect it except me or except ourselves. So the water will reach up to here. It was the thought of that poor fellow. Next one. Yeah. In the evening, it comes here. You can see it comes here. Next one. Next one. The very next day morning, gone through this area. This is the wetland I have shown you. You can see the gate and all those things. It was the building, I mean, the house was newly built. Actually, it was at that time 3-4 months old. Next one. The canoe service were operated from there. See, it was inundated. 2 feet water inside this newly built home. Next one. So again, the local canoes were open. This was this area is operated as a boat jetty. I mean, canoe. So people from their part. See, there is one house, ancient house. I mean, the ancestral house. This part, just above this particular house, it was built by his father. He was very visionary, because he built that home just in very much height from that of paddy field. So in that ancestral house, 30 people were lived for a period of 2 weeks. Would you believe? 30 people. In one room, the house owner, his wife, his mother, one cot was there. It was given to his mother and his elder, I mean, one of old auntie was there. Then in the floor there was a big mat. People are laid like just fishes are arranged in a pot. So 30 people were there at that time. It was a very communal harmony living that time anyway. That's also good. See, next one. Again, up to here. Next one. So, about 2-3 feet of water inside this particular residence for 5 days. 5 days. Next one. Next one. This is a beautiful scene also. See, from here you can see the wetland is there. Next one. See, this is the gate lamp. The friends are going for collecting tapioca, cassava, for preparing food. See, one of this gate lamp with this fellow has damage due to this, what do you call it as? Anyway, I forget. Anyway, next one please. Collected this cassava for, anyway, next one. See, the water is receding after 5 days. See, why I am saying so is just to see, this is the fury of a wetland. This is only due to anthropogenic activities. You can see this is the river Periyar. Actually, the river is flown through this area decades back. And the hungry human being, not ourselves but the people residing in this area, encroached the riverside, and up to this he has reclaimed. And what happened in the flood time or during the monsoon 2018, the river has taken back nothing but. The river has taken back its territories, gone through this, flow through this. Next one. So, wetlands, number of endemic rare varieties of plants, invertebrates and insects, habitat of endangered rare species, birds, animals. Next one. This year, this was the slogan, wetlands and human well-being. Wetlands and human well-being. Every February 2nd, as I said earlier, it is commemorated as World Wetland Day. Next one, please. So the original concept of Ramsar was wetland for birds. Now it became water for people. Water for people. Next one. So wetlands and water supporting life, sustaining livelihood. Next one. Let us conserve the wetlands for ensuring our food and water security. So these are 3-4. This is sunny morning. This is the onset of monsoon. This is the winter side. I mean, this is the during February and January, February. And this is my address. That poor fellow, that foolish guy was myself. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patient hearance. I think I have finished within time. 5 minutes before I have stopped here. So any question, there are more time for, this discussion, I think, 5 or 10 minutes. If you have something, you please ask. You shoot me. Thank you. Yes, please, nothing. Yes, please, sir. Give him the mic. Sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sanil,
thank you, sir,
for enlightening us. I'm talking to you because I too worked about 48 years back in Vilinjam.
Oh, that's great, sir.
In Kerala only, on a phytoplankton productivity.
Okay.
And we were working on some datums and dinophysi members under Dr. Ramachandran Nair from Cochin University.
Ramachandran Nair, sir, is the guide of my guide.
Okay.
Okay.
I worked under him, and we had identified so many datums and other things. One thing that you have shown was in the moving waves of sea water, we are seeing the color, and what I could see when they say in Kerala, Kare Vannittundu. The bloom.
Bloom, yeah.
When bloom came, immediately we would go to the sea and collect the samples. And it was a very calm sea then. And I did not see any bloom during the rough sea seasons. It was a very very curious. Whether it is occurring in India or not, I don't know.
It is there in Alapi last year. I mean, 2 years back.
Oh, in the sea.
Real photo. Yeah.
Okay.
It is there in our part.
It's very interesting. First thing that I would like to compliment for that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Second thing is, in Dakshina Kannada and Udupi districts, we are getting phytoplankton bloom in wells. And we call it as Nagabidi dosha.
What do you, Nagadosha?
Nagadosha.
Sarpadosha, like that.
Yeah, because we are constructing the well in the place where Nagas used to have their trail.
Okay.
And in such places, if there is a well constructed, it is believed here that there is some bad odor will come from such waters.
Yeah, definitely.
And I took it as a project here when I was in MGM college. And it was found that it is just cyanophycean. Now we are calling it as algae, okay. Cyanophycean and some chlorophycean members occurring in that bloom. A thick plank of such blooms occur in the sea, in the well waters, and it causes some bad odors. And people abandon such wells. And we found that by applying the ant hill muds from Kukke Subramanya, sprinkled on it, it would decant, settle down, and the water becomes clear. Perhaps the years to come, much light can be thrown on this particular aspect of phytoplankton bloom. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. Actually, the odor is, it is due to the decomposition. And I don't know whether the Naga dosha, but it is there because the accumulation of nutrients, especially in the summer months, the nutrients will accumulate, and if enough sunlight is there, definitely it will produce some blooms. That's the thing. I think you might know Professor Joseph from QSAT.
Yeah.
Joseph sir is my guide. It's very lucky. Thank you, sir. Please, sir.
Morning, water is clear in the well. Morning, water is clear in the well. Later, sometimes later, 10 or 11 o'clock.
It will colored, isn't it? After 10. It is only due to sunlight. What do you mean? The peculiar thing is some species.
If you collect the water from the
subsurface area,
it settles down in night. Morning it will.
Some species, they're just like Euglenia sanguinea. See, actually, these are motile creatures. Motile flagella we have. They have flagella. So, what does it happen? Because during the sunlight or the 10 o'clock morning, for collecting sunlight, it will come up and bloom. Then after sunrise, it will go down like that. As they produce the food material. Yeah. It will settle down. Yes, sir, please.
Do we have pen and box in India, Indian subcontinent?
Pardon, sir?
Pen and box, bog type wetlands.
No, actually, see, fen and peat is all those for these temperate countries. I think, see, some marshy, we can, in Kerala.
But if you go to northern India, where some part of northern India experiences
peatlands are there.
temperate climate.
Yes, peatlands are there.
Peatlands.
Peatlands are there. Fen and bogs are not in, if I am correct. Actually, in the tropical countries, we can call it as marshy area or peatlands like that. Fen and bogs are there in temperate countries.
And one more thing, I think you have not emphasized. There are reports about avifaunal diversity in wetlands, because wetlands become ideal place for breeding ground for so many bird species. Any reports on this line? Could you enlighten?
Yeah, definitely.
If you have any information.
Yeah, it is a holistic project on birds, fishes, as you said, algae, then fungi, everything was there. I have collected only this thing, I think. 62 types of birds were there in wetlands, and among which about 30 like that from our migratory birds. Like that. It's a good area for birds also.
Yes, that's right.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
What about the blue waves, which a few years back all along the coastline, it was a big tourist attraction. We used to go and visit. Blue waves. Of course, it is a bioluminescence and due to noctiluke and all that. So you don't want to include it under your bloom. Is it?
Bloom?
Blue waves.
Blue waves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there in Cochin, just like, see, that's nothing but noctiluca blooms. During night time it will, these are bioluminescence things. It will just like produce violet lights.
Yeah, as a zoologist I know about it.
Yeah.
So that's why it didn't include it under your bloom, I think. Your bloom has got only green. That's because of alga.
Yeah, bloom, it may be red because of phycoerythrin pigment.
Right.
It may be brown fucoxanthin pigment. It may be green with the chlorophyll A pigment.
But
like
never never blue, because it's because of bioluminescence. Right. Okay, thank you.
Anyone from student? Yes, please.
Sir, I have a question regarding algal blooms. If there is algal blooms, it is considered as polluted. The ocean is polluted.
Good question. Please sit down. Actually, see, the triggering force of bloom, it is yet to be discovered. You have a chance, because lot of physics also involving that. The accumulation of nutrients, and there is another phenomenon called as upwelling. Upwelling is nothing but it is happening in our coast from Kollam to Mangalore coast. Upwelling is, see, after the monsoon period, the hot water will turn into the deep, and the deep nutrient-rich water come to the surface. So what will happen is, this nutrient will come upon the surface water and enough sunlight will be there, then there is a chance of algal bloom. And the second thing is, the river discharge areas are very much susceptible to blooms, because all the alluvium or nutrients have been collected through the land runoff and from the forest is been collected there in the river banks. So that is also susceptible. Then it is not with pollution, I don't say like that, because in open sea, in wide open sea, I have my own experience when we gone for this particular cruises. Open sea, that is very clear, but some patches of blooms will be there. So there is no enough nutrients, there was no enough nutrients for that, but it is there for a while, just like that. So pollution, we couldn't like say like that, but there are so many factors. One among them is not pollution, but enrichment of nutrients. It may be like that. Then another most important thing is ballast water effect. So ships are also carrying the cysts of algae. So for example, if a ship is been in Cochin port for crude oil, so there is buoyancy tanks in the ships, that is ballast water tanks. So after after the entire this coal is been delivered there, this some sort of water will be get into these ballast tanks. So Cochin history water will be there in the ship whenever it go. If it is go to Australia coast or wherever, this ballast water will be then again discharged there in Australia. So in Cochin water, if there is some cyst of this particular species, it will be there in Australia also, and that is also a chance of blooming. Yes.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, could you say anything about the relation between algal blooms and eutrophication?
Definitely, definitely. In freshwater situations, eutrophication triggers algal blooms, especially the nitrate concentration. Definitely. You too. Please, sir, please.
Not a brute. Sir spoke about that wells getting the smelling water and that algae. Is it likely that because of the sea withdrawing one time,
exactly,
and that because it was already land with land vegetation, and then lot of deposit when the sea withdrew, vegetation deposited, and humans settled with the land. It became fit for human settlement. See, the Parashurama recovery of the coast, and then the people dug the well, and periodically
that also
might
have
abundant nutrient may be there.
Yeah, definitely.
That is to be also investigated.
That is to be circulated. Yeah, definitely, because it is very deep inside the soil. So definitely there will be some collection of these sort of things.
Because 3,000.
Otherwise, there will not be any nutrients in the river. I mean the wells, as you know.
3,500 years ago, the sea withdrew a little bit.
Yeah, withdrawn.
Some correction by maybe I think 40-50 meters. It went away. After Holocene, 18,000, it was on the top of those laterite hills up to 1,800 meters, then withdrew. So there is a lot of dynamics in the
definitely. Might have.
In the soil, which comes maybe in the ecological history.
Yes. Rightly said.
I don't know whether certain points where Navadosha is there, maybe in the wrong place.
No. It's
the wells are dug.
Yeah, maybe there is a chance, because then only this type of recurring blooms will be there. Occasionally it may happen, but recurring it will be there. Some sort of deposits will be there. You true, sir. You correctly said. Okay. So thank you very much for your patience. So again, thank you for Ishra Bhatt sir for calling. Actually, Ishra Bhatt sir is a friend of mine since 2019. We were together in a conference. I mean, in a what do you call refresher course. We are good friends. We are talking each other. I am Yogesh sir also. But surprisingly, I have seen him today only. So thank you for inviting. Thank you for the management and all of you for inviting. Thank you.
That was indeed a knowledgeable session. We extend our sincere gratitude to our presenter, Dr. Sanil Kumar sir, for sharing their expertise and insights with us. Let us show our appreciation with a huge round of applause, please. I would also like to express my gratitude to all of you, our esteemed audience, for your active participation and engagement throughout the session. As we conclude this segment, it is my honor to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Sanil Kumar sir and all of you for your wonderful audience for your valuable contribution today. Before we adjourn, I would like to invite Professor Vittal Das Bhatt sir, former Professor of Department of Zoology, to join us on stage to present the memento as a token of appreciation to our guest speaker.
That is indeed a great honor.
Here we conclude the session. I thank each and everyone for your patient listening. Kindly note, we are pleased to inform you that lunch is now being served in Geetanjali Hall. We kindly ask you all to proceed there to enjoy a delicious meal following the session. Also, please note that we are running out of time, so I request everyone to immediately gather in the auditorium as we'll start the next section by 1:30. Thank you one and all.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಸ್ನೇಹ ವರ್ಗೀಸ್. ನಾವಿಂದು MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಝೂವಾಲಜಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಅಸ್ಥಿಪಂಜರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತು? ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಾವಿಂದು ತಿಳಿಸಿಕೊಡುತ್ತೇವೆ. ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲಗಳು ಸಾಗರ ಸಸ್ತನಿಗಳು. ಇದು ಬಲೀನ್ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲ ಎಂಬ ಜಾತಿಗೆ ಸೇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇವುಗಳು 30 ಮೀಟರ್ ಉದ್ದ ಹಾಗೂ 180 ಟನ್ ತೂಕ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇವು 20ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಗರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಸಿಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದವು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ 3 ರೀತಿಯ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲಗಳ ಜಾತಿಯು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇವುಗಳು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುವ ಮೀನನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದು ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತದೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಇದೇ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
This skeleton which you see is the skeleton of Balaenoptera, called as the giant of the sea. This was located on Malpe and was considered to be washed ashore on October 1977. As it was selected in a state that could not be presented, it needed construction and amendments. And finally, on 16th August 1978, it was installed in this corridor. The skeleton of this organism weighs about 7.5 tons, and the skull alone weighs about 2.5 tons. This is one of the species of the whales which is considered to be one of the largest and the heaviest species of the whales in the world. If you see the vertebral column of this skeleton, it is very long. It measures about 13 meters in length. The entire weight of this organism is 130 tons, which is a weight which can be only supported by the sea. If you compare the weight of this organism to the other organism, it weighs about 1600 men and 25 elephants. The zoological nomenclature of this organism is Balaenoptera. It has a special reference to the enormous big feeding device called as baggins. These are like plates which help in filtering the water. Whenever the whale is trying to feed, it takes up large amount of gallons of water inside, and along with them large amount of debris and planktons come, and these baggins help in filtering those. These organisms always move in herds, and they come near the ocean regions only during the time of breeding or in the search of food. According to the International Union of Conservation and Naturalists, this is one of the species among the 6 species which are considered to be near extinction. So there's a lot of awareness in saving this species of the whales.
ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರೇ, ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ. ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ವಿಡಿಯೋದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗೋಣ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವವರು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ. ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಲ್ಲಲು ಅನೇಕ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಇಂದು ಬೃಹತ್ತಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮೇನ್ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಮಹಾಶಿಲ್ಪಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ದಿವಂಗತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತೋನ್ಸೆ ಮಾಧವ ಅನಂತಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಂದು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೀಗ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕನಸನ್ನು ನನಸಾಗಿಸಿದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇಂದು ಬಾನೆತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು 75ರ ಹೊಸ್ತಿಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ. MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯೇ ಒಂದು ರೋಚಕವಾದ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ. 1947ಕ್ಕೂ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಗಗನ ಕುಸುಮವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ವರೆಗಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೋ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೋ ಅಥವಾ ಮದ್ರಾಸಿಗೋ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನಗಂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಗೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಪ್ರವೃತ್ತರಾದರು. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಪೈ ಅವರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 1942ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಉಡುಪಿಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿ ನಗರಸಭೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೀಪದ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್ ಸುಂದರರಾಯರು ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡರು. ಆರಂಭದ ವರ್ಷ 79 ಹುಡುಗರು, 10 ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು, 10 ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, 7 ಮಂದಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಆರಂಭದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಹ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಪಣತೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ MGM. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು ಕೂಡ ಊರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುವಂತಾಯಿತು. ಮೊದಲ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿ ಟಿ ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಪೈ ಮೊದಲ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಿಂದ ಚಿನ್ನದ ಪದಕವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದದ್ದು ಇತಿಹಾಸ. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೂ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಳಿಸುತ್ತಲೇ ಸರಪಳಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಗಳ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಯಿತು. ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಗ್ರಿಗುಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಲಾನ್ಯಾಸಗೈದರು. ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಊರವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಅಷ್ಟಮಠಗಳ ಯತಿಗಳು ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದರು. ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷವೇ ಉಡುಪಿಯಿಂದ ಈಗಿನ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರಗೊಂಡಿತು. 1952ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯಲಾಯಿತು. 1958ರಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿತು. ನಂತರ 1980ರಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಅಧೀನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. 1956ರಲ್ಲಿ BA, BCom, BSc ಪದವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ದೊರೆಯಿತು. ಇದೇ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀ TA ಪೈ ಅವರು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಮುಂದಿನ 12 ವರ್ಷಗಳವರೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. UGC ನೆರವಿನಿಂದ 1964ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಯಿತು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಮಂಜೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಪೈ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು 1965 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 17ರಂದು GP ರಾಜರತ್ನಂ ಅವರು ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಂತರ 1966ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಧವ ಪೈ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮಂದಿರದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ದೊರಕಿತು. 1972ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಕ್ರಮಶಿಲಾ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಕಟ್ಟಡಗಳು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದವು. ಹೀಗೆ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಪಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗಿತು. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ತೆರೆದ ಬಳಿಕ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಧವ ಪೈಗಳು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. ಇಂದು ವಿಶ್ವದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿರುವ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ನೆರೆಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲು ಮೂಲ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮುಕ್ಕುಟಮಣಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಂದು MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ರಾರಾಜಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರುವ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೂಶಿ ಹರಿದಾಸ ಭಟ್ಟರು ಆ ಹುದ್ದೆಯ ಘನತೆ ಗೌರವಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ, ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಶ್ರಮಗಳಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿದರು. 2010ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವಜ್ರ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಸವಿನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯು ಹಲವಾರು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು. ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಾಗೂ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ತರಗತಿಗಳ ಅತ್ಯಾಧುನಿಕ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನೊಳಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ವಜ್ರಸೌಧ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ವಾದಿರಾಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಿಲಯವನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿ ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತವಾದ ತಮೇರಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಶೈಲಿಯ ಒಳಾಂಗಣ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಂಗಣ, ಹವಾನಿಯಂತ್ರಿತ ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಲ್ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. ನ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೌಲ್ಯಾಂಕನದ 4ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು A+ ಶ್ರೇಣಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದು, ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೂ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಈ ಮಾನ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TMA ಪೈ ಅವರ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಅನಂತರದ ಆಡಳಿತಗಾರರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ PA ಪೈ ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀ T ರಮೇಶ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ KK ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ದರ್ಜೆಗೇರಿಸುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ನನಸುಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮದಾಸ್ M ಪೈ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದ ಶ್ರೀ T ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನ ನೂತನ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಜನ್ R ಪೈಗಳು, ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ T ಸತೀಶ್ U ಪೈಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HS ಬಳ್ಳಾಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ ವರದರಾಯ ಪೈಗಳ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹೊಸ ಸಂವೇದನೆಯತ್ತ ಸಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ H ಸುಂದರ್ ರಾಯರಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ದಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಿಂದ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಪಥದತ್ತ ಸಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ K ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಕಾರಂತ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದಿನ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಅಗತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅನೇಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಧನೆಯತ್ತ ಆಶಾಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಸ್ಮರಣಾರ್ಥ ಶ್ರೀ T ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಪ್ಲಾಟಿನಂ ಜುಬಿಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಮುದ್ದಣ ಮಂಟಪವನ್ನು ಮೇಲ್ದರ್ಜೆಗೇರಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ನವೀಕರಣ, ಶ್ರೀ T ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ, 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸವಿ ನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ 75 ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. 1949-50ರಿಂದ 2023ರ ತನಕ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಧೀಮಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಕನಸು ಈಗ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಜನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 89 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೀಗ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 3,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು MGMನ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣರಾದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೋರ್ವ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯವರು, ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಪೋಷಕ ವೃಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನಿಂದ MGMನಲ್ಲಿ 75ರ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಬ್ಬ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವವರು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ. ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಲ್ಲಲು ಅನೇಕ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಇಂದು ಬೃಹತ್ತಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮೇನ್ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಮಹಾಶಿಲ್ಪಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ದಿವಂಗತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತೋನ್ಸೆ ಮಾಧವ ಅನಂತ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಂದು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೀಗ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕನಸನ್ನು ನನಸಾಗಿಸಿದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇಂದು ಬಾನೆತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು 75ರ ಹೊಸ್ತಿಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ. MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯೇ ಒಂದು ರೋಚಕವಾದ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ. 1947ಕ್ಕೂ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಗಗನ ಕುಸುಮವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲುವರೆಗಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೋ, ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೋ ಅಥವಾ ಮದ್ರಾಸಿಗೋ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನಗಂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಗೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಪ್ರವೃತ್ತರಾದರು. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಪೈ ಅವರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 1942ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಉಡುಪಿಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿ ನಗರಸಭೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೀಪದ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್ ಸುಂದರರಾಯರು ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡರು. ಆರಂಭದ ವರ್ಷ 79 ಹುಡುಗರು, 10 ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು, 10 ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, 7 ಮಂದಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಆರಂಭದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಹ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಪಣತೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ MGM. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು ಕೂಡ ಊರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುವಂತಾಯಿತು. ಮೊದಲ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿ ಟಿ ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಪೈ ಮೊದಲ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಿಂದ ಚಿನ್ನದ ಪದಕವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದದ್ದು ಇತಿಹಾಸ. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೂ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಳಿಸುತ್ತಲೇ ಸರಪಳಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಗಳ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಯಿತು. ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಗ್ರಿಗುಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಲಾನ್ಯಾಸಗೈದರು. ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಊರವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಅಷ್ಟಮಠಗಳ ಯತಿಗಳು ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದರು. ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷವೇ ಉಡುಪಿಯಿಂದ ಈಗಿನ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಸಾವಿರದ 1952ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯಲಾಯಿತು. 1958ರಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿತು. ನಂತರ 1980ರಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಅಧೀನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. 1956ರಲ್ಲಿ BA, BCom, BSc ಪದವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ದೊರೆಯಿತು. ಇದೇ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀ TA ಪೈ ಅವರು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಮುಂದಿನ 12 ವರ್ಷಗಳವರೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. UGC ನೆರವಿನಿಂದ 1964ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಯಿತು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಮಂಜೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಪೈ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು 1965 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 17ರಂದು GP ರಾಜರತ್ನಂ ಅವರು ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಂತರ 1966ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಧವ ಪೈ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮಂದಿರದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ದೊರಕಿತು. 1972ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಕ್ರಮಶಿಲಾ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಕಟ್ಟಡಗಳು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದವು. ಹೀಗೆ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಪಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗಿತು. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ತೆರೆದ ಬಳಿಕ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಧವ ಪೈಗಳು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. ಇಂದು ವಿಶ್ವದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿರುವ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ನೆರೆಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲು ಮೂಲ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮುಕ್ಕುಟಮಣಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಂದು MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ರಾರಾಜಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರುವ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೂಶಿ ಹರಿದಾಸ ಭಟ್ಟರು ಆ ಹುದ್ದೆಯ ಘನತೆ ಗೌರವಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ, ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಶ್ರಮಗಳಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿದರು. 2010ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವಜ್ರ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಸವಿನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯು ಹಲವಾರು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು. ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಾಗೂ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ತರಗತಿಗಳ ಅತ್ಯಾಧುನಿಕ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನೊಳಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ವಜ್ರಸೌಧ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ವಾದಿರಾಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಿಲಯವನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿ ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತವಾದ ತಮೇರಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಶೈಲಿಯ ಒಳಾಂಗಣ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಂಗಣ, ಹವಾನಿಯಂತ್ರಿತ ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಲ್ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. ನ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೌಲ್ಯಾಂಕನದ 4ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು A+ ಶ್ರೇಣಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದು, ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೂ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಈ ಮಾನ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TMA ಪೈ ಅವರ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಅನಂತರದ ಆಡಳಿತಗಾರರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ PA ಪೈ ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀ T ರಮೇಶ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ KK ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ದರ್ಜೆಗೇರಿಸುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ನನಸುಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮದಾಸ್ ಎಂ ಪೈ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದ ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನ ನೂತನ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಜನ್ ಆರ್ ಪೈಗಳು, ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ಸತೀಶ್ ಯು ಪೈಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ಬಳ್ಳಾಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ ವರದರಾಯ ಪೈಗಳ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹೊಸ ಸಂವೇದನೆಯತ್ತ ಸಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್. ಸುಂದರ್ ರಾಯರಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ದಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಿಂದ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಪಥದತ್ತ ಸಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಕಾರಂತ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದಿನ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಅಗತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅನೇಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಧನೆಯತ್ತ ಆಶಾಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಸ್ಮರಣಾರ್ಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಪ್ಲಾಟಿನಂ ಜುಬಿಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಮುದ್ದಣ ಮಂಟಪವನ್ನು ಮೇಲ್ದರ್ಜೆಗೇರಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ನವೀಕರಣ, ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ, 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸವಿನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ 75 ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. 1949-50ರಿಂದ 2023ರ ತನಕ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಧೀಮಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಕನಸು ಈಗ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಜನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 89 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೀಗ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 3,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು MGMನ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣರಾದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೋರ್ವ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯವರು, ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಪೋಷಕ ವೃಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನಿಂದ MGMನಲ್ಲಿ 75ರ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಬ್ಬ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವವರು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ. ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಲ್ಲಲು ಅನೇಕ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಇಂದು ಬೃಹತ್ತಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮೇನ್ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಮಹಾಶಿಲ್ಪಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ದಿವಂಗತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತೋನ್ಸೆ ಮಾಧವ ಅನಂತ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಂದು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೀಗ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕನಸನ್ನು ನನಸಾಗಿಸಿದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇಂದು ಬಾನೆತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು 75ರ ಹೊಸ್ತಿಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ. MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯೇ ಒಂದು ರೋಚಕವಾದ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ. 1947ಕ್ಕೂ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಗಗನ ಕುಸುಮವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ವರೆಗಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೋ, ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೋ ಅಥವಾ ಮದ್ರಾಸಿಗೋ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನಗಂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಗೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಪ್ರವೃತ್ತರಾದರು. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಪೈ ಅವರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 1942ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಉಡುಪಿಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿ ನಗರಸಭೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೀಪದ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್ ಸುಂದರರಾಯರು ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡರು. ಆರಂಭದ ವರ್ಷ 79 ಹುಡುಗರು, 10 ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು, 10 ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, 7 ಮಂದಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಆರಂಭದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಹ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಪಣತೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ MGM. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು ಕೂಡ ಊರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುವಂತಾಯಿತು. ಮೊದಲ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿ ಟಿ ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಪೈ ಮೊದಲ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಿಂದ ಚಿನ್ನದ ಪದಕವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದದ್ದು ಇತಿಹಾಸ. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೂ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಳಿಸುತ್ತಲೇ ಸರಪಳಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಗಳ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಯಿತು. ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಗ್ರಿಗುಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಲಾನ್ಯಾಸಗೈದರು. ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಊರವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಅಷ್ಟಮಠಗಳ ಯತಿಗಳು ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದರು. ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷವೇ ಉಡುಪಿಯಿಂದ ಈಗಿನ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಸಾವಿರದ 1952ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯಲಾಯಿತು. 1958ರಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿತು. ನಂತರ 1980ರಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಅಧೀನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. 1956ರಲ್ಲಿ BA, BCom, BSc ಪದವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ದೊರೆಯಿತು. ಇದೇ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀ TA ಪೈ ಅವರು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡರು. ಮುಂದಿನ 12 ವರ್ಷಗಳವರೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. UGC ನೆರವಿನಿಂದ 1964ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಯಿತು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಮಂಜೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಪೈ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು 1965 ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 17ರಂದು GP ರಾಜರತ್ನಂ ಅವರು ಲೋಕಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಂತರ 1966ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಧವ ಪೈ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮಂದಿರದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ದೊರಕಿತು. 1972ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಕ್ರಮಶಿಲಾ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಕಟ್ಟಡಗಳು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದವು. ಹೀಗೆ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಪಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗಿತು. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ತೆರೆದ ಬಳಿಕ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಧವ ಪೈಗಳು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದರು. ಇಂದು ವಿಶ್ವದ ಪ್ರಮುಖ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿರುವ ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ನೆರೆಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಲು ಮೂಲ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮುಕ್ಕುಟಮಣಿಯಾಗಿ ಇಂದು MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ರಾರಾಜಿಸುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರುವ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿ ಗುರುತಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ದ್ವಿತೀಯ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೂಶಿ ಹರಿದಾಸ ಭಟ್ಟರು ಆ ಹುದ್ದೆಯ ಘನತೆ ಗೌರವಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ, ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಶ್ರಮಗಳಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿದರು. 2010ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವಜ್ರ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಸವಿನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯು ಹಲವಾರು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿತ್ತು. ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಾಗೂ ಸ್ನಾತಕೋತ್ತರ ತರಗತಿಗಳ ಅತ್ಯಾಧುನಿಕ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನೊಳಗೊಂಡಿರುವ ವಜ್ರಸೌಧ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ವಾದಿರಾಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಿಲಯವನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿ ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತವಾದ ತಮೇರಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಶೈಲಿಯ ಒಳಾಂಗಣ ಕ್ರೀಡಾಂಗಣ, ಹವಾನಿಯಂತ್ರಿತ ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಲ್ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಪೂರ್ಣಗೊಂಡಿವೆ. ನ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮೌಲ್ಯಾಂಕನದ 4ನೇ ಆವೃತ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು A+ ಶ್ರೇಣಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದು, ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೂ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ಈ ಮಾನ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಿದೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TMA ಪೈ ಅವರ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಅನಂತರದ ಆಡಳಿತಗಾರರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ TA ಪೈ ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀ T ರಮೇಶ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ KK ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ದರ್ಜೆಗೇರಿಸುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ನನಸುಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಮದಾಸ್ M ಪೈ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದ ಶ್ರೀ T ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈಗಳ ಆಡಳಿತಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನ ನೂತನ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರಾರ್ ಆದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಜನ್ ಆರ್ ಪೈಗಳು, ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ ಸತೀಶ್ ಯು ಪೈಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವಸ್ತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ಬಳ್ಳಾಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಶ್ರೀ ವರದರಾಯ ಪೈಗಳ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹೊಸ ಸಂವೇದನೆಯತ್ತ ಸಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್. ಸುಂದರರಾಯರಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ದಕ್ಷ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಿಂದ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಪಥದತ್ತ ಸಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೆ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಕಾರಂತ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದಿನ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಅಗತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅನೇಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಧನೆಯತ್ತ ಆಶಾಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಸ್ಮರಣಾರ್ಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ. ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಪ್ಲಾಟಿನಂ ಜುಬಿಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಮುದ್ದಣ ಮಂಟಪವನ್ನು ಮೇಲ್ದರ್ಜೆಗೇರಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ನವೀಕರಣ, ಶ್ರೀ ಟಿ. ಮೋಹನ್ ದಾಸ್ ಪೈ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ, 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಸವಿನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ 75 ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. 1949-50ರಿಂದ 2023 ತನಕ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಧೀಮಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಕನಸು ಈಗ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಜನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 89 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೀಗ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 3,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಅಧಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು MGMನ ಅಂಗಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣರಾದ ಪ್ರತಿಯೋರ್ವ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯವರು, ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಹಾಗೂ ಪೋಷಕ ವೃಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನಿಂದ MGMನಲ್ಲಿ 75ರ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಬ್ಬ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಿದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಸ್ನೇಹ ವರ್ಗೀಸ್. ನಾವಿಂದು MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಝೂವಾಲಜಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಅಸ್ಥಿಪಂಜರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತು? ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಾವಿಂದು ತಿಳಿಸಿಕೊಡುತ್ತೇವೆ. ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲಗಳು ಸಾಗರ ಸಸ್ತನಿಗಳು. ಇದು ಬಲಿನ್ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲ ಎಂಬ ಜಾತಿಗೆ ಸೇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇವುಗಳು 30 ಮೀಟರ್ ಉದ್ದ ಹಾಗೂ 180 ಟನ್ ತೂಕ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇವು 20ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಗರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಸಿಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದವು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ 3 ರೀತಿಯ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲಗಳ ಜಾತಿಯು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇವುಗಳು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುವ ಮೀನನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದು ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತದೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಇದೇ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
This skeleton which you see is the skeleton of Balaenoptera, called as the giant of the sea. This was located on Malpe and was considered to be washed ashore on October 1977. As it was selected in a state that could not be presented, it needed construction and amendments. And finally, on 16th August 1978, it was installed in this corridor. The skeleton of this organism weighs about 7.5 tons, and the skull alone weighs about 2.5 tons. This is one of the species of the whales. It is considered to be one of the largest and the heaviest species of the whales in the world. If you see the vertebral column of this skeleton, it is very long. It measures about 13 meters in length. The entire weight of this organism is 130 tons, which is a weight which can be only supported by the sea. If you compare the weight of this organism to the other organism, it weighs about 1,600 men and 25 elephants. The zoological nomenclature of this organism is Balaenoptera. It has a special reference to the enormous big feeding device called as baggins. These are like plates which help in filtering the water. Whenever the whale is trying to feed, it takes up large amount of gallons of water inside, and along with them, large amount of debris and planktons come. And these balance help in filtering those. These organisms always move in herds and they come near the ocean regions only during the time of breeding or in the search of food. According to the International Union of Conservation and Naturalists, this is one of the species among the 6 species which are considered to be near extinction. So there's a lot of awareness in saving this species of the whales.
ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರೇ, ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಲದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ. ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ವಿಡಿಯೋದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗೋಣ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
It is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we convene for a pivotal session within national level seminar on biodiversity conservation. The Anthropocene has become synonymous with the 6th mass extinction, a grim reminder of the irreversible damage we are inflicting upon the natural world. In an attempt to extend this inquiry, we are gathered here for the session on biodiversity crisis in Anthropocene. As we enter the Anthropocene, the biodiversity crisis serves as a stark reminder of our collective impact on the planet's ecosystem. The biodiversity crisis of the Anthropocene is not just a loss of species, but a loss of intricate connection that binds ecosystem together. So today, to educate us about biodiversity crisis in Anthropocene, we have with us our resource person, Dr. Arvind N.A., FLS, Convener and Senior Fellow, SM, Segal Foundation Center of Biodiversity, and Mr. Suryanarayan Sir. It is my honor to invite our esteemed resource person, Dr. Arvind and Mr. Suryanarayan Sir to the stage. I am extremely privileged to welcome resource person of this session, Dr. Arvind N.A. A warm welcome to you, sir. I am truly honored and privileged to welcome another resource person of this session, our Suryanarayan Sir. A warm welcome to you, sir. I request Arvind Hebbar, former HOD of Botany, to welcome our resource person with a floral bouquet. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to teachers, students, and all my friends who are gathered here. A warm welcome to you all. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce to you our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Arvind N.A., for this national level seminar. Let us take a moment to recognize the academic journey of our distinguished guest speaker. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Botany, Zoology and Chemistry from Purna Prajna College, followed by Master of Science degree in Bioscience from Mangalore University and PhD in Applied Zoology from Mangalore University, focusing on ecology of land of snails. It is my honor to present the remarkable professional journey of our esteemed guest, who has dedicated decades of service and expertise in Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and Environment, starting as a research associate in the year 1998 and rising to the ranks of the current position of senior fellow and convener. In addition to his impactful research and teaching endeavors, he has authored numerous publications in esteemed journals, books, and articles. He has collectively published an impressive total of 89 scholarly works. He was awarded Indian Academy of Science Summer Fellowship for the year 1995 to study bird communities of Western Ghats under Professor Madhav Gadgi, Center for Ecological Science, ISSC, Bangalore. He was the first student to get this fellowship. He has received numerous prestigious honors and awards. He is a member of IUCN SSC Mollusk Specialist Group and Amphibian Specialist Group and Invertebrate Specialist Group and Fellow of Linnean Society of London. He has not only contributed to the academic discourse through his published article, but also shared his expertise through presentation at various national and international seminars and conferences. Further, he had made a significant strides in expanding our understanding of biodiversity through the discovery of new species. He has wealth of experience in academic and research. He has taught various courses including methods in natural science and supervised numerous research students. Additionally, he has served as a thesis referee, journal reviewer, and research grant reviewer. It has been an absolute pleasure to hear from such a distinguished expert. Their expert serves as an inspiration to us all. We are honored to have Mr. Suryanarayan sir with us today. It is my pleasure to introduce our second resource person to you all. Let me now share with you the academic journey of our esteemed resource person. He embarked on his educational voyage at CK School of Practical Knowledge in Cuddalore, India, completing his SSLC in 2008. Building upon his strong foundation, Mr. Narayan pursued his higher secondary education at same institution. Continuing his quest for knowledge, he went on to earn his Bachelor of Commerce with specialization in computer applications from Sastra deemed to be University in Tanjavur in the year 2013. From 2014 to 15, he dedicated his 6 months to an internship at the Zoo Outreach Organization in Coimbatore, conducting crucial research on the presence of chytrid fungus in amphibians across the Western Ghats. He served as a project associate at ADRI, Bangalore, focusing on determinants of farmers' household adaptation in agriculture work, including shortage of water shortage. Following this, he continued his contribution at the same institution for many more years. Currently, he is leading the Revisiting Sang After a Century expedition funded by National Geographic Society, showcasing his dedication. He is a valued member of Snake and Lizard Specialist Group under IUCN Species Survival Commission and has served as a committee member for the Kerala Forest Department Snake Rescue Guidelines and Snake Rescue Training Program. Mr. Suryanarayan's commitment to contribution learning is evident through his participation in various conferences and workshops. He took part in a short course in herpetology organized by the Center for Ecological Sciences at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Overall, he has contributed to a total of 8 publications and 25 research articles. Such a brilliant and visionary resourceful candidate Mr. Suryanarayan Kumar sir is. It is my honor to introduce this resource person to this gathering. Now, I request, with a profound understanding of the intricate interplay between humanity and environment, our resource person will shed the light on the critical issue of our time biodiversity crisis in Anthropocene. It is my honor to invite our esteemed resource person, Arvind N.A. and Mr. Suryanarayan sir, to kindly commence this session. Grace us with your knowledge and share valuable insights with us. Over to you, sir.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. I don't know what to say after such a long, embarrassing introduction. So, but anyway, thank you very much for that very long introduction and warm introduction. It's my honor to be here in front of senior professors. I know this Professor Rajshekhar, Professor Arvind Hebbar, MD Subhash Chandran, and Ishwar Bhatt since I was so small. So, I'm nervous also speak in front of such a elderly professors. If I make a mistake, please excuse me. And thank you very much, Manita, for giving me this opportunity. And she has given me extremely tough task. You know why? After that, such a fantastic, tasty lunch, it's hard task for me to keep you guys awake. I'll try my best to keep you all awake for next half an hour or 40 minutes, followed my talk. Surya will take over because you will be bored of listening to my voice for 1.5 hours. I can understand your difficulty, especially students. So, I'll be talking today extinctions in Anthropocene. Yeah, thank you. So, extinction, we all heard of extinction, species going extinct in the history of Earth of 300 years. So, next slide. So, we all know that there are 5 large mass extinctions where 70 to 95% of all the biodiversity gone extinct, and this is the normal phenomena. It's happening to the evolution of the Earth. And do we really have to worry about the extinction, species extinction in this present era? Let us see why we should be really worrying. Next slide, please. So, if you look at this slide, starting from Ordovician, which is 445 million years, till Cretaceous Tertiary boundary, which is around 65 million years, the species up to 95% have gone extinct. What was present that time, maybe trilobite to dinosaurs or much primitive earlier, they have all gone extinct. These are all because of there's a change in the climate, like sea level rise, methane rise, meteoritic impact, suddenly cooling of the earth, so and so forth. And it's a natural, and we in the zoology we learn about all these species going extinct. Next slide. And this is the classical example when we talk about extinction, we talk about the dinosaurs. It's such a majestic, large reptile, which is just because of 2 events which happened between 65 and 63 million years back. That's one is meteoritic impact off the coast of Mexico, the our own Deccan volcanism, which volcanism happened off the coast of Seychelles, which had an impact in this central, west central and central part of India, where the Deccan lava has flowed, and many species, including the smaller ones, have gone extinct. Next slide, please. So, what's happening is humans have occupied every nook and corner of the earth except for the few places. Because of that, we are occupying a lot of natural areas. Because of we are occupying natural areas, we are converting natural areas into anthropogenically modified landscape where we are occupying and displacing all other organisms. Next slide, please. So, if you look at the total carbon storage on this earth, humans contribute only 0.01% of the biomass. We are only 0.1% of the biomass, but in terms of numbers, we are outnumbering all the mammals. Our cattle, sheep, humans outnumber all the large wild vertebrate, not the smaller ones. So, our biomass is very small, but number is higher. Because of this, we are exerting a lot of pressure on the earth, on the natural resources, and converting into different type of land use and converting land cover into the different type of land covers. Next slide, please. So, because of this, what's happening? As you can read in this slide, cheetah population during the earliest 20th century has fallen from 1 lakh to merely 7,000. India lost its last cheetah in 1953, though now there is an effort to bring back, and last week it bred also in Indian thing, but that is not the right way to do it. We are not protecting, but we are bringing back and trying to do all kind of nonsense thing. in the matter of 100 years or 150 years, so almost more than 90% of cheetah population has plummeted thanks to human activities. Giraffes population fallen by 40% in Africa because of the trophy hunting. This US and European have got a very crazy habit of going to Africa and trophy hunting, where they take photograph in front of killed large animals. This is such a gruesome and awful attitude they have, and pushing these mega vertebrates into extinction. And 90% of the lion's habitat has totally gone, and in India, lion territory existed till southern part of India. Now it is restricted only to the small pocket in the Gujarat, that's in the Gir. 90% of the lions overall distribution range has reduced, population has decreased, genetic diversity has decreased, and inbreeding has gone up. What will happen when there is inbreeding? When there is inbreeding is higher, tiger population has decreased from more than 100,000 in the early part of 20th century, and now only some 20,000 or 15,000 left maximum number in India, or lion or cheetah or whatsoever. That is not the real picture at all. The real picture comes here, where the decline in the insect population. Recent study published in one of the prestigious journal showed that insect populations plummeted so much that much next slide please, than the mammals or vertebrates. 8 times the insect population declined by 8 times faster than the mammals, birds, and reptiles. That is really worrisome. Why should we worry about small insects? Do we really worry about the extinction of small insects? Mosquitoes, should we worry about the decline in the mosquitoes? Should we really worry about the decline in the beetles and bees? Yes, we have to worry, because a lot of birds, reptiles, amphibians depend on the insect as a source of food. If there is a decline of 40% or more, that means that is affecting the vertebrate population also. There is a link. So this is, if you look at all these caddisflies, butterflies, beetles and everything, from anywhere from 25 to 65% decline in the insect population. We don't like insects, right? We don't like slimy creatures like snails, but they are very, very important for the normal functioning of the ecosystem. So we should be really, really worried about the decline in the insect population. Majority of them are pollinators. Some of them are seed dispersers also. Insects are seed dispersers also. So we should be really, really worrying about decline in the insect, not only decline in the tigers, elephants, and rhinos population, or the large tree decline. So keep in mind, every biodiversity element do matters for us. It is not the tiger which is a charismatic, beautiful, take precedent over all other organisms. If there is something there in your mind, please take it out and come to the term that every organism on this earth is equally important. Next. See, if you look at the threatened organisms distribution, birds and mammals, it is mostly in the tropical regions where there's a population is also very high, like Amazon, South America, India, part of China, Southeast Asia, for mammals and birds. Maximum number of this diversity occurs in tropical region. Maximum deforestation is happening in the tropical region. Maximum number of threatened organism is found in the tropical region. That is the greatest cause of worry. If you look at this one, almost 1/3 or more of threatened assessed organisms are threatened for birds and mammals. That is really, really worrying. Next. So where do India stand in terms of this threatened species, endangered, vulnerable and critically endangered species? India is in the 9th spot. We shouldn't be very happy about it. We want to be top in everything. We want to be third largest economy by 2025 or 2027, whatever the thing. We want to have, want to be number one in the space technology. We want to number one in the defense. We want number one in everything, but we don't want to be number one in this, the list of where the critical or the threatened species. We don't want to be in the top 10. We don't want to be in the top 20 at all. It's a shame if we are in the top 5 or top 10. It's really shame. All of us, it's not only the policymakers or bureaucrats. We are all equally responsible for this. This number is there, 1052. We are all equally responsible for that. We shouldn't be happy about it. We should be concerned about it, and we should be caring about this number. And the younger generation have got more responsibility to reduce this number from 1052 to 0. It's in your hand. Some of you might become bureaucrat or politicians. Keep this in my mind. Okay, next. So if you look at the different landscape or habitat type like terrestrial, freshwater and marine, marine and terrestrial species declined by 39%. On the other hand, freshwater environment has faced the greatest brunt of human activities. This one, WWF's report says that nearly 76% of the species in the freshwater environment, the population declined significantly. Freshwater occupies only 3% of the total geographic area of Earth, out of which only 3%, out of the 3%, again 3% is where this available water is present. Rest everything is ice or aquifer and other things. Within that small percent, less than 3%, all the freshwater biodiversity is present. If you calculate per unit area, the biodiversity present in terrestrial, freshwater and marine environment, the freshwater has got a highest percentage of 10%. So we should be really worrying about the species which is found in the freshwater environment much more than the marine or the terrestrial, because there is a belief in the North India, Ganga kabhi mail nahi hoti. You cannot pollute Ganga. If you have that kind of attitude, kind of stress we are putting on the aquatic system, maybe it's Kaveri, Narmada, whatever the big river or the small river which flows in this landscape from Western Ghats to Arabian Sea, we don't have any hope. So we should respect the environment, especially the freshwater, where the threat is much higher and the biodiversity is per unit area is much higher. Number of threatened species are much higher, and and terrestrial habitat. Next. So according to one of this great ecologist, Stuart Pym from Duke University, according to him, 100 to 1,000 species lost per million every year. You might think that, is it really true? For every million species present, 100 to 1,000 has been lost. Of course, this is all estimate, not estimate, but it's the estimate. But this highlights the fact that the number of species going extinct without our knowledge. Only 5% or 10% of the biodiversity we have documented. We have given the name. We know where it is found. And less than 1% of the total biodiversity what we have really assessed and know what are those threatened. Many species have gone extinct or on the brink of extinction without even giving the names to them. That is what he's trying to say in his seminal research article. Next slide, please. So, coming to the sixth mass extinction, I was telling, do we really have to worry about the mass extinction? Not just see 5 large extinctions and there are several smaller extinction events. Do we really about 6th mass extinction? Species come, elephant will one day disappear, tiger will one day disappear. That is beyond our control. But what's happening right now is we are pushing the species to extinction due to various activities like construction of dam, building the roads, urbanization, agricultural expansion, pollution, and many other changes in the land use and the land cover, and many other associated factors. And the background rate of extinction is 10,000 times more than the natural extinction rate. There's extinction happening in the environment. That's a natural. Species comes, species goes. Another species will evolve, it will disappear. But that's a very, very, very slow process. Very slow process means, species evolve once in thousands of millions of years. Disappear also happens in the same rate. But now we are increasing the rate of extinction, which is really worrisome. Yeah, majority proportion of extinction threatened species are found in plants, less in birds, but again, it all depends on the number of species for which the information is available, and scientists were able to gather that information and put it in a matrix to understand what threats they are facing. Yeah, next. So, I will give series of examples of mass extinction and the species which are in the process of being extinct. One of the greatest example of the mass extinction or the extinction of species comes from US. The US considered to be a superpower. It's an irony. We considered to be a superpower couldn't save its own species despite highest education rate, technology, and all kind of things, boasting in terms of all kind of things, but they couldn't save their own species. This is the passenger pigeon. This is communal roosting pigeon found in US, Canada area, and in the 20th century, next slide please. In the 19th century, there were 3 billion passenger pigeon were found. 3 billion. And James Audubon, there's a society called as Audubon Society in US. It is started by him and later it's named after him. He is the greatest naturalist, greatest ornithologist of all time. He says, when the passenger pigeon flocks flies, the whole sky will become dark. That's what he writes. That means there are so many present, and the last individual survived was in 1914. In a matter of 150 to 200 years, billions of passenger pigeons has been shot down, killed, and people in North America ate them off. Just for hunting, purely hunting for the food, post all passenger pigeon population, now not even one live individual present in entire world. Thanks to US, developed country, superpower, they pushed one species to extinction because of the nonsensical hunting practice. Next example comes dodo. As we'll make fun of the person, hey dodo, you are a dodo, or he's a dodo. Means what? It's an adage word, you are a dumb, right? Why it has come, that adage has come? Because this poor bird, it's a flightless bird. We all zoology students know about this flightless bird found in Mauritius, Maldives, right? So, what has happened was, they evolved, these birds have evolved in that island in the absence of any large predator. They evolved without a predator. That's very, very important point here. Dutch sailors or European sailors have that crazy thing to go around the world, occupy islands, nations. We are also occupied by or colonized by Dutch, French, Portuguese, and British, latest British. The Dutch sailors, they occupied this island or colonized this island in 1600. So they saw this big bird which they had never seen those kind of birds in Europe. Europe don't have big birds, they are all also small passerine birds. Very less number of birds. Whole of Europe might have less than half of what India's bird diversity. They have whole of Europe continent. So in the matter of 75 years, they hunted down all dodo to extinction. But between 1600 to 1675, all dodos have been killed. and there is no dodo bird present except for the skin in the museum. So what is the implication? There is a plant cycas. After the extinction of this, the cycas population also started declining, and its seeds are not germinating. Scientists are wondering why. There's a good population, there's a lot of seed set, pollination was happening, seed set was happening, but there's not germinating. They are wondering. Later they figure out that this seed has to pass through the gut of the dodo bird, and once it excretes, that seed will germinate. You see the linkage here? You pushed one species to extinction and you are responsible for extinction of the another species. So it's a chain reaction. So thanks to Dutch colonizer, not only they pushed, next slide, pushed this bird to extinction, they are also responsible for pushing the cycad towards the extinction. These are some of the historical painting of Dutch people hunting the dodo. It's available online, and it's the original painting has been preserved in the European museums. All these shows the how they used to hunt this dodo during 17th century. Next slide, please. Our own example of cheetah. We had last cheetah was found in survived in India was in 1953. If you look at all this, this is from North India. They use this cheetah for hunting black bucks and the other antelopes in the drier parts of central India and northern India. Just like we take golden retriever and Labrador in the car, the kings and maharajas and emperors, they should take this cheetah in the cart like this, like a dog, to hunt. And these are all some images, real images, and this is the painting of maharajas keeping the cheetahs to hunt black buck. Next slide, please. And it is written in the Akbar's thing that Emperor Akbar had more than 7,000 to 10,000 cheetahs as a hunting animal. He used to go to, for hunting, and used to take cheetahs to hunt black buck. What was the age of when Akbar was the king? 1600s? Around 1600, right? Yeah, in 400 years, there are thousands of cheetah in his palace to hunt, but now we don't have not even one. Imagine how many cheetahs were found in the wild during that time. In 400 years, there is not even one cheetahs found in the wild. Now they are introduced, that's a different story, but that's the state. We are responsible for pushing this such a majestic animals, one of the fastest animal on the land, to extinction, just to satisfy our pleasure of hunting and killing of another animal. Next slide, please. Is it a case only for larger animals? No, there are examples for the smaller animals and invertebrates. If you look at this graph from IUCN, but before that, you look at this percentage of extinct animals since 1600, that's around 420 years or 25 years. Maximum number of extinction occurred in mollusks. We think that maximum extinction happened in birds, butterflies, amphibians, and reptiles or fishes, right? No. Combined together, mammals, birds, and amphibians, mollusk overtakes all of these. 43% of extinction has taken place in mollusks since 1600 AD. Why 1600? So data started accumulating since that time during early industrialization period and now in the Anthropocene period. If you look at here, the red bars and the black bars, maximum number of extinction in the mollusk occurred in freshwater and the terrestrial water. How? Next slide. One of the reasons is the introduced species. Surya will talk about the turtle, kurma. We all worship kurma. Turtle as a holy. He'll talk about the story about the turtle, but I'll be talking about the mollusk. This particular species of snake called as rosy wolf snail, which is a carnivorous snail. There are a very small proportion of the snail which is carnivorous. Generally, snails are detritivorous, feeds dead and decaying organic matter found in the freshwater environment or terrestrial. But this fellow is a carnivore. What does it eat on? It eats on other snails. It eats on other insects, worms, and other organisms. This is found in Kenya, Tanzania, and other African countries. It's been introduced to Hawaiian Island and Micronesian, Polynesian islands to control another invasive species which is so big, which is African giant snail. You can see it in here also, in Karkala, Mangalore. All over India it is found. In order to control that large snail, they introduced this carnivorous snail. They didn't know that this carnivorous snail will eat other snail also. Right? Where they have introduced this snail, next slide, this Hawaiian Islands and Micronesian and Polynesian Islands have got a unique land snail family called Paratulidae. More than 250-300 species of species belong to the Paratula. They are endemic to that particular island, nowhere else in the world. So African giant snail was competing with small, tiny snails and pushing many species towards extinction. Managers came to know how to control land snail, the big African giant snail. They introduced carnivorous snail as a biological control agent. What did rosy wolf snail did, carnivorous snail did? Instead of eating African giant snail, they ate away all these snails and pushing 20 species to extinction. You mean to say, biological control is a good thing? We talk about biological control agent in the agricultural landscape, right? Does really biological control agent works? Not always. Many times it failed. It's a double-edged sword. This is the classical example all of us give when we talk about the introduced species as a biological control agent. And we have done such mistakes several times, not one or two times, whether to control water hyacinth or Parthenium is example, right? The beetle which we introduced to control small one to control Parthenium, right? Never worked. Bangalore, even now you can see the Parthenium all over the place. So it didn't work. Here, it's okay. If it has not eaten Partula snail, it's fine, but it ate away 20 species to extinction. Similarly, there's a snake introduced in Guam island, that brown snake, right? Brown cat snake, yeah. So he is the snake person. Anything related to snake, you please ask him. So that brown snake ate away a lot of birds to extinction in the Guam island. So again, we are transporting animals from one to the other as a pet or to biological control and pushing many species to extinction. This is the classical case of a biological control agent, bought as a biological control agent, pushing species to extinction. So which is a very, very nonsensical idea. Next. So what's happening now is, we don't know what we have, because only 5 to 10% we have documented. We have not recorded what species is found where. Do we know how many species are there in Dakshina Kannada and Udupi districts? Birds, yes. Butterflies, yes. Probably mammals. Do we know how many fishes are there here? No, we don't know. So we have complete list, maybe because of the Dr. KG, but today's his second death anniversary, I told you. Because of his effort, we have documented almost all plants, thanks to KG, but almost 90% we know what plants we have. But we don't know what species of insects we have, how many species of reptiles we have, how many species of amphibians we have in this small district. We are not recording it. We don't even take an effort to go out and record what species are there. So we don't know their status. So a lot of mollusks have gone extinct because we don't know what they are. A lot of insects have gone extinct. A lot of earthworms have gone extinct without even being named. This is for the mollusk, this article, but this is true in case of many, many small organisms like insects, worms, and many other things. Right? Next slide, please. So, why should we worry? Because we are, I don't know how many billion people we have, I don't know the number. because we need to save the species, conserve the species because they provide services, what we call it ecosystem services. Ecosystem services is defined as services provided by the ecosystem for human well-being. If I have to be healthy, I need to get a clean air. If I want to be healthy, I need to get clean drinking water. If you want to be healthy, I need to get good food. And have to grow food. I have to get nutrient in the soil to grow the plants, crop plants. This all services is provided by the biodiversity and ecosystem, and this is called as ecosystem service. They provide pollination service, pest and disease management service, fresh water, drinking water, food, fiber, genetic resources, recreation and tourism. You go sit next to the beach. That's a service ecosystem is providing. We'll be happy seeing the waves, seeing birds there in the beach, or in the Sabarmati riverfront, or the Tunga, next to the Tunga river, or wherever we are. That is the recreational and spiritual services the ecosystem is provided, the biodiversity is provided. That is why we need to conserve. It helps in soil and water, air and water pollution, nutrient recycling, and so on and so forth. Whatever the biodiversity ecosystem provides, those services are helping us to maintain our healthy lifestyle. Next. So, what is happening now? What kind of services we are losing? One of the classical example is catastrophic decline in the bees. So, bees are vital for biodiversity. There are 130,000 plants for which bees are essential for pollination. Almost all fruits what we eat, almost all vegetables what we eat are pollinated mostly by bees. Mostly by bees. If bees are not there, we may not get that kind of fruits, that kind of vegetable. Next slide. So, what's happening? The 31% of the bee population colonies have collapsed in US alone. California, we are talking to the Rajgopal sir, California, San Francisco area is a big area for almonds, pistachio, and kilometers of length of these pistachios, almonds, and other things. There are no bees. They carry bee colonies in their lorry and to keep it as on a rent to pollinate the pistachios and almonds. Is it California pistachio? You get in supermarket, 400 rupees for half a kg or something. Who pollinates that? It's the bee. And now it's not the natural bee pollination, but it's a rented bee pollination. Rented bees are pollinating these almonds and pistachios in San Francisco, California, that area. And most of the bee colony declined because of the pesticides. Mindless use of pesticide. I know, without use of pesticide, we cannot feed this world. Purely organic doesn't work in most of the places. We have to use, but there's a limit to which what we should use, right? We limit what chemical should be used. There's a limit. And parasitic mites. Thanks to human beings, we transport all kinds of organisms from one place to another place. My PhD student is studying that, how animals have been transported from one country to the another country. He studied 1,500 species of animals, including the mosquitoes to earthworms to rats. Being transported to many other parts of the world, including these parasitic mites, pathogen and viruses, and also GMOs. GMO, genetically modified organisms, mostly the plants, are apparently responsible for collapse of bee colonies mostly in Europe, in North America. Next. So, 1/3 of all our fruits and vegetables would not exist without the pollinators visiting flowers, mostly bees. Next slide. So, we all just came out of Corona pandemic, right? We all came out of it. Still there is a looming threat of COVID. Even people are getting affected with COVID, but does not have that effect like what happened in 2020 and 2021. How did it come? Where did it come from? It all came from the spillover, what we call it a spillover. Spillover from the natural area into the domestic. Like, either by wildlife market, if you go to China, Southeast Asia, like Thailand, Malaysia, these kind of wild animals being either sold either live or dead. It has been consumed in a larger extent in these countries. And if you can make out from this graph, it's the number of virus species and number of zoonotic species. If you look at these bats, rodents and pigs carry maximum number of viruses which are potential to infect human beings. You leave out these rodents, apes, bats and some birds. If you are cutting down the forest, clearing the forest, hunting the animals for eating, you are just spreading the virus which are found in the natural environment into the human population. And when the forest is cut, the animals will come to the human habitation. That's what's happening in the human wildlife conflict area. Along with that, they will also carry this bacteria, virus and other pathogen, and that will infect the human being. So, we have learned a lesson from COVID. Billions and billions of dollars have been lost because of the COVID. Millions of people died across the world. It's high time we understand the gravity of the situation and try to conserve and preserve the environment so that we ourselves don't dig our own grave and push ourselves to the extinction before these species go extinct. Next slide, please. So we need to conserve and preserve, not push species to extinction for our good health and our well-being. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I can take questions, then Surya can take over from me. Am I on time? Or did I exceed? Am I on time, right? Any question?
The session is open for discussion.
Recently, on the social media, when I will be scrolling the YouTube shorts, I have seen a type of short that red apple snails, the eggs of red apple snail, when you see that, they tell that you have to crush them. So, isn't it a disturb for the ecosystem?
If it's an introduced species, like golden apple snail or African giant snail or rosy wool snail, nothing wrong, you kill it. Because it's not found, it's not a native of India.
No, it's not my question. Like it's already present in the ecosystem. So aren't we disturbing the ecosystem?
See, African giant snail is also already found in India. It's not our species. It's introduced in 1847. Since then it is found in India. It's naturalized into Indian ecosystem. But traditionally it is not an Indian species. If it's an introduced species, nothing wrong in doing that. If it's a native species, we shouldn't do that. Let there be very clear distinction between that. Okay, lantana, uprooting lantana is good or bad? It's good because lantana is not Indian species. There are a lot of studies from India only shows that lantana is bad for the environment. There are a lot of studies from India only show that African giant snail is not good for the environment. Still, you want to be there in your, will you allow rat into your house and go into the kitchen and eat away? No, right? Similar. It is not Indian species. They are not naturally it's not found in India. It has been transported by due to human activity, and there are no enemies for them. That's why they are growing. Otherwise, all the native biodiversity, they will have enemy to control their population. These introduced species, no problem. If it's an introduced species, there is nothing wrong in killing. You can just eradicate it. Fine. If it's a native species, don't do that. That's all. Yes, sir.
As we know, there are many introduced species in our vegetable kingdom.
Yes.
Brinjal, chili, potato, tomato,
everything.
Papaya. Yeah. Do do you advise that it has to be eliminated or what?
Well, I was not very articulate in my answer to her. 40% of Indian flora is introduced.
Yeah.
Out of which very small, not even 2% becomes invasive. The species which is introduced and become invasive should be eliminated. Like jacaranda, mayflower, they are all trees, they are not harmful. They are fine. Vegetables, they are fine. The species which goes out of control as a become a rogue has to be eliminated. That's what I was trying to mean.
You just talked about us being worried about the extinction of the animals. So are we really worried about the animals going extinct, or is it just fear that someday even humans might go extinct? Like you told, they serve some purpose, like in a direct or indirect manner.
It's both. Okay. Our life is dependent on them.
Okay.
So if you want to survive, you better conserve them.
So we are not worried about the animals, like they are going extinct.
We should be worrying about the animals because they have got first right over the land, because they evolved much earlier than human beings. Like snails, Indian land and freshwater mollusks evolved around 400 to 420 million years back. When did we evolve? 10,000 years back? Okay. When did amphibians evolve? 50 million years back in Indian? Yeah, 70 million years back. They have got first right over us. So, but we generally talk about humans first. So, which is the animals and plants which are evolved much earlier. They have got first right over this plant. We have to control for their own purpose. Plus, second is our own survival also depend on them.
Is there a chance of humans going extinct?
Obviously, yes. Neanderthal have gone extinct. Many human races have gone extinct and sapiens.
Like everything cleared.
Oh yes. For 50 million years or to 25 million years or maybe 10 million years from now, there may be huge meteoritic impact and we will be wiped out. This is not good. It is constantly happening.
By 2100s?
We don't know. See, nobody has got any. So there is one big meteoritic impact. This proposed impact takes place sometime in next 100 years or so. That's what they say. But we don't know. It can happen anytime. So nobody knows, when the meteor will come and hit the earth. So it is happening over the course of our destiny. Nothing new in it. Species will evolve, species will go. So some of the other time they're bound to happen and it will happen. That's it. What we know is a very short. Any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. I hope Arvind kept you awake. So I'll be giving a small talk on the recent work that we did with the turtle. I'm not a big turtle guy, but I work most on the reptiles with Arvind. And Arvind has been forcing me to work on snails and a lot of other groups, of course. So this is a small work that we recently published during the lockdown mostly. And before we start, how many of you know this turtle? You heard of this turtle somewhere? Red-eared slider? Very nice. No one? Yeah? You must have seen this in the aquariums mainly, right? And they look small, very cute looking, cheap in price. And apart from the aquariums, where do you see it? Where have you seen it? Anywhere outside the aquariums? Sorry? Sorry? Pet, yeah, I mean outside the aquariums, outside your house. Have you not seen anywhere? So, okay, so the whole story is going to be about this turtle now.
And we are completely happy, as Arvind said, introduced and being invasive. Until they're in the aquarium, we have no problem with this turtle. Unfortunately, this is out, and not just in India, and most parts of the country, they are outside, and they've become invasive, and they started killing and eradicating a lot of native biodiversity. So we just wanted to check what's happening in India, because there's no data available for India at all. Next. So yeah, what are invasive species? Arvind gave a very brief info about invasive species. So invasive species is basically something which is not native to that ecosystem, right? So there's also different versions of defining invasive species. Few people say indigenous. I mean, how do you define indigenous? Some say Indian species. I mean, I don't really think that's a very good description of an invasive species. Indian species also means that any species from Northeast can live here. That's not true, right? And Indian species also means that any species from Bangalore can live here, or any species that from here can live in Bangalore, which is not true again. So it should be more confined to the ecosystem, or how you define it. So it should be something like Western Ghats. Even within Western Ghats, which type of vegetation are we talking about? Which ecosystem are we talking about? So anything that is specific to that ecosystem is native. Anything that goes away from it, or anything that comes away from it to a new ecosystem can be invasive. So in that sense, here we talk about red-eared slider, which is from a different country. But then there are a lot of examples within India. For example, you must be knowing about these fishes called rohu, katla, and all these fishes. So some of these are labio fishes, and they are actually from Ganges. And some of the marshes from Ganges rivers have been introduced into southern Indian rivers. And can we call them native? Because they're all Indian fishes, right? The fishes do not know about anything about our Indian-Pakistan boundary or anything. So it's about the ecosystem that we're talking about. Next. So yeah, the problem is this. I will give a very brief intro of this also. Predation and herbivorium competition. They go some of these invasive species go and predate like in outlandish way, and there are also examples of hybridizations, especially with insects. They contaminate gene pools of other insects, and even for snakes there are examples when they were introduced, they contaminate the gene pools. And there are some controversial statements like dogs hybridizing with wolves and jackals in some parts of the North India. And yeah, it's a very controversial statement to say dogs are invasive, but they are invasive. So they are hybridizing with native species of jackals and eventually getting mixed with the gene pools of the jackals, and then eventually the species will go extinct. And over time you'll see jackals on a different shape, in a different form. They look completely different and they go away. So that's the issue with the hybridization of the invasive species. And economic impacts, they can really lead to drastic issue like the Parthenium issues and what Arvind was talking about, the snail, and there are several other impacts, economic impacts because of the invasive species. Just a rough figure here which says about 350 million per year in the USA has been lost because of the invasive species. So yeah, red-eared slider again. So red-eared sliders are native to the southern United States and slightly in the South America. So juveniles are carnivorous, they just feed on everything. You must have seen the turtles. They're like, they feed on plants, they feed on animals, they feed on other turtles, eggs, everything. And not less to say, adults are again omnivorous, they feed on everything again. There is still very little that's known in India about what they feed. So there are also a lot of studies which says invasive species in their native areas eat very differently. When they go to new dishes, they eat again very differently. They have a completely different set of diets. So all we know about red-eared slider and even this poster is about where they are from, the native range. So we don't even know what they're eating in India. So this is based on the native range again. So they're freshwater turtles. So in captive conditions, they say you can keep them about 15 to 25 years. But in wild, again, we don't know what happens in the wild. So how you easily identify, I think in peninsular India, in freshwater, there's about 4 or 5 species of turtles. The common ones that you see will be like 1 feet long and 1 feet in size. Those are the pond turtle and the flapshell turtle. So other species of turtles are generally very long. They're called the softshell turtles. They grow like 1.5 meter in size as well, 1 meter to 1.5 meter. So easy to identify them. So apart from the carapace size, which is the shell, so they will have this red color mark when they're juveniles. As they grow adult, you don't see it very distinct, but then they'll have these stripes around the head like this, which the native Indian turtles do not have. And most often, in the recent times, a lot of pictures that come to me for identification, people send me a lot of pictures for ID, turtles, snakes, and a lot of things. So out of the, I would say for example, out of 10 photos that I have received for identification, 5 turned out to be the red-eared slider, and all of them from white. And temple ponds, mainly the temple ponds, local lakes, and mainly the cities, not much from the villages and outskirts of the villages, mainly from the cities. So this is when we decided, okay, we should do something about it. And I've been seeing this turtle from a very long time, ever since I was going around looking for snakes and frogs from different parts of the country. I've been seeing this turtle everywhere, but never thought, okay, it's there all the time. But never really wanted to look into it. Next. So yeah, again, not just in India. India, there's nothing so far, I'll come to that later. But about 22 countries in the world have banned the trade of the species. And you cannot buy it, you cannot sell it, no import, no export, nothing with the species. And India, there is nothing so far. So this is the native range. Next. And this is the introduced range. You can see they've almost occupied most of the zones of the world. And India, ours is the first study to report so much records for India. Otherwise, they're all scattered information. So yeah, we don't really know how they came into India first. So a lot of species respect to the invasive species, they start with the origin. They first want to find out where they came from, how they came from, understanding the history of its origin. But with these guys, we don't really know. Some news says that they've been like about 52 million turtles was traded between 89 to 97. But no one has no clue why they were brought inside, when they were brought inside, who brought it inside, nothing. And one thing that we know for sure is they all came through the pet trade. There is no other reason, because most invasive species come through pet trades. And human, of course, all the invasive species are human introduced, either accidentally or it could be intentional. So most of these are, although not intentional introductions, they were not brought for any other reasons. For example, the beetle that Arvind was talking about. So beetles, they were got intentionally for some other reason. They didn't know they were going to become invasive. So these guys, there is no reason, there's no economic, they're not gotten for the biological functions or any other functions. Just for ornamental function they were brought in, and eventually they became invasive, either through escapes from pet trade. It generally happens through escapes. So during flood events and during any other scenarios, they just escape out and they establish a population, they establish a wild population again. Or people release them intentionally, not knowing their issues and not knowing their disasters, people release them, and that's with the red-eared slider. People have intentionally released it, and as we speak now, they're still releasing it. I still know a lot of people who just release it and tell me, oh, I released one. I'm like, I didn't want to kill it, I released it. I don't want to keep it either. Next. So the next big reason. So there's a recent study which listed the pet reptiles in India. You know, any idea how many pet reptiles are available in India? Not the Indian species that are found outside the country, that they're imported illegally and used for pet animals. Any idea, any numbers? Yes? Reptiles I'm talking about. You must have all know about birds, a lot of exotic birds that you see, a lot of exotic mammals also you see. Just reptiles which generally people hate. There are about 89 species of reptiles in India that are just pets from other countries. So of all this, there are about 12 species of turtles and tortoises together. But why do we speak about this? Like there's a lot of turtles and tortoises. They can all become invasive. Why are we picking up on this guy? Or why are we targeting this guy? Yeah, the reason is cheap in the market, right? So you go to the aquarium, this evening you can just go to one aquarium, buy it for like 200 bucks, 250 rupees, and if you bargain, maybe get it for 150 rupees. Put it in your pan packet. This pan again, I think I can fill in some 10 turtles, baby turtles in this packet and go home. Right? And 200 rupees. And it's not a big money for a lot of us these days. But then on the other hand, the other tortoise like the sulcata tortoise and then the Aldabra tortoise, they're extremely rare in the wild. And the juveniles are 7,000 to 5 lakh rupees per animal, like for one animal. And the Aldabra tortoise starts with the price of 4 lakh. Right? And as they grow, the price only appreciates. There is no depreciation for them. So if you have a juvenile, you buy it for like say 1 lakh rupees and then you grow it for 2-3 years. When you sell it, it's like land. You sell it for 3 lakh rupees. So you actually make profit. So you will never be interested in leaving them out. So it's actually a big loss for you to leave them out. So you'll only be interested in selling it off. So it's always under the captive condition. You don't throw it in the wild ever. But then something that's extremely common, and you get any aquarium you go, you find hundreds, and there is no value for this animal except for the colors. So there's no economical value for it. Anyone can afford for it. Anyone buys it. As they grow, the price depreciates. No one is interested because the juveniles are colorful. As they grow, the color goes away. So as they grow, they become very difficult to maintain. People can't maintain it. The small ones you can keep in small aquariums, you keep it. As they grow, they become this big, and they start biting, and there's a lot of other issues with keeping turtles. So people don't know what to do with it. So there are some places, there is, KFRI has an enclosure, so they have about a few thousand turtles with them. And not a lot of places accept turtles from pet owners. So you don't know what to do. And over time you create an emotion to these animals, and then you don't want to throw them, you don't want to kill them, or you don't want to keep them because you can't keep them. It's very difficult to keep them. And people end up releasing them in the lakes. Like, okay, let it be alive there. I can't handle it, I can't manage it anymore, but let it be alive. Just throw it in the lake or pond or a river system, right? So that is why we're picking up on this guy, not this guy. So these are not at all a worry for us. I mean, of course, there are different issues to deal with when it comes to the pet trade and regulations. But with the wild invasive stuff, we are only worried about this guy. And yeah, of course, the impact on the biodiversity. So there are several studies which will come a little later about how they have impacted local biodiversity in several other countries. Yeah, so this is one example from China, and in India there is nothing available. So this is from China, which says that the black bars that you see are the red-eared sliders feeding, and then the hash bar that you see is one of the native species of China feeding. So you see here, this first bar represents the plants. So they eat very less of the plants, while the native species eat a lot of plants. But if you come here, the animals and the native snails and fish, and even the shrimps if you take, so a significant number of it is eaten by the red-eared sliders, whereas the native feeders did not get an opportunity to feed. So this study was done by their sympatric together. So they analyzed a lot of gut contents and then the feeding behaviors. So this is the impact of this red-eared slider in China. So this is one of the studies. And beyond this, there are several studies in a lot of countries to prove that they significantly overlap with the niches, and then they also go and feed on the native biodiversity, not leaving much for the local biodiversity. Next. And this is the only thing that's known from India. This is a captive study, this is not a wild study. So someone from Gujarat, a person called Raju Vyas, had it in his enclosure. He is part of a zoo there. So this is called the Indian tent turtle. So Panchura tecta. They're endangered, they're critically endangered, and they're very rare. So he had it together, but he had no clue that this is going to happen. So the eggs were kept, and he also had the red-eared slider together in the same enclosure. So he was watching them carefully one day. The eggs hatched, and what you see here and here are the hatchlings. So the hatchlings just appeared out of the land. So turtles do it below the soil, and they just appeared out of the land. The moment the turtles and the hatchlings came out, red-eared sliders ran behind them and finished all of them. About 18 hatchlings came out. Within a span of 9 to 11 minutes, all the hatchlings were done. Right? So this is only captive study that we know. We don't know still what happens in the wild. And again, Arvind gave a talk about this also. So highly pathogenic salmonellosis. So salmonellosis is another big problem. And in US there was one outbreak just because of the turtle, and a lot of kids were affected. And there's one recent study which also required a different viral infestation just because of this turtle. And there may be a lot of other things because so these turtles are not bred in India, so they don't breed it in India because it's very cheaply available when they buy it. So I and Arvind are part of some committee with the MOEF. So we sometimes get this orders when people apply for import orders. We get it for NOC and like our opinions. So one of the recent orders that we got was about 80,000 individual import, right? Not breeding, import, and the country of origin not very clear. So they say Southeast Asia, and then they also say US. But then the problem is when they are imported, it's not just the turtles that are coming, and they come in the water, and they can carry any infections from these native countries which are brought here. and again goes to all the houses in wild. So we generally deny all those permits when it comes to us. So yeah, that happens. So we don't know what kind of infections and other parasites that they carry when they're imported, because they're not bred in India. They're extremely imported from different parts of the world. So yeah, so with all this histories, we had no clue. We were only talking all this for a long time. We were like, okay, we know this is problem, this is a problem species, and this is happening in this country, it's happening in the other country. But what's happening in India? We don't really know. We didn't even know what is happening. And all we know about this species until a few years, we started with this. So somebody called Sandeep, we don't even know who this person is. So he described, he published this small note somewhere. It said, will exotic red-eared slider turtle, Trachymys crypta elegans become invasive in India? So that's where we also started. Okay, will it become invasive? Or even if it becomes invasive, what are we going to do about it? So what do we know about the species? Then we thought, okay, we'll put all the data together. We'll see if we can do something about the species in India, and especially this during the lockdown. So we had nothing to do in the field. So me and Arvind thought, okay, we'll sit at home and do this work. So then we started looking a few more, and we found a lot of scattered information like this. One person reported it from here, the other person reported it from the other place. Whereas the other countries, if you see, they have a very good comprehensive report of the species from their respective countries. In India, there was nothing. So we thought, okay, we'll put it together. Next. So we collected a lot of data from our own field surveys, wherever we've seen, again from the images that I've got, and from iNaturalist, IPP, and literature records. How many of you know iNaturalist? Okay, not many. Okay, so iNaturalist is an open citizen science portal. So if you photograph anything like plants, animals of any sort, if you photograph and you do not know what it is, you can just post it in iNaturalist. And there's a lot of people like us who are very active in these groups. I mean, I'm interested in seeing reptiles. So I keep on looking for who had posted for reptiles. So if I know things, I go identify. Similarly, anything that you post, there will be some expert group which will be identifying this, and you get your ID if you do not know ID. And also, even if you know the ID, if you post it, these informations are used by a wide range of people. Like a lot of us work on secondary data. Although I work on a lot of other things, we also work on secondary data. We collect data. It's not possible for us to go to all the field all the time and collect data. So these data from the citizen scientists are very important for us. So if you don't already have it, you can get it in your Android app. The iNet has an Android app for it. So you can just photograph and post it. It gets all the information by basic. So we used a lot of data from iNet, and Indian Biodiversity portal is something very similar. So then we thought we'll do a niche modeling approach. So you know niche modeling? How many of you know niche modeling? No. So niche modeling is basically using a lot of statistical tool with the climatic variables conditions. So it kind of estimates or predicts its niches. You know niches, right? Okay. Niche is something which is responsible for any species to live in that condition. Niche could be anything. Niche could be geography, niche could be climate, niche could be water, resource, feed, everything else. So niche modeling is something, so you use a set of variables and set of points, occurrence points that you already know of the species, and you ask the program to predict, given these points, given these are the places that I know the species is present, where are the other places in the given area it can be present or which is suitable for the species to be present. So it uses a lot of statistical algorithm inside based on the bioclimatic variables that are already available. So it tells you with given scenario, with an increasing trend or a decreasing trend, that it is possible that species will extend its distribution or it will reduce its distribution. So this is a very it's a very desktop approach that we do. And niche shift and expansion. So this is again, niche shift and expansion is something like, so you say a set of niches are available for the species. For example, there are 6 niches that are available for the species in the native zone. It uses this 6. Because of this 6 niches, the species exist in the native zone. So when they are introduced to a different zone, sometimes they may not adapt to the new niches given here and they go extinct. So those species we don't have any problem with. That's what I was saying. So the introduced species, not all the introduced species may become invasive. So some species, and there are other studies also which say they have some kind of genetic traits to adapt itself to a new condition, which is inbuilt in most of the species. Whether or not you put them in a new niche or a new zone is the question. You put them, and there are still a lot of native species with the trait, but you just don't throw them in a new place. You throw them, they may express the trait. Until then, the trait is not expressed at all. So this is what we do with the niche expansion. So we see with the new distribution and the old distribution, are they expanding the niche? If they're not expanding the niche and if they're controlled within the native niche, it's still fine. They will not really go and explore new niches and expand their habitat. But if they're expanding their habitat and the niches, then it's a little alarming. So there it means that they're actually going away from their comfort zone and expanding to the new niches, which can be a little dangerous. And we also wanted to see the overlap with the native freshwater turtles. So there are about 26 native turtles in India, freshwater turtles in India. So we wanted to see how much do they overlap with the native turtles, and would they pose a threat for the native turtles or not. Yeah, so 22 species of freshwater turtles in India, from 12 inch to about 3 feet size. So if you see this map, so the red ones means there are more number of freshwater turtles in this area. So Northeast India and the Gangetic Plateau is generally known to be the biodiversity hotspot. Some of the places, as you see, is not a complete map though, but most of these zones, if you see, will have about 12 to 16 species of turtles in just that river basin. But if you see in peninsular India, actually not much. It's just, as I said, it's 1 to 4 species here and there. But then Northeast is a place of big risk in general for the freshwater turtles. Next. So yeah, and among this, if you see, most of them are endangered and critically endangered, and among this I'm talking. Next. So these are the initial results from our niche modeling work. So this is the current. So here if you see, the green ones means there is very less suitability for the species, and the orange one means the high suitability for the species. So if you see the current scenario, this is the distribution. This is the possible niche availability, and as it grows, RCP 2.6 and 8.5 is basically the representative carbon pathway, which means how much the carbon can be emitted in the environment, in the atmosphere in the future. So what happens in 2.6? 2.6 is an assumption with a very less amount of carbon to 8.5 with a higher amount of carbon. So it basically is proportional to the heat in the atmosphere. So it says that it's increasing in the northeast, also in the coast, also in the western Ghats. So it means that they are likely to expand their niches within the western Ghats, and then also in the northeast, which is going to be a bit problematic. So niche overlap is also the same thing. So the green ones is actually the native niche. So the red ones that you see here is the expanded niche. So they are actively adapting themselves to the new niches in India. So that means whatever conditions they lived in the native zone doesn't matter anymore. Whichever new condition is available, any other new weather or climate or resource and anything, they will be adapting to the new condition actively. So this is the overlap that we checked. So a lot of species, I don't want to name off the species now, so a lot of species with endangered status or do have a very significant overlap with the species. So that's going to be a big threat, because these guys are known to feed on the juveniles and hatchlings and even the eggs of the species, which will become a problem eventually. So yeah, this is basically, we don't do much field work. We just wanted to put all the information together and what. So then we wanted to look at the policy. I told you 22 countries have banned it, but what happened in India? What is happening in India? Can we do something about it? So if you looked at the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, which governs all the wildlife related crimes and the protections in India, this species is not protected by there's no regulations for this species in India so far until now. So partly by the Customs Act. So only if customs catch them in the import, they can hold them. But then once they come into the mainland, into the aquarium or your house, nobody in the country can come to you and say that no, you can't keep them. Despite the fact they are known to be invasive in 22 other countries, there is no regulation in the country which stops you from buying or selling it and releasing it outside. Yes. So during the lockdown, I don't know how many of you are aware of the pet trade and stuff. So there is something called CITES Convention, Convention of International Trade of Endangered Species. So India is a signatory of the CITES Convention, which means, so CITES is like IUCN basically. So CITES organization has a list of species which should not be traded. So all the endangered species, and based on some criteria, they list species. So for example, if India is a signatory, if CITES has a species in it, any Indian law or Indian government should not allow any kind of trade with respect to this species. So if India is a signatory, they have to abide by the law. But although India was a signatory for a long time, India had no law, no protocol to control the import and the export of animals that belong to the CITES appendix. So during the lockdown, they were trying to, during 2022, I'm sure you would have heard about the amendment to the Act. They recently amended the Wildlife Protection Act. So they wanted to include the CITES appendix animals into the law for controlling the trade. So they gave a 6 months window for all the people who had already animals from the CITES appendix. For example, the Aldabra tortoise that I was talking about is one of the CITES animals. So which means if I already had a CITES, Aldabra tortoise with me, it is actually illegal by the CITES convention. But India still did not have any law. So what the government said is, if you already have it, I'll give you a 6 months window where you can declare yourself. You just self-declare that I possess this, although this belongs to CITES. So once you declare it, they legalize your animal. So just that one animal, how many ever you declare, that will be legalized. So once the 6 months window was over, they stopped it, and any trade was banned after that. So we were very hopeful that they will be including invasive species also into it. But unfortunately, unfortunately, they were very strict about only the CITES appendix animals, and all the animals that belong to CITES appendix are expensive stuff. And like any macaws that you see is 1 lakh rupees, Aldabra tortoise is 4 lakh rupees. We were like, okay, fine, it's a very good move that you did. But then what about invasive species? And they are like very cheaper, and they're actually the problematic species. The law says it's Wildlife Protection Act. It's actually distracting the wildlife, all the invasive species, and there is no word about the invasive species. So we were really worried about it. So of total about, I said no, 80 species of reptiles. So this many, 32 species are already known to be invasive in several other countries. And this many is not reported in the law at all. So we thought, okay, we'll have to do something. Yeah, so before that, so because based on this work, we now work with MOEF and Kerala Forest Department and a few other state departments now. So now we are trying to come with some regulation for the trade, and there may be a ban soon of the radial slider in the country. And we're also trying to see what to do with the wild populations if they are caught. So all that is happening based on this study. So basically the study, we just wanted to sensitize the information out and nothing based on much fieldwork. So we wanted to make a noise saying that this is becoming problematic and deal with it now before it becomes a problem at all. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So this is the main problem in the study, big gap in the law controlling the trade. So we identified in the paper that we published, we identified and explained where is the law, where is the gap in the law and which needs to be fixed and how it can be fixed. We gave a lot of policy recommendations in this paper. Yeah. So this is the outcome of the study. We're working with the MOF. Hopefully there may be some news soon. And the only request that I would give to all of you is please don't buy them. And if you have already, please don't release them. And if you know someone who cannot handle it, don't let them release it. That's the only thing that you can do for now. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you all.
and inspired all the participants. Let us not allow the insights gained today to remain mere words. Instead, let them serve as a catalyst for actions and change. I would like to invite Dr. Arvind N.A. and Mr. Suryanarayan Kumar sir to the stage. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. As we draw close to the end of this insightful session, I express my sincere gratitude to the first guest speaker of today's session, Dr. Arvind N.A. for his valuable time and wisdom in guiding us. Thank you, sir. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the second speaker of this session, Mr. Suryanarayan Kumar, for sharing their expert insights with us. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to all of you present here for your engagement and enthusiasm. Thank you all. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Arvind N.A. and Mr. Suryanarayan Kumar for the invaluable contributions as resource person. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present each of them with a memento. I would like to invite Arvind Hebbar, former HOD of Botany, on the stage to present the memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude. Here we come to the end of this session. Hope you had a fruitful session. Thank you. There is a 5 minutes break for the tea break, then immediately the next session starts.
animals.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಸ್ನೇಹ ವರ್ಗೀಸ್. ನಾವಿಂದು MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಝೂವಾಲಜಿ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಅಸ್ಥಿಪಂಜರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತು? ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಾವಿಂದು ತಿಳಿಸಿಕೊಡುತ್ತೇವೆ. ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲಗಳು ಸಾಗರ ಸಸ್ತನಿಗಳು. ಇದು ಬಲೀನ್ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲ ಎಂಬ ಜಾತಿಗೆ ಸೇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇವುಗಳು 30 ಮೀಟರ್ ಉದ್ದ ಹಾಗೂ 180 ಟನ್ ತೂಕ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇವು 20ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಾಗರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಸಿಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದವು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ 3 ರೀತಿಯ ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲಗಳ ಜಾತಿಯು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಸಮುದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇವುಗಳು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುವ ಮೀನನ್ನು ಹಾಗೂ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಸಿಸುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದು ತಿನ್ನುತ್ತದೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಇದೇ ವಿಭಾಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ.
This skeleton which you see is the skeleton of Balaenoptera, called as the giant of the sea. This was located on Malpe and was considered to be washed ashore on October 1977. As it was selected in a state that could not be presented, it needed construction and amendments. And finally, on 16th August 1978, it was installed in this corridor. The skeleton of this organism weighs about 7.5 tons, and the skull alone weighs about 2.5 tons. This is one of the species of the whales. It is considered to be one of the largest and the heaviest species of the whales in the world. If you see the vertebral column of this skeleton, it is very long. It measures about 13 meters in length. The entire weight of this organism is 130 tons, which is a weight which can be only supported by the sea. If you compare the weight of this organism to the other organism, it weighs about 1600 men and 25 elephants. The zoological nomenclature of this organism is Balaenoptera. It has a special reference to the enormous big feeding device called as balance. These are like plates which help in filtering the water. Whenever the whale is trying to feed, it takes up large amount of gallons of water inside, and along with them large amount of debris and planktons come, and these balance help in filtering those. These organisms always move in herds, and they come near the ocean regions only during the time of breeding or in the search of food. According to the International Union of Conservation and Naturalists, this is one of the species among the 6 species which are considered to be near extinction. So there's a lot of awareness in saving this species of the whales.
ನೋಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರೇ, ಇದಿಷ್ಟು ನೀಲಿ ತಿಮಿಂಗಿಲದ ಮಾಹಿತಿ. ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ವಿಡಿಯೋದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗೋಣ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವವರು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ. ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಈ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ನಿಲ್ಲಲು ಅನೇಕ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಇಂದು ಬೃಹತ್ತಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮೇನ್ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲೇ. ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಮಹಾಶಿಲ್ಪಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ದಿವಂಗತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತೋನ್ಸೆ ಮಾಧವ ಅನಂತಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಂದು ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೀಗ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕನಸನ್ನು ನನಸಾಗಿಸಿದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇಂದು ಬಾನೆತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು 75ರ ಹೊಸ್ತಿಲಲ್ಲಿದೆ. MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಯೇ ಒಂದು ರೋಚಕವಾದ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ. 1947ಕ್ಕೂ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಗಗನ ಕುಸುಮವಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲುವರೆಗಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೋ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೋ ಅಥವಾ ಮದ್ರಾಸಿಗೋ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನಗಂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಗೊಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಪ್ರವೃತ್ತರಾದರು. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಪೈ ಅವರ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 1942ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದ್ದರು. ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು. ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಉಡುಪಿಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿ ನಗರಸಭೆಯ ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೀಪದ ಕ್ಲಬ್ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949ರಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡಿತು. ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಎಚ್ ಸುಂದರರಾಯರು ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡರು. ಆರಂಭದ ವರ್ಷ 79 ಹುಡುಗರು, 10 ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು, 10 ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, 7 ಮಂದಿ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು. ಆರಂಭದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಹ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲು ಪಣತೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಮ್ಮ MGM. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು ಕೂಡ ಊರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪಡೆಯುವಂತಾಯಿತು. ಮೊದಲ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿ ಟಿ ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ ಪೈ ಮೊದಲ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದಿಂದ ಚಿನ್ನದ ಪದಕವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದದ್ದು ಇತಿಹಾಸ. ಅಂದಿನಿಂದ ಇಂದಿನವರೆಗೂ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಳಿಸುತ್ತಲೇ ಸರಪಳಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಗಳ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಿಂದ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಯಿತು. ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಗ್ರಿಗುಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕಟ್ಟಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಲಾನ್ಯಾಸಗೈದರು. ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಊರವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಅಷ್ಟಮಠಗಳ ಯತಿಗಳು ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದರು. ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಗೊಂಡ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷವೇ ಉಡುಪಿಯಿಂದ ಈಗಿನ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರಗೊಂಡಿತು. 1952ರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗವನ್ನು ತೆರೆಯಲಾಯಿತು. 1958ರಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮೈಸೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಕಕ್ಷೆಗೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟಿತು. ನಂತರ 1980ರಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಅಧೀನದಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
Now I call upon Ms. Rukeya, 3rd BSc ZC students, to introduce the chairperson. A very good afternoon to all present here. I, Sayyid Rukeya Khadri, welcome you all to the oral session of the National Seminar on Biodiversity Conservation. Today we have with us Dr. H.P. Guru Shankara as the chairperson of this session. Dr. Guru Shankara did his MSc in Zoology from the University of Mysore and obtained his PhD in Zoology from Kuempu University, Karnataka. He served as faculty in the Department of Environmental Science at Kuempu University and the Department of Bioscience at the University of Mysore. He has done his postdoctoral research at the Mysore University and the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He worked as a coordinator at the Talent Development Center, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has been working in the Department of Zoology at the Central University of Kerala since its inception. Dr. Guru Shankara is an external examiner for PG examinations and adjudicates the PhD thesis of many Indian universities. He is instrumental in designing the course curriculum of zoology. Dr. Guru Shankara is currently guiding 3 PhD students and has guided 3 PhD and more than 50 MSc students' dissertation work. He has published more than 30 research papers and presented his research work at national and international meetings. He has authored the book Understanding in Cytogenetic Techniques. His scientific articles are published in Kannada Encyclopedia, Vishwakosha. He is a life member of Indian Academy of Biomedical Science, Indian Science Congress, International Association of Ecology and Declining Amphibian Population Task Force, South Asia. Dr. Guru Shankara's research interest includes oxidative stress and carcinogenesis, neurobiology of autism spectrum disorder, and natural peptides. We are honored to have you here, sir.
Thank you, Rukeya. Now I request Dr. Gurushankara sir to speak a few words.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think very less number, this session is a vibrant session because young researchers are going to present their research findings in this session. But from morning we are hearing expert talk, expert lectures and their experts in their field. Now we are going to listen our young researchers' findings. Why I am here in this MGM college, there are two reasons. The first reason is my well-wisher, Dr. Ishwar Bhatt sir. We knew each other from last 20 years. I don't know how he got my number after 20 years. Somehow difficult to find, getting my contact number. He found my number through somehow, and he requested me to chair this oral presentation session and adjudicate your presentation or your findings, which is the best one. In that reason, I came here. I am standing in front of you all. The second reason is I heard a lot about MGM College. MGM College is famous for taxonomy. Particularly, just now you heard about Arvind Madhyastha's talk. His father was, I think, served in this college. I think he is a mussel, molluscan taxonomist. Like that, many stalwarts, particularly taxonomists, are originated from this college like that. And last 15 days back, I was in one university as an examiner. I asked, one student where you are coming from. She mentioned that she came from MGM College, Udupi. And she was mentioned about this college, importance, just specialty of this college. This college is meant for the taxonomy, and same thing. This seminar is, what we are attending this meeting. This is also biodiversity conservation meeting. Okay, this college is famous for taxonomy and same way conserving our biodiversity. What today's from morning most of the senior experts were mentioning about conservation of biodiversity and impact of Anthropocene, means human effects on biodiversity. All this concept they are narrating in front of you all. Now we are expecting our young researchers finding presentations, and we are going to select best presenters for some awards. I think organizers are already decided what type of awards they are going to give. For this, I thank my well-wisher, Dr. Ishwar Bhatt sir, and the organizing team. I think I don't know all their names, but I also thank them to inviting me to chair this session, and also my co-judges, co-chairs are here. We knew each other from last 5 years, but again we are meeting together. First time we are sharing the chairs. It's a dais. I am so happy. I thank them also. I thank all the young researchers, students, your enthusiastic presentation. I were expecting your good presentation. Do well and get very good prize or awards. Thank you all.
In this session we have Dr. Sukesh, HOD of PG Department of Botany, Alvas College, Udupi, and Dr. Levina KB, Assistant Professor, Department of Bioscience, Mangalore University, as judges who will co-chair this session. I request Mrs. Yashasini B, Faculty of Department of Zoology, MGM College, to escort the judges to the dais. Welcome you both. I request Yashasini ma'am to florally welcome the judges. Now I will call upon Ms. Rukeya and Ms. Vaishnavi to introduce the judges.
We also have among us Dr. Lavina KB as a member of Judge Panel. Dr. Lavina KB is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Bioscience, Mangalore University, Mangala Gangotri from the past 10 years. She has worked for 5 years as a botany and biology lecturer in St. Philoma Degree College and Ramakunja PU College. She obtained her BA degree and Masters in Bioscience from the Mangalore University and has also cleared KSET exam. She has obtained her PhD from the Department of Biosciences, Mangalore University on the topic of phytochemical analysis of some selected medicinal plants of Dakshina Kannada district. She is a second rank holder in the postgraduate diploma in yogic science. She has more than 20 research publications in international journals and has attended more than 100 plus national and international conferences, seminar, lecture series, workshops, and also has won the Best Paper Award. She has guided more than 25 students in her dissertation project work, also guided students for Inspire Awards. She worked in various fields of education as an academician, administrative worker, lecturer, examiner, guest speaker, competitive exam coacher, judge for various events and received many awards. To name a few, Indian Educational Award 2022, Sadhana Award 2021 and Shiksha Ratna Award 2024 for the achievements in the field of education. It's an honor to have you here, ma'am.
Good afternoon everyone. I am Vaishnavi Pai here to introduce Dr. Sukesh, who is here as the co-chairperson for this session. Dr. Sukesh completed his bachelor's degree in botany, zoology and chemistry from Sri Bhuvanendra College, Karkala in the year 2005. He pursued a master's degree in applied botany from Mangalore University in the year 2007. His insatiable curiosity and passion for research led him to earn his doctoral degree in mycorrhizal association with some dipterocarps of Western Ghats and their molecular systematics. Following his PhD, he embarked on a transformative postdoctoral fellowship at Department of Biotechnology, School of Life Science, Mahe Manipal in 2019, where he delved deeper into research on epigenetic alteration of endophytic fungi in continuous production of host secondary metabolites. Currently, he is working as a HOD in postgraduate department of botany at Alvas College, Mudupidre. He is also a research coordinator of Alvas College, Mudupidre. His research interests are plant-fungal interaction, mycology, phytochemistry and seed science. Dr. Sukesh has around 21 national journals and several international publications. He has presented 27 papers in national and international conferences and has attended around 79 workshops, seminars and conferences. We are glad to have you here, sir. Thank you.
In this session, we have Ms. Swati Vai and Ms. Divya Kanchan, lecturer in Department of Biology, PU Colleges, rapporteurs, and Ms. Asha from Biology Department, PU College to assist this session. I request Mrs. Swati, Divya Kanchan and Asha to take your seat on the dais. I request Yashaswini ma'am to florally welcome Divya ma'am, Swati ma'am and Asha. Now the platform is over for presentation. As already mentioned, the presentation will be of 7 minutes. After 6 minutes, you will get a bell. After one bell, in 1 minute you have to finish the presentation, and 3 minutes will be there for discussion. Over to Divya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the oral presentation session 1. I'm Divya Kanchan and I'm your moderator for today's oral presentation. We have exciting lineup of speakers ready to share their research and insights with us. Our first presenter today is Ms. Andrea D'Souza, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Carmel College of Arts, Science and Commerce for Women, Novum, Goa. She is going to present the paper on the title Human-Wildlife Conflicts in Western Ghats, Nature, Mitigation and Media Coverage Analysis.
Hello, good evening. This is Andrea D'Souza from Kamal College, Goa. And today I will be talking to you about human-wildlife conflicts in the Western Ghats, the nature, mitigation and media coverage analysis. Next please. So Western Ghats, as we all know, is a biodiversity-rich region that has endemic species, several endangered species. Also, this region has been facing a lot of threat due to the habitat destruction, poaching and several other activities. And all of these activities are leading to a lot of negative interactions between the humans and wildlife. And human-wildlife conflict is particularly all these negative interactions that can have impacts on the wild animals as well as humans. There have been a lot of conflicts recently due to various reasons. One of them is the increase in the population. So with increasing population, more and more people are taking up wild land for human settlement, agriculture, roads, leading to wildlife fragmentation, wildlife habitat fragmentation, and also habitat destruction. And also, a lot of human settlements around these areas are facing a threat because the areas attract wild animals. For they are attracted to the livestock, they are attracted to the crops, so it leads to heavy crop losses and losses in terms of livestock. And also we see a lot of cases where the animals are picked up for trading and all their body parts, the organs like horns and teeth, bones, etc. also sold in the market. And also it is observed that a lot of the trading that happens is actually intended for the international market, not much for the Indian market. And one important aspect that we have realized is that the media, particularly mass media and especially print media, has an important role because it influences the perspective of people towards wildlife. So when we talk about the reach that the media has, it reaches out to a vast variety of people and public, and not just public but also to the decision makers. So therefore the way the news is portrayed in the media, it can have a lot of influence on the conservation of these species. For example, when we talk about countries like USA, we see that sharks are always portrayed in very negative light. So in spite of the endangered status of these animals, also the frequency of such cases are very less. So in spite of all that, the negative light creates a sort of a negative people's perspectives towards such animals. And we also know how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected bat conservation as well due to the due to the influence of the media. So therefore, if we use media as a sort of a positive tool, we can encourage and educate a vast population and also mitigate any kind of conflicts and encourage a sort of a coexistence. So what has been done is that we have gathered literature from the print media particularly, from different sources from the internet to local newspapers, e-magazines, and reviewed the kind of articles that are published, particularly with respect to human-wildlife conflicts in the Western Ghats, and especially to analyze how these conflicts have been portrayed. Next, please. Yes, so we have I've selected a few states like Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka and Kerala. This is where majority of the Western Ghats lie, and all the data that has been printed in the media with respect to human-wildlife conflicts, trade, any livestock loss or crop loss or death due to wild animals has been documented. The articles that were recorded have been analyzed with respect to either like a positive attitude, neutral or negative attitude. So positive attitude involves the portrayal of animals and its conservation in a positive light. Negative portrayal involves where the animals are shown in a very negative perspective in terms of the animal itself and its conservation. And we also record whether there has been a neutral opinion that has been shown in the media, where there is neither like a positive or a negative perspective shown, where there's nothing much maybe about conservation or anything specified. Please. Also conflicts, the types of conflict, mitigatory measures were also analyzed. Coming to the results, most of the cases that were recorded involve cases of poaching that are shown in the media. So poaching related cases were 32%. These mostly cases involved animals like monitor lizard, which are poached for their meat and their skin, snakes, then amphibians as well, and also animals like tigers, which are highly prized. And also it was observed that the number of poaching cases were found to be much high in number during the lockdown, because the restrictions in especially rural areas were less, as well as the monitoring in these kind of activities. So people have reported higher poaching cases during the lockdown. Then apart from that, the media also reports 25% we see the human deaths as well as injuries due to wild animals. These are reported by the media. And particularly the animals responsible for human death, we have been found specially linked to elephants, leopards, tigers, who are responsible for such kind of cases. Apart from that, we also seen 11% of wild animal deaths, which are either due to encounter with humans, and also illegal trade. And the rest are less than 5%, which involve rescue cases and habitat destruction. And these should be much more, but we see very less representation in the media. What was observed is that the percentage of positive articles and neutral articles are much higher. So it is a positive perspective and sort of an advantage that has been seen in terms of the media representation. Animals, we have found elephants, which are highest in number. Apart from that, also tigers, leopards. So more representation of the glamorous organisms. Human-wildlife conflict in terms of elephants are much high in number in the Western Ghats. Leopard and tiger observed in human habitats and related cases. Also, monitor lizards have been poached widely, especially in states of Goa, where this drum called as gummat has been something that has been very traditional in the area. Mitigation is very important, because if there is no proper management, then the hostility towards animals increases and conservation becomes difficult. So a number of mitigatory measures are traditionally used in our country, and something like trenches and fences. But apart from that, we need to come up with a lot of other measures for roadkills. And in other countries, it has been observed like such kind of underpasses and overpasses, some in our country as well. And therefore, it is the need of the hour to use technology and all other ways to improve such kind of monitoring, so that the animals can be tracked either using drones or any other sensors, so that the villagers and the community which are impacted can be made aware, and we can improve mitigation. And lastly, what I want to say is that we in this whole room, I think we have very eminent people here, and I think us as teachers and students of science, we should try to contribute as much as possible in this media, because it's a very powerful tool. And if we do that, we can reach a wide audience, and we can spread the message of conservation and protecting the species. And lastly, I think journalists also, we should collaborate with journalists and encourage the positive messages towards conservation and protecting and promoting a coexistence between humans and wildlife. Thank you.
Any questions from audience? Yes.
It was a nice presentation. Just one question. It is not a question, but it's a doubt actually. See, what do you mean by neutral reporting by media?
Sorry,
just
sir.
Neutral reporting. I have seen some word like that. Neutral reporting.
Neutral, yes, sir. So neutral reporting is where the media does not portray the animal neither in a negative perspective or neither positive. So positive means you talk about the ecological advantage of the animal, you portray the animal in a positive light, talk about its importance. But when it's neutral, it means that they don't talk about the importance of the animal, neither talk about the negative aspects. So negative aspects mostly like death, human death or something like that, a negative portrayal. So neutral is where there's been a report that doesn't talk about any advantages of the animal, neither any impacts that it causes in any way.
But normally a conflict happens, just like last week we had one in Wayanad. See, no media is making neutral reports. Actually,
yes.
So what to do?
Sir, because I think the media is not aware about the advantages of the animal. I've seen that in a lot of states that they always just give the news. But I feel there are some publications in Goa, like this O Heraldo, one newspaper, they always talk about the ecological importance. So if they report a case with respect to any animal, at the end they always write like this animal is very important for so-and-so thing in the ecosystem. So we have to make these citizens aware why that animal is important.
So in a massive mob, we cannot see.
Yes, yes, sir. So some cases, I think we cannot have a positive because there are human deaths and injuries and all that reported. So I think in that case, yeah, there is no option. Yes, sir.
Any questions? Other? Okay, Halina, yeah. Any app you have used for getting this type of information?
The newspapers either published in the printed form or online form, or we have some apps also where we can directly sort of access the newspapers as well. Not apps really, but sort of the media that has been published in terms of print media, newspapers, and e-papers and magazines also.
How did you analyze this data?
So for the last few years, I collected the data and then sorted out with respect to which animals have been impacted and whether the portrayal has been...
Can you tell me the duration of this, your study?
Sir, actually, target was last 10 years, but more of the recent reports are available.
10 years specifically, you can mention that which year to which year?
First few are 2014-13 onwards, but most of the recent available information that is there is mostly 2019 onwards. So, but a few reports are from 2014-15, but majority of the reports are 2019 onwards. So, especially I think after the lockdown, I found that there's a surge in a lot of conflict. Probably in the last few years, the conflicts have increased. So, I think the media also has been discussing this in a lot more light.
Yeah. Is there any reference for this study like this?
I can show you the next few.
Okay.
So references of the papers and newspaper articles and even the literature for the methodology is listed in the references.
Can you enlighten about, what is the outcome of this study?
Sir, the outcome, I believe, is to understand how we can use this as a tool for conservation. Because I think that we do a lot of work and it's restricted to classrooms and the scientific community, but it needs to go out to the general public because the general public is not aware about the ecological importance that we talk about in this room. So I think if we collaborate with that kind of knowledge that we have here in this room, if we collaborate with journalists, I think we'll be able to impact the public and make them more aware on most of the issues specifically that some of the people have been facing in areas like this where conflicts are more common.
Okay, last question. So have you added any recent information?
Yes, ma'am. 2013, 2014 information as well.
Recent means
yes.
2024?
2024 till January, February. I try to add as much possible.
So in February 10th also, I think 42 elephants were killed in Wayanad.
I think a lot of reports in Kerala especially. Elephants and Kerala, I think conflict is much more in these areas.
So final, what is the modern solution for this human-animal conflicts or human-elephant conflicts? What you can tell? Or how you can control this human-wildlife conflicts?
Yes, ma'am. So currently the government is spending crores and crores of rupees on mitigation. There are a lot of budget allotted to fencing, especially in our country. Fencing is one of the important method to control conflicts. Fencing, trenches, electrical fences. And apart from that, I believe that we need to look forward to modern technology where we can track elephants, for example. So if you know that a group of elephants is moving in a specific direction, so if the community is aware, then they'll be able to take more measures towards reducing these conflicts. So I think modern technology is the solution. We need to come up with modern technology to track and monitor such kind of groups.
Yeah, thank you, Halina. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have our next presentation by Dr. Vinayaka K.S., Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, Sri Venkatramana Swamy College, Vidyagiri, Bantwal. So he is going to present the paper on the title, Biodiversity of Aquatic Macro and Microphytes in Selected Ponds of Bantwal Taluk, Dakshin Kannada, Karnataka.
Hello. So, good evening everyone. My name is Arjun Shetty and I'll be presenting this seminar instead of Dr. Vinayak sir because he was busy. So my topic is about the biodiversity of aquatic micro and macrophytes. Next slide. So the reason why I took this study is research is to understand the importance of the small local ponds and its effects and ecological importance to associations. So as we know, water, aquatics is essential for our life and understanding it is really important. So the present domain of the life existing on the earth originated from the water. So to study it, we took this under session and next slide. And there are not many majority of literatures or studies done as far as I'm known about the Bantwal Taluk and its pond. So we took it ourselves and done this research. Next slide. So our objective was to study the different microphytes and macrophytes within the Bantwal ponds. So few selected Bantwal ponds and to different hydrophytes and to understand what kind of a threat it is there for the water bodies. Next slide. So this is a map showing the study areas, the Bantwal Taluk, and we took about 18 ponds as our 18 ponds for our studies. Next. So the study area, Bantwal Taluk has a wide range of climatic conditions, and majority of the time, about 70 to 85% of the 80% is humid. And so the main important river that flows within the Bantwal Taluk is the Netravati rivers, and rainfall we get around is 750 to 100 centimeters of 1,100 centimeters of rainfalls. Next slide. So these are the lists of all the ponds we took and all of the parameters that we took during the studies. Next slide. So methodology, the survey was conducted from July 2019 to March 2021, and we took a bottle of black colored carboy, which is capacity of 1 liter, and took it to our laboratory to study the microphytes, and we collected the data of all the macrophytes within that area, and also we took the pH, temperature, etc. during that area. Next slide. So these are the images of some of the ponds we took. Some of them are artificial and some of them are naturals. Next slide. So result and discussions. So the temperature of the study area, atmospheric temperature, was hovering around from 26 in one area and 35 degrees. So the temperature was around that range, and the results showed that the water temperature remained lesser than the atmospheric temperature throughout this hour's time when we conducted the research. So, and the pH ranged from 6.6 pH to 7.6 in different ponds. So not too basic, but not too acidic. Next slide. So these are the main 6 major groups of phytoplankton families we found. The majority of them majority species we have found for chlorophyceae. The next is bacillophyceae, cyanophyceae, iglynophyceae, and xanthophyceae. Chlorophyceae is the dominant one we found within the phytoplankton family. And a total of 11 genera and 15 species of bacillophyceae were recorded. and 18 genera and 30 species of cyanophyces were recorded. These are the next after the majority of the chlorophyces. Next, about 70 species of hydrophyte recorded of belonging to 52 genera. And the majority of the hydrophytes were anchor-rooted plants, which are anchor-rooted. And plant species like Cara, Colocasia, Pistia, Hydrilla were found in large numbers. And Salavinia, Eucalypta, and Meravena head is found in only few ponds, as in 1 to 3 ponds families were found. Next slide. So this is a pie chart. As I said, Chlorophyce is the dominant families that was found, and next is Cyanophyceae and Bacillophyceae, and the remaining are Euglena and Xanthophyceae. In this, we can see that Corocoxia genus was the major dominant of them comparing to the rest of the families. Next slide. So next, I'll be talking about the hydrophytes. We collected 70 species belonging to 50 genera, and 33 families were recorded among the hydrophytes. Maximum species were recorded in Polali ponds, and the next were Carangal and Tumbe ponds. Cypheraceae having more diversity, over 7 species, and rest were Convalceae and Nymphaceae. The rest of the families are of only one species were recorded of those families. Next. So this first pie chart is shows the habitat of the birds. 50% of them are annual, and the smallest is the perennials, and the red denoting the majority of them are both. The graph showing the families, among them Cypherophyceae is the maximum families that were recorded during our studies. Next one. So this is a graph showing the genus diversity. Among them, Echinophon and Lemania are the maximums, and the rest of them are the smaller families. In this chart, as I said, the anchored were the major plants we found, and the next is the floating were recorded. So these are the images of the hydrophytes and macrophytes and microphytes that we found. So this is a list of all of the microphytes and macrophytes, and the plus and minus signs we have denoted as which we have the number of ponds and where we found them. Next slide. So these are the next one. Next. So our conclusions. So concluding, we found about 70 aquatic plant species. Most are of a high oxygen level ponds, and as I said, plant species like Cara, Colocasia, and were large number in all of the ponds, and Eucalyptus, Meravena are found in only few ponds. The study helpful the distribution and diversity of the aquatic plants within the Bantal Taluk, and Chlorophyce is, as we said, is the dominant one, and sampling about 51 species, which is around 50% of the species belonging to Chlorophyceae. Cyanophyceae and Xanthophyceae, which lack the capacity to quickly adapt for the current climate condition, they lack the adaptations for the climate condition, hence they are a bit less. A total of 150 species of phytoplanktons were recorded in the present study in 1 year period of the selected bound area. During the period, we did the studies, right? About 105. So these are all the references we done. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions?
Yes, yeah. Plant taste. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the suggestion.
So have you explained about microphyta? So your topic was like aquatic macro and microphyta, right?
Yeah.
Microphyta?
Microphytas are phytoplanktons, or the small, as sir said, blue-green algae, small microorganisms. So those are microphytas we use.
Okay. So why you have done only, means under physico-chemical properties, you have selected only pH, temperature and air. So there was other parameters, right? Why you have not selected that?
This was actually a student-driven small minor project. This one like a high level of
Then how you have written in your conclusion that most of the species are occurring in higher oxygen level ponds? How do you know that oxygen level is high in that pond?
The conduction we were doing was estimate and the understanding of our the water bodies. We were not tested it. So,
yeah, since it's a research work, you should not say that condenser or something. Have you made any work on that? Have you any analysis?
This is just biodiversity. We haven't done.
Then why you are presenting that on the oxygen?
Just for the parameters, we just done a research, small understanding of the parameters. And for that,
how did you conduct that experiment? Which method you have followed for measuring the oxygen?
It was just a dissolved oxygen method. So we tested
Which method you have employed?
The dissolved oxygen. I don't remember the proper name of it, but.
Which method? Is a Winkler method or Winkler method or any other method you used?
I don't remember the problem. This was like a long back while we did this.
As such, this is not your work.
No, this is like a student. All the student bodies together we done this work.
Okay. What is your final conclusion about your work? This work.
Final conclusions is the lists that we've done, which are the phytoplanktons. Our main focus of the research was to understand the phytoplanktons and the macrophytes, which we listed as I shown in the list. Those were our main objectives of which phytoplanktons were found in these selected water bodies.
Okay. How did you analyze this your data, phytoplankton data?
We just took and with the help of a sir identified it, and we just random sampling. It was a random sampling method.
Yeah, you collected the samples
and we just placed it under a microscope, and we just analyzed and identified with these phytoplanktons about many times.
So if you say that 1 liter of water, how many phytoplanktons are there?
I don't remember the exact number of those. So,
which method you used to calculate the phytoplanktons present in 1 ml or 1 liter?
We used the device gauge, which within this cubic meters, how many?
It's a Sedgwick chamber?
Yeah, Sedgwick chamber. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for.
One question. How many times you taken the sample in a year?
In a year, about once. We only took it once. It was a minor project, like a student body project. So
when you taken that sample time?
It was done in from July 2019 to March. Within that random time, we took the samples.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have the third presentation by Ms. Pratiksha Sail, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Kamal College of Arts, Science and Commerce for Women, Novam, Goa. So she is going to present the paper on the title, Historic Churches as Alternate Root Sites for the Black-Bearded Tomb Bat, Tephozos melanopogon in Goa, India.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Pratiksha Sail, and I'll be talking about my work on historic churches as alternate roost sites for black-bearded tomb bat in Goa, India. Next. Okay, so as we all know, anthropogenic stressors or anthropogenic modification really alters a lot of landscapes, and it actually impacts a lot of habitat of various animals, and one among them are the bats. Now in India, we have around 136 species of bats which live in these different kinds of habitats. You have caves, you have ruins, you also have tree foliages where they are found. Next. Now coming to Goa, where my study was conducted. Now this is the map which shows you the biogeographic zones of Goa. You have the coastal plains, the highlands and the western Ghats, and this is the protected area network of Goa. Next. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about one particular bat, that is the black-bearded tomb bat or the Tephozos melanopogon. This particular map shows you the geographic range of this particular bat, which is the South and Southeast Asia. Now if you look at this particular picture here, you can see here the male and the female of the bat. And if you look at this particular patch here, this is the throat region of that bat, which has a black color patch, which is why it is called as the black-bearded tomb bat. Next. Now, this particular study was conducted to see the habitat of this particular bat, which is the churches in this in the state of Goa. So these were the 8 study sites that we had, like study sites that we saw. Next. Okay. So these were the 8 churches where we conducted the particular study. Now what we did was we actually surveyed 49 churches in our state, and out of the 49 churches, we found that only 8 churches had this particular presence of the black-bearded tomb bat. Now what happens in this particular churches is, now Goa was a Portuguese-ruled state 500 years ago. So they have like the manual Gothic sort of architecture, which is a very high ceiling and a very properly carved windows and like a proper opening space, which makes a very good roosting site for this particular bat. So the objectives of the study was to see what is the significance of these historic churches, which can give them as an alternate roosting sites, and what are the microclimates that can actually allow this particular site or this particular churches to make them a good vital alternate habitats, and to see the conservation implications of these particular roosting sites. Now sampling, we surveyed 49 churches across the states, and we also surveyed temples. I'll come to that later. And then we checked some of the microclimate characters, the temperature, humidity, checked the abundance, and we recorded echolocation calls for the identification purpose. This is the picture where you see the echolocation call recording. This is the temperature, humidity, and this was again consultations done with priests and other people who work around the churches or people who are living around the churches to ask if there were presence of bats earlier or if it is there now or not. Okay, so this is the species that we are talking about, black-bearded tomb bat. This particular image is a spectrogram or the identification call structure of black-bearded tomb bat. And you see here in this box, you see this particular call structure, which is the identification characteristic for this particular species, which is showing you a multiple harmonics by which you can identify a particular bat. You don't necessarily have to capture bats. You can just use these call structures to identify bats, again, improving the surveys. Next. So these are the micro-habitats that we studied within the churches, where you see where all the bats were found. The first here is the ceiling roofs. Then this is the altar. Behind the altars, there was a lot of bats that were seen. The towers, again the roofs, and this was again the intricate carvings of the particular churches. Next slide. Okay. Now, the question arises, why do the bats prefer these churches, and what are the microclimate structures that are providing these churches this particular habitat or a vital habitat? If you see here, you see laterite ceiling, behind the altars, roof crevices, cistern and towers. Now cisterns are unused water tanks which are found in the subterraneans. If you see here, behind the altar, we saw a lot of abundance of this particular species. Now, the reason behind that is because the altars are very properly wooden carved structures, and they provide a good structure for them for attachment. If you know, bats attach themselves with their legs, so it provides them a good attachment structure. And also the humidity and temperature in all of this particular microhabitats was found, which was similar to what you otherwise see in cave-dwelling bats. Then the next was the roof crevices, which also provided a similar sort of a structure like the behind the altars. And you had lower abundance seen in laterite ceiling, cistern and towers. Next. Okay. Now, coming to anthropogenic stresses. What is it that makes what is the conservation implication of this particular bats? What is happening now? The churches, you have a lot of prayers and masses which are still being carried out. So people do not like those bats being a part of the churches. So they are actually putting up this sort of stress, like sort of nettings around the churches. They have wooden ceilings now instead of the tiled ceilings, which are actually impacting their habitats. Next. And also if you see here, the altars have been again replaced by cemented structures rather than what you had seen earlier, like the wooden structures. And if you see here, this particular picture, this is a old Portuguese style church, and this is a newer church which is a new construction. So people are moving from the older construction to a newer construction. Here in this case, the church has been kept, it has remained, but in most of the cases, they are either being demolished or they are going for renovation, which are actually affecting the microhabitats or the entire habitats of this particular bats. Next. Now, the conservation implications. First, we need to know that this particular historic churches are not just tourist sites or prayer rooms, but they are also a very good idle roosting sites. So we need to protect them for that purpose. We need involvement of religious leaderships, religious authorities, heritage communities, because a lot of churches now which are not used or which have renovated come under heritage societies, and vet researchers to actually come together to make sure these things are, the bats have been. Then you need to monitor, and the visitor management has to be done for this particular churches so that they are not demolished and the renovation doesn't occur. So this is my acknowledging the people who are involved in this work. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, any questions? Pratiksha, what is your study duration and time of sampling?
We conducted the study from October 2022 to February 2023. So
October 2022
to February 2023.
23. It's not 1 year study?
It's not a complete 1 year study, it's like a 6-month-old study, because it's also part of the students' project. So we had to also involve them, so it was...
Yeah. What is your sampling time? Sorry? Sampling time.
Sampling time, we would conduct our studies in the afternoon from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, because after 6 o'clock when it's dusk time, they actually fly out from the churches. So in between that time, we used to go and see and check for the presence of bats.
Okay. Why did you make that choice?
Sorry?
Why did you select the sampling time from afternoon to evening?
So because after dusk and after 6 o'clock, the bats fly out for their foraging purpose. So we cannot do it in the evening, and in the morning also it was not possible, because that is the time they're actually coming back to their roosting sites. So that particular site, like particular time from 12 to 6 is the most ideal to make sure that we make sure we get the proper abundance of the roosts in that particular site.
Yeah, if you see your graph, no, that slide, one histogram.
Abundance.
Yeah, you can see here, this is the percentage of roost individuals.
Yes.
How many times, if you are visiting one church, how many times you are visited one church?
Each church was visited 5 times.
Okay. Whether it is conveying the data in this histogram?
Yes, yes. It is considering all the study sites and all the...
all the times you are getting, 45, 45,
cumulative
45?
Cumulative for all the microhabitats.
There is no deviation, there is no error, there is no statistical analysis.
I didn't do the statistical analysis.
That is the one, lacking in this graph. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, one minute.
Is there any paint or color impact on this bat?
Paint.
Because each church is having different type of paint or color.
The older churches are lateritic in structure, so the paint doesn't affect, because they cling on to the lateritic structures. Because the lateritic have crevices in between, so they can still hang on to it. If they are cementing it and then painting it, then there will be an impact. So laterite, the older structures are good. Even if there is paint, they'll still hang on to it.
So I just want to know, there was only one particular species of bat in all the churches?
No. The 3 churches had one rhinoceros species and one Hippoceras species and one Pipistrellus species. But this species was common throughout the structure, throughout the churches. So I only emphasized on this particular species to talk about.
So what is special about this bat?
There's nothing special about it as such.
There is something special. You have to search that.
Sorry?
There is one special. Just go through it.
No, it's still a list concerned species, and it is the thing. This particular bat is a cave-dwelling species, so churches become a very good alternative for them instead of caves. And because of because of any anthropogenic activities, the caves are also, we don't consider caves to be a ecosystem as such. So the caves have been mostly eradicated or destroyed. So they are moving on to any other structures that they find. And churches apparently in Goa seem to be a best option, because if you see temples, I even surveyed temples, but most of the temples in Goa have already been renovated, and probably we have lost all the roost sites in the temples. And only few of the churches are remaining, and this particular species is there.
Yeah, the question here is why this species only preferring churches rather than trees and other monuments, other buildings.
It's a cave-dwelling species. All species do not. So most of the mega-chiropterans you will find in trees, and most of the micro-chiropterans you see them in caves or ruins or temples. So this is a micro-chiropteran which you otherwise find in caves or ruins. And in Goa,
it's not on trees.
It's not found on trees.
Okay then, all the best. Thank you.
The upcoming presentation is by Dr. Ashoka CH, Associate Professor. The upcoming presentation is by Mr. Keshav Murthy, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, G. Shankar College, Ajarkad. He is going to present the paper on the title, Examining Soil Nematode Communities and Their Ecological Interactions in Various Land Use Categories in Udupi, Karnataka. Over to you, sir.
Good evening all. ಪಾಯಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಗ್ಗರಣೆ ಹಾಕಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. So I'm scared of being a seasoned chili in the payasam. But still, I don't know how much justice I can provide to the theme of this. But still, I try my level best to justify to the theme of this national conference. So I'm presenting a short part of my research, examining soil nematode communities and their ecological interactions in various land use categories in Udupi. Please, next. The introductory part, why nematodes? Probably nematodes are the least studied, but the ubiquitous animals, they survive in all conditions, all sort of soils, all type of soils, all type of habitats. So a handful of soil may yield in a tropical forest, for an example, more than 30,000 individual nematodes. I'm not talking about taxonomic categories, but the number. So that is the extent of inhabitability of the macroorganisms, but still they are microscopic in nature, but they are multicellular. And there are about 30,000 taxonomically named nematodes. The number still counts on. Every year new nematodes are described from various parts of the world. Okay, still, and they contribute to the about 80% of the metazoan species that exists in the soil. And the main theme of my study for this particular presentation was to check whether the diversity of these nematodes have any differences in different land use categories. So that was the main objective of this. Along with, I have also studied how diversity changes in different revenue divisions of Udupi. So Udupi was my Udupi district. The revenue boundary of the Udupi district was confined to my study, and all 7 taluks were considered. In the methodology part, good, next, this is the map. And I have gathered about 35 samples each from each taluk, revenue divisions. Okay. And then I followed opportunistic random sampling method. I randomly sampled the soil samples during the morning hours in the year 2023, preferably in the month of August and September, because the reports say that this is the month where major nematode species will be there in their adult stage. And then I gathered about 1 kilogram of soil by taking 5 to 6 subsamples using a soil agar and preferably near the trees. So tree roots surrounding the tree, I collected this, and then I took this into a chiller and then transported it to the laboratory. Next. So this is the methodology. We have Cobb sieving and decanting technique where we employ sieves of different sizes, and the least size I have used was 50 microns. So we serially dilute the soil sample and then we pour it through this, and at each level we get different types of nematodes based on their body sizes. And once we get the filtrate of this, it will be murky. Next please. So those murky filtrates are then placed in a Biemann funnel, a simple equipment where a funnel fitted with a rubber tube and a clip, and then there will be, you can see a small mesh here above which I place a tissue paper, and the soil will be spread. Very thin layer of soil will be spread and the water is filled. So all the nematodes present in that soil will crawl down and they will be settled here. After 24 hours we collect it and then we fix it with FAA, formalin, alcohol and acetic acid, 9:3:1 ratio. Then Celsius, then I implunge the filtrate that obtained in the Biermann funnel, and then we prepare the slide using a wax ring technique where pure anhydrous glycerol is, a drop of it is placed over the glass slide and a wax ring is prepared, and then the nematode filtrate is transported to this slide and then it will be sealed, slightly heating it from the below. Next. So these are the keys we use for identification. I have not included all the keys, but majorly we use these different characters like the mouth parts, the presence or absence of this corpus, the esophagus length, and the length of the vulva, and the length of the anus, and the ratio between the length of the vulva and anus, and then presence or absence of ovary or testes, number of ovaries, number of testes, everything is considered to taxonomically categorize these animals. Next. So I identified 40 nematode species belonging to 21 families in 7 orders. These are taxonomical categories. Next. Back one. So this is the trophic categorization, herbivores, carnivores, all kinds of nematodes will be there. This is the list of it, and this is the summary table of all nematode diversity indices I have used. Next. Different nematode specific indices are there. I have used them as well to analyze. Next. And this is interesting. This is the major highlight of my study where the diversity in the paddy field is significantly lower, while in the forest habitat it is significantly higher. This plot is done using R software, and I have taken Shannon diversity into consideration. So where you can see the lowest diversity in paddy field, Shannon diversity was 1.95 somewhere, and of course in forest it was somewhere near 3.12. Next one. So this is a graph where we have standard values for nematodes, and using those we can actually plot the graph using R software again. So we can check where actually our samples are placed. So this gives an idea of how actually the soil profile is in terms of its maturity or fertility and all. So this is the sample gathered in the forest. Next one. So we have one more indices called CP values, colonizer persister scale. It is from 1 to 5. So if it is near 3 and 5, then the actual ecosystem which we analyze is transferring itself towards the stability, a stabilized kind of ecosystem. And these are some of the photographs of the nematodes that I have isolated from the soil. Okay, next one. Ultimately, I would like to conclude that my study revealed the decreased diversity of nematodes in the highly cultivated monoculture paddy fields and high diversity of these nematodes in the forest areas. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions?
See, evening is approaching, so.
Sir, I have one question.
Sir,
if you store them in 4 degrees Celsius, whether they will survive?
No, I don't store the nematodes at 4 degrees Celsius. I store the soil.
Soil containing nematode, no?
Yeah, nothing will happen, sir.
Whether they will survive in 4 degrees Celsius?
Yes, sir. That is the standard protocol available. Nothing happens to them.
And second question is there any plant pathogenic?
Yeah, that's it. Plant parasitic nematodes are there, and their diversity is actually high in paddy field. Melodocine is the major pathogen that affects paddy and even pepper as well. Melodocine, a genus. There are many species of it. Melodocine japonica probably is prevalent in this area.
Why they are less number in paddy field or cultivated?
No, they are root feeders actually, sir. They preferably feed on the paddy roots. But in forest area, there are plant parasitic nematodes. But there is a food chain of the nematodes. There are predatory nematodes, there are herbivores, there are carnivores. So those predatory nematodes engulf these plant parasitic ones. So the life cycle food web will be maintained there.
If you see the table of your result,
yes,
it's all, I think, table.
Back one, back.
Yeah, you can see all are in just one number. Whether you have conducted a repeated survey or only one time?
Only one survey, sir.
Okay. In that case, how you are going to analyze this data?
Actually, sir, there are already available standard data for each genera of nematode. So they have weightage for each genera. So we have different indices, right? Maturity indices and all. So the occurrence of that in a particular region is weighed to some proportions. So there is a software for that. There is a software called Ninja, Nematode Indicator Joint Analysis, which is based on our software. So our purpose is to find out whether it is present in what number, and then that number along with the genus is uploaded there and it will give the result.
That same number is reproducible in all the times? Means today you are visiting one site,
okay,
you will get 3.37.
Okay.
Tomorrow you are also visiting same site.
Yeah. So by
whether
and large,
you are getting 3.37.
By and large, that may be same, sir, because it's weighed proportion, not exact number. So as a hypothetical idea, like the range here is somewhere from 1 to 10, the range is same. 10 to 20, the range is same. So if the number falls in between 1 to 10, like for an example, channel indices, it is 100 actually. 100 is the maximum possible, number. So if 100 is achieved, that means the channel indices for plant parasitic nematodes. So if it is 100, then that indicates the presence of it, and if it is present, then along with them, the predators and other nematodes are also present. That's the indicative thing. May not be absolute, but according to literature, it is absolute.
No, literature, from your study, since you conducted only one time visit to the site, coming to conclusion is very difficult, I think.
But actually, this they say that it can be concluded using this data.
Now, since you need to visit, at least you need to conduct three trials.
Yes, sir. Three trials need to be done. But the problem with nematodes is, each sample you get more than 1,000 nematodes. So identification, everything needs so much of time. And in that we only select first 100. One drop of pasture pipette, we put it on the microslide and then start identifying. And over 20,000 genera are there.
which references you are used for identifying these nematodes?
So there are many.
Since you mentioned 1,000 types, 1,000 species are there in
not
your
in
sample.
India. India, it's around 1,000 species.
But in your study,
Yes,
if
sir.
you are taking in one side paddy field,
Okay.
in 1 kilogram of soil, how many species you have been observed?
In one sample, sir.
In one
maximum identification up to 28.
28. How
Yeah.
did you observe that one? Any references you used?
Yes, sir. There are references, different references, and there are keys published from Aligarh Muslim University.
Yeah.
There are people who are working on there, and I took the photograph and sent it to them for confirmation along with the morphometric data, and then only I came to the conclusion.
Yes. Okay, then thank you. All the best.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
The next presentation is by Ms. Karen Braganza, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Carmel College of Arts, Science and Commerce for Women, Novum, Goa. She is going to present on the title, Ecological Impacts of Butterfly Feeding Behavior, Consequences and Conservation Considerations.
Good evening, everybody. I am Ms. Karen Braganza, and here's my topic, Ecological Impacts of Butterfly Feeding Behavior. As we know, butterflies are one of the most iconic insect species that we see, and it's very easy for us to follow them around. And we have majorly classified butterflies into Hesperidae and Papilionidae, and Hesperidae are the skippers, and Papilionidae include the true butterflies, which have the families Papilionidae, Peridae, Lysanidae, and Nymphalidae. And there are about 18,000 species of butterflies in the world, and India has about 1,500 species. And when we look at butterfly feeding behavior, majority of the butterflies are nectarivorous, meaning they feed on nectar, but we do get some butterflies that do feed on other food sources such as rotting fruit, as well as animal urine and droppings and all that. We have focused more on the nectarivorous butterflies here. And when we're looking at the feeding preferences, the flower shape and things such as clustering, they also impact the choice of butterfly feeding. It also includes the sucrose contents, amino acid contents of the nectar present. And we also saw that the time of day also plays a very significant role in butterfly feeding behavior, where certain parts of the day from late morning to early afternoon is the time where most of the butterflies we would find feeding very easily. And we also looked at feeding behavior is triggered by sugar sensors or sugar receptors in the proboscis of the butterflies. And we looked at, especially looking at whether they preferred the native flora or they're preferring exotic species which you would find in there. So the basic methodology, this was done in 2 study sites in Taluka in South Goa, that is Salse Taluka. We looked at site A, which is in Nuve, which is a curated garden. And then we looked at site B, which is Lotolim, which is more of a wild forest patch. And we looked at whether there is a significant difference in the presence or the feeding behavior based on what kind of plants are present for the butterflies to feed on. So the time period is a very short study period from November 2019 to January 2020. And 4 times a month, we have gone in for survey for 3 hours per day. That is from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., which is the ideal time to observe butterflies. Next. So the methodology that we followed, first we went into identifying the plant and butterfly species. This was done by using various field guides and keys, along with help from the department. For plants, we also took help from the Department of Botany, faculty from Department of Botany. Also, we observed the butterfly behavior, whether they, which plants they landed on. Also looking at whether they are landing on the flowers, whether they are landing on the leaves, And another thing that we looked at was whether they engaged in feeding behavior by observation of the movement of proboscis, because there are some cases where butterflies may just land on a flower because of the surface area available, but they may not engage in feeding behavior. This was noted by observations and as well as videos and photographs taken using cameras. And after this, we also looked into the species diversity, but I have not focused much about that in this paper, but has been calculated. And then we also looked at the number of times that the butterflies showed feeding behavior on different types of flowers. And then after that, we described whether the preferences looking at the number of times that the butterflies visited certain plants. Next. So this is just showing you the species of butterflies found in both the sites, that site A, site B. We also did find a few scheduled species. Schedules 1, 2, and 3 species were also found there. It's just a few examples of the butterflies that we found and the different plants that they fed on. So coming down to the observations and the results, as we usually see, the major family is Nymphalidae, and you usually find in a lot of other studies also done that the majority species that are found, the major species, major family species are found is Nymphalidae, and followed by that we have Peridae, Lysanidae, and Papilionidae. Like I mentioned, similar results are found by other authors also in the state of Goa. And when we are looking at the feeding preference, we see that the Lysanidae, they prefer to feed on Ixora in site A and Lantana camara in site B compared to the other plant species present. And looking at Papilionidae, they prefer to feed on Alternateria sessilis in site A and Chromalina odorata and Tridax in site B. Looking at the other two families, Nymphalidae and Peridae, Nymphalidae, they preferred more the Chromalina odorata rather than the others, and they also preferred the Lantana camara. Both similar results were seen in Peridae as well. However, Peridae showed a much more diverse feeding preference, where they were notably seen feeding on various different types of flowers as well. Yes. So what we see from this is that a lot of the butterflies, they prefer to feed on the exotic species which are present, that is Lantana camara as well as Chromalina odorata. And this can be attributed to the copious amount of nectar that is present, and also the amount of sucrose present, which is reportedly higher than the local flora which is available. And this is a cause of concern, as we all know that these exotic weeds are also invasive and they have the capacity to skew the local floral populations. And what I would suggest by looking at these results that I've seen is that these species of plants have become very well integrated into the ecosystem which is there, and the butterfly population have become very dependent on these plants. So in case we want to shift from converting from the invasive plants more towards the native flora, we have to do it in sequential steps, because if there is a sudden removal of these invasive species, it could harm the dependent butterfly species which have built their whole life cycle around these plants. So what we could look at is that we could find more studies could be done to identify comparable native plants which have similar kind of nectar content and sucrose content, and we can slowly integrate that into those ecosystems and prevent the invasive species from overtaking the native flora. So my acknowledgements to the team of students who have worked on this, as well as the department for their support for doing this work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions? Is it species diversity and abundance both are same or different?
So they are different, but I didn't focus much on this because I wanted to look at the other aspect of it. But there is a difference in that. Because like I said, the site A is more of a curated garden and site B was more of a wild patch, just to see the difference in that, and also the feeding preferences there. So in the wild patch, there was definitely a higher number of species and there was more diversity there.
In your opinion, invasive species plants are more preferred by your butterflies?
So that is what is seen in this by our observations, sir. So, and that is one of the reasons why they have become invasive, is because they have this ability to attract the butterflies. Therefore, the pollination, along with feeding, pollination also occurs, leading to fruit formation and seed dispersal. So that could also further lead to spreading of these plants.
All butterflies are having same type of behavior or different?
Sorry, sir?
Same type of feeding behavior or different?
So in terms of what exactly?
All species. All species are having same type of feeding behavior.
So we focus more in terms of family-wise in that. But looking at that, based on we look at individual species and then we club them into the families, and accordingly we looked at the families, what their the family-wise preferences. So accordingly we looked at that and we observed that their feeding behavior was as we seen in the slides.
How many types of plants you have selected for your study?
So we didn't select plants per se, we looked at the area and whatever plants were available in the area, we looked at that, and from those we have identified, sir.
In your study there is no limit of plants, limit of selecting the plants or something?
So the area whichever was mentioned there, that plot, that much only. Within that specified area, whichever plants were identified, flowering plants were identified, we looked at that. So whatever plants were in that area, those only.
Okay then, thank you.
Thank you.
The sixth speaker of today's session is Dr. Bolmax Pereira, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph Falls College, Kortali, Goa. He is going to present the paper on the title Mangrove Conservation Practices at Chikalim Bay of River Zuari.
Well, good evening. I am Father Bolmax Pereira from St. Joseph Falls College. And mangrove conservation, when we say mangrove conservation, in this particular study, we are not focusing just on mangroves, but the conservation itself is connected. It is interconnected, and hence we talk about comprehensive conservation practices. For this particular study, this was in our mind to explore the possibilities of people's participation in the Bay of Chikali. And Chikali village is a special village which has this speciality called as window pane oysters. We will see that in this presentation. And to integrate the mangrove protection into the Chikali biodiversity conservation, because it is comprehensive and interconnected. Through this, we want to promote sustainable development in Chikali Bay. Now, for this particular study, we followed the methodology, a three-pronged methodology of people's participation and people's engagement, scientific research, and policy implementation. Now, these are part of the community, beginning from the locals, if we come from below, the local inhabitants of the place, the mangrove volunteers, all the associations, different clubs, and of course led by St. Joseph Falls College. We acknowledge their involvement in this particular study. So this is Goa, and in Goa, the place that we are talking about is here in Mormugo. It is Chikali Bay. We'll see that Chikali Bay. This is the Chikali Bay, which has lot of low-lying coastal plains, coves and bays. And fishing and agriculture still remains the main occupation of this place. This is the bay, Chikali Bay, which is part of river Zuari. Next, please. Demographically, this is the state of Chikali. I will not go deep into it. So it is a heritage village because we have the megalithic age and the caves found from the megalithic age. We have different types of heritage articles that are available, and the latest one that was found was the rich 4-layered oyster shell deposits, which are found not in the river but above the river in the hills. Well, different scientific studies were referred for this particular study, and Chikali Bay has always been a rich marine biodiversity site. It's rich in crustaceans like crabs, pistol shrimps and other things, and among them the window pane oysters. There are different trees and herbs, and especially in this particular study we focus a little on the mangrove plants. And of course, there are different animals. Once again, biodiversity conservation being connected, we need to look into all these aspects. Well, the studies were carried out by ICAR, and they learnt about the fish. There are 186 aquatic species found in Zuari Bay, 150 finfish and 36 shellfish. And in this particular study, window pane oysters were seen to be once again in danger of extinction, and of course the other species as well. The National Institute of Oceanography also had their study. There is a lot of study done by the NIO at Chikali Bay. Chikali Bay has been the, you can say it is a hub of research for NIO. They have done a lot of studies regarding the marine biodiversity. We have Carmel College over here today representing, and they also have done a beautiful study on window pane oysters, the Placuna placenta. They also gave their study in which they studied Paphia malabarica. This is the type of a clam which is used by the locals and on which their livelihood depends. Now we come to mangroves. Now these particular mangrove species are from a very tiny island called as Vareg Island, which is in the heart of the Chikali Bay. Avicennia marina, Aegisaurus corniculatum, Rhizophora mucronata, Exocaria agalocha, Acanthocylifolius and Sonoriscia alba. These are the species that are available on that tiny island, which is just around 1,000 square meter. Now around this island, on the shoreline also, this same particular mangrove species are available. And besides that, there are others like Salvadora persica, then Portulacastrum, Sesuvium. These are also available on the shoreline of the bay. Now in this particular study, we attempted just 2 species. That is the Rhizophora mucronata and Candelia candle. Now why these 2 species were attempted is, both are from Rhizophoraceae family, and they show something called as rhizofiltration, which can help the bay and entire biodiversity in the bay for to take care of the pollution and other matters. They also provide the litter that is being used for nursery as a natural nursery by the marine biodiversity. Now this is the Vareg Island and this is the bay. These are the people that are engaged in plantation. And these were observations on 30th May 2022. We first had Rhizophora mucronata planted around 1,100. The survival rate today is just minimal. First 12 of them survived, and today none of them is existing. On 24th April 2023, once again in the same area, we again did another 500. Once again, it was minimal survival rate. On 7th June 2023, we went to the Vareg Island and we tried these two Rhizophora mucronata and Candelia candle. Once again, the survival rate has been minimal. Just the success stories where we have done plantations in other place. On 6th June, we did it at Mankule Island in Diwar, and around 200 propagules were planted first, which were followed by more, and finally it came to around 15,000, and the survival rate is really high in that place. This is a place where it is just a mud flat, and once again in Nerul River on 9th June 2023, Rhizophora mucronata, around 350 propagules were planted, and once again the survival rate has been high over there. So in this study, what we have come to know is, in order to preserve and conserve the entire marine biodiversity, we have to engage everybody, means all those who are there, including the plants, animals, human beings, and the biodiversity or the environment, that is the ecological parameters have to be taken into consideration, and accordingly they have to be implemented. Thank you.
Any questions?
Sir, in Diwar, the plant was survived. In Diwar Ireland, in mangrove plant was survived, but in it not survived in another this one. What is the reason behind that?
So now the place where we did the plantation is having a very high wave action, because it is a bay, and the wave action at the entire bay, including the that small tiny Vareg Island, is very high. That Vareg Island is also has a rocky shore. So there are rocks which add to the speed of the wave once it breaks.
Okay.
So the plantation that was done on the Vareg Island, although it has the silty, sandy soil, it also has these rocks.
Okay.
So that was one of the reasons. The other reason being high salinity. Now Chikali is very close to the sea, and Diwar is upstream. So Diwar, there is low salinity. The species that we had planted was Candelia candle, and Candelia candle is known to be surviving from 6% to 26% of salinity gradient, whereas Rhizophora mucronata is known to survive more, that is 6% to 37%. Candelia candle was procured from Diwar Island, and it is flourishing over there where there is low salinity. The same species was brought over here in Chikalim Bay, and it could not survive. That was one of the reasons, because of high salinity, and second is because of the wave action, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All the best. You are having any one question?
Sir, I don't know whether it is related. Zuari River, you have said. Is there any industrial area over there that which affects the mangrove plantation?
Ma'am, this particular place has shipbuilding and ship repairs, ship painting, against which the people are fighting, and most of them are illegal. Just for an example, during COVID, these same species, that is Placuna placenta, the window pane oysters, and Paphia malabarica, the clams, they came back. They were going on extinction, and that's why so many studies have been done by different organizations, colleges, and everybody. All the academicians come over there because they are in danger. During COVID, the shipbuilding and ship repair activity came to halt for 2 years. And at the end of 2 years, we saw the window pane oysters coming back and the clams also coming back. So the industry is there, and there are a lot of pollutants, and that is the reason why we took this study about mangroves being used as phytoremediation, because by rhizofiltration, these plants can take care of the toxicity that is created by shipbuilding, ship painting, and all these other things, industrial pollution.
Construction of bridge also have been affected, that mangrove area.
Yeah, construction of bridge is further in Kortali, ma'am. That is around another 15 kilometers from Chikali. But yes, the flow of toxicity that has gone into building with all types of modern gadgets being used, that has surely flown down the river, and the banks of the river, that is soon after Kortali comes Sankwad. There also there is damage being done to the mangroves, and we are trying to once again get plantations done so that we get more of rhizofiltration to deal with this toxicity, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The seventh presentation of today's session is by Ms. Premal Roshni, student, Sri Dharmasthala Manjunatheshwara College, Ujire. She is going to present the paper on the title, The Effect of Terrace Gardening on Psychological Well-Being.
Good evening, everyone. I am Premal Roshni Pinto from STM Degree College, and the topic today I am presenting is the study of the effect of terrace gardening on psychological well-being. Next, gardening is considered as the most common way of interacting with nature and is considered as a popular pastime in many countries. Students who have participated in gardening has reported less depressive symptoms as compared to others. Next. According to FAO, that is about 800 million people worldwide grow vegetables or fruits or raise animals in cities, producing 15 to 20% of world's food. Then, as we know, terrace gardening is a technique of growing plants on terrace or balcony or any outdoor places where there is no access or limited access to ground soil. Then there are many advantages of terrace gardening, like we can use the space, productive use of space, conversion of carbon dioxide emission, and production of oxygen, and it reduces carbon dioxide footprint and reduce urban heat effects, and it is a main source of income for some people. Next, the main objective of the study is to study the impact of terrace gardening on psychological well-being, and to know if terrace garden fosters positivity in individual, to study whether terrace garden provides opportunity for relaxation, to determine if the terrace garden aids for ecological conservation. Methodology: a combination of primary and secondary sources of data was gathered. A well-structured questionnaire was used to collect data. The present study, the data is collected from 60 participants from various parts of Karnataka using practical sampling method, that is random sampling. And the 13 multiple choice questions were used to collect the data. Next. The participants were chosen from the age segment of 20 to 60 years, and participants were from Ujire, Sakleshpur, Bhatkal, and other places of Karnataka. And the questions were as follows. First one, do you have terrace garden? Then second one, who in your family shows more interest towards gardening? Interacting with plants makes me happy. This was the next statement, and 60% of the sample population agreed with this statement. Next, interacting with plants keeps me cheerful. 56.7% of the sample population agreed to this statement. I feel that not interacting with plants may affect my psychological health, and 30% of the sample population disagreed to that. And Next statement, when I think of flowers in my garden, it makes me happy, and 51.7% of the sample population agreed to this statement. Fruit and flower of my plant brings me joy, and 48.3% of the sample population agreed to this statement. I feel relaxed when I spend time in terrace garden, and 50% of the sample population agreed to this statement. I feel less anxious when I interact with plants. 51.7% of the sample population agreed to this statement. I am more positive and peaceful when I think of nature and plants. 15.3% of the sample population agreed to this statement. I feel tensed or restless when I am away from garden for a long period of time, and 36.7% of the sample population neither agreed nor disagreed to this statement. I strongly believe that plants respond to human feelings and emotions. 55% of sample population agreed to this statement. And the next statement was, I visit to terrace garden daily and water the plants. 36.7% of sample population agreed to this statement. Result analysis, by taking the mean of all the data, 2.5% of the respondents strongly disagreed to the effect of terrace gardening on psychological well-being. 8.3% of respondents disagreed to this statement. Then 18.3% of the respondents felt neutral about this study, and 47.4% of the respondents agreed to this study. 23.34% of the respondents strongly agreed that terrace gardening has an effect on psychological well-being. So conclusion. Terrace gardening has positive effect on psychological well-being. Terrace gardening plays significant role in supporting and balancing ecosystem. It provides food for insects, birds, and even human beings, and contribute to biodiversity in urban environment. Terrace gardening can also reduce urban heat effect and air pollution. And in this study, participants reported that they feel happy and relaxed when they are in terrace garden. It aids to reduce stress, promote positivity and life satisfaction in individuals. It's like vegetables, fruits, flowers.
Whether you least outed that,
Like vegetables, fruits, flowers.
Whether you least outed that plant anything?
No sir, it was general survey, Google form survey.
This is just like questionnaire.
Question.
Yeah, but in your slides itself you mentioned that 28 participants, and another one slide is mentioned that 60 participants. Which one is correct? First, second or third slide, it was showing that 28 participants.
Percentage of
Participants. Methodology.
Methodology.
Yeah. How many participants? 60 participants.
60 participants.
60 participants. This through questionnaire only you asked. How did you ask? How did you collect?
I have circulated Google Forms to the people I know, and they have circulated to the people they know. So I have collected data.
How your work is, supporting to conserve the biodiversity?
Sir, if we educate about terrace garden, people will know the benefits of psychological benefits of terrace garden, and they will cultivate that in their terrace. So we can contribute to
Conserve the biodiversity. Okay, thank you. All the best.
One question, do you trust them all? You have sent a questionnaire to everyone, right, your friends. Do you trust them all? Because you have sent to different age groups, like 20 to 60 years. No? 20 to 60 years, yeah. Covering various ages segments of 20 to 60 years.
Somewhere the people I know, and some I don't know.
Anyway, we appreciate your effort, okay? All the best. Thank you.
The last presentation of today's session is by Ms. Yausha Nayak, student, Department of Botany, PES, RSN College of Arts and Science, Pharmagudi, Ponda, Goa. She is going to present the paper on the title, Study of Relationship Between Physicochemical Parameters and Phytoplankton Diversity of Two Wetlands from Goa.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present a paper which is study of relationship between physico-chemical parameters and phytoplankton diversity of two wetlands from Goa. I am Ms. Yosha Dattatreya Naik from T.Y. BSc Botany from BSRSM College of Arts and Science from Magudi, Goa. As we all know, wetlands are transitional zone between terrestrial ecosystem and aquatic ecosystem. They provide services to many humankinds and are the habitat for different organisms. These wetlands are getting threatened day by day all over the world due to pollution. The main objective of this study was to carry out this study was carried out to analyze the ecological status and pollution levels of the wetlands in state of Goa that are scanty, and the present study aimed at analyzing physico-chemical parameters and biological parameters of the water sample of two wetlands from Madkay and Konem to understand their ecological status. So here are the physico-chemical parameters that were identified: pH, temperature, TDS, turbidity, dissolved oxygen, nitrates and phosphate by the standard method AFA, and the biological parameters which were used to identify the phytoplanktons by taking 1 liter of water sample plus in that 0.7 ml of Luger solution was added per 100 ml of the water sample, and this solution was settled for 24 hours, and next day the supernatant was discarded and the basal solution was centrifuged, and in that 4% formaldehyde was added, and this solution was further observed under the microscope, and the photos were clicked with the help of our phones, and this identification of the phytoplanktons were done with the help of Prescott, Saroday, Kamath, Prasad, Mishra and Gandhi. These are the study area maps, Madkay wetland and Konem wetland. These maps were taken using ArcMap 10.8 and Terran Cognita software. Next. These are the seasonal variation of physico-chemical parameters, Madkay wetland and Konem wetland. Next. These are the tabulated form was converted into the graphical manner: pH, temperature, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, TDS, nitrates, and the last one is phosphates. Okay. During monsoon, which is August and September, the maximum number of phytoplanktons the maximum number of parameters maximum values of the parameters were observed except for nitrates and phosphates, and minimum values were observed in the post-monsoon, which is from October to January. And this change in physico-chemical parameters favored the growth of phytoplanktons. In all 39 phytoplanktons that we were observed, belonging to chlorophyceae, cyanophyceae, euglenophyceae, bacillophyceae, triboxyophyceae, zygonometophyceae were encountered in both the wetlands, and they provide a great diversity of wetlands in both the wetlands. These are the diversity of phytoplanktons in chlorophyceae, next, in cyanophyceae, euglenophyceae, bacillophyceae, triboxyophyceae, and zygonometophyceae, chlorophyceae also. As I have already said, low pH, increase in temperature, low dissolved concentration, high nitrates and phosphates content favor the growth of phytoplanktons in post-monsoon as the sluice gates were closed. And in the monsoon season, the density was observed was low. These are the photoplates of chlorophyceae, bacillophyceae, cyanophyceae, euglenophyceae, zygonometophyceae, and chrysophyceae. As the relationship between physico-chemical and biological parameter indicates deteriorating water quality studied wetlands. Many phytoplankton species were used as an indicator for determining the nutrient level, and the species are Synedesmus, Clostridium, Cosmerium, Moestrum, Navicula, Cimbella, Euglena, Ficus, Tonturia, Merismopedia, which proves that the studied wetlands are polluted. Chlorophyceae, Bacillophyceae, Cyanophyceae dominated at Merkur. Bacillophyceae, Chlorophyceae and Euglenophyceae dominated at Conem. We observed that both the wetlands provide services to locals as agriculture, aquaculture, climate regulations, water purification, and they also help in research opportunities in biodiversity study. It is concluded that increasing in disturbance from anthropogenic activities in the vicinity of wetlands due to domestic sewage, agriculture runoff are responsible for poor water quality. Our study concluded that Merkur wetland is more polluted compared to the Conem wetland. For preventing and controlling further destruction of the wetlands, various methods were used like sediment dredging, microfert harvesting, raising bunds, and constant water supply. We need to conserve our wetlands and protect them for our future generation. I would like to thank my friends Ashwita, Shraddha, Ignatius, Saira, Shaba, Sylvia for their contribution during execution of this project. And also I would like to thank my professor, Ma'am Pratiksha Dabulkar, for guiding me. And these are some of the references. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Any questions?
Sorry? Means like what we can do. We can do, like we can use by street plays, by taking seminars, we can spread that awareness so that to conserve this agriculture. As we have observed, the Conem wetland nourishes the areca nut present in that vicinity, and in Merkur wetland, it nourishes the paddy fields.
One question. Is there any indicator algae for the pollution?
As I have mentioned in the previous line, that Synedesmus, Navicula are the indicator species.
So, your data, if you see your data, how many years data? This maybe
Actually,
only
as
1
a
year
BSc
data?
student, it was just a 6 months data.
6-month data. Then how did you say that is a seasonal variations?
It was there was 2 seasons that were
Only
observed.
2 seasons.
One is monsoon and the post monsoon.
Okay. And also if you see your data, like your seasonal data and other things, how many times you conducted this experiment?
It was miss
These
the
are all plus and minus. You leave it. You can go to the data numbers.
the sample was collected on monthly basis.
How
So
many months? In a
6 months.
season means how many months?
6 months.
6 months.
From August to January, in which August and September is a
August to
monsoon,
September,
which is a monsoon, and October to January, which is post monsoon.
October, November, December, January, 4 months.
And these 2 months.
Yeah, 1 minute. In 4 months, 4 times you visited to that
Yes.
pond, that wetland.
Yes.
If you see your data, it's only one number. You can go to the data tables. Back. This one. You can see this one, only one.
No, sir. There are 2 different wetlands.
Yeah, if you.
And it was on monthly basis.
Yeah, it's only monthly basis. Okay, all months are differ.
Yes.
In that case, whether it is significant variation is there?
Actually,
From your graph, can you say that it's significant variation?
there is a variation because
How you are going to say it is a variation from your this graph?
higher the concentration of phosphates indicates that the species.
No, that is your physicochemical parameters are going to influence on this phytoplankton this one. My question is your seasonal variation in phosphate, whether you can say is a monthly wise or seasonal wise significant variation is there or not?
It is only for 2 months. So
it's true. Within 2 months, is it possible to say?
I mean, it is only for 2 seasons, so that's why we have considered as a seasonal variation.
Can you able to say scientifically?
No.
Have you conducted any statistical test?
We have only conducted the chemical parameters.
That is a test. After getting this data, whether you have analyzed statistical data?
No.
You can do that one. It's very good. You can say that statically.
If we continue this for 2 years, then we can say that the seasonal variations are seen.
Seasonal wise or monthly wise, or even wetland, one wetland to another wetland, any difference is there, then only it is accepted. You can do that statistics. It's very good work. All the best.
Thank you.
So today we will wind up the session. So we will wind up today's session. Tomorrow from 8:30 to 9:30 breakfast will be provided, and technical session 3 will start sharp at 9:30 a.m. followed by technical session 4 and 5. At 2:30 we will continue with oral presentation, and by 3:45 we will start the valedictory ceremony. Thank you.